anything else. But I'm so glad that I was able to persevere and get this opportunity. And I'll tell you what, Sam, I hope I have a chance to follow the Angels and describe some of their ball games for a long, long time to come. It's just been wonderful.
Well, I hope so, too, because, you included with the Francisco Rodriguez and the other rookies, same kind of a situation.
Well, I'm just glad to see this team play because there are so many great players. The team has had so much success this season, and to think they're just 2 wins away from winning the World Series, I mean, this is just absolutely phenomenal.
Okay, well, like I said, congratulations. I'm happy for you, both of you. Rory, are you still going to do Are you still going to do the SC basketball game?
Yes, I'm still going to do that, Sam, and the season starts November 22nd.
Great. So you're not going to get any vacation time, are you?
Not too much, no. just maybe a week or 2.
Okay, guys, onward into the finish.
All right, thanks so much, Sam.
Thanks, Sam.
Nice call from Sam. Let's move on to the home of Santa Anita Racetrack, Arcadia, and Steve is standing by. Hey, Steve.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
All right. Hey, I just a comment. They always complain about people, Barry Bonds being intentionally walked. Last night, didn't they intentionally walk Benji Molina more often?
Right. They walked him intentionally twice his first 2 times up to pitch to Ramon Ortiz with runners on base.
Exactly. So, I don't want to hear more crybabies anymore.
The fans here at Pac Bell Park, the Giants fans, they bring those rubber chickens to the ballpark, and they like to kind of show them off in the stands, and they bring them, meaning that the other team's chicken to pitch to Barry Bonds. But they were chicken last night in what they did. But again, I thought that was sound baseball that Dusty Baker was going with there. I mean, it made a lot of sense to walk Benji those 2 times and face Ortiz, who's never had a hit in a big league game. So
that's right. Yeah. Is it just me, or it seems like more Anaheim fans going to San Francisco to watch a game than the other way around?
Hard to say. There are Anaheim fans here, that's for sure.
I guess the Thundersticks kind of cover up all the San Francisco fans here.
I think you're right. Yeah, there's so much noise and so much red, they don't really stand out.
And I can't believe how quiet the stadium was yesterday. It was, at the Pac Bell.
Yeah, it didn't approach what the Angels have in Anaheim, that's for sure.
It'll be a lot louder, though, tonight, I guarantee you, because they are giving out those Thundersticks to the fans here tonight.
Yeah. Is there any website or anything to see if there's anything like celebrity sighting and the game or something? I know there's a lot of celebrities at the Edison Field. Do you know if there's a photo album of some sort?
I have not heard that there is, no.
Well, Robin Williams and Danny Glover were at the game last night. Those 2 guys are
okay. One last thing I want to talk about is everything is great, but I have one small complaint is that we call this the World Series, and the team who wins is going to be the world champion, and this is same as NBA, where the team who wins the champion will be called the world champion. What happened to the rest of the world? I mean, we're the United States, and we got the league. Yeah, we got the world champion, but it looks like we didn't include the other countries in on this world champion.
The team that wins this series, they're not called world champions, they're called World Series champions. So, obviously you're not competing against baseball teams from other countries. They do that in the Olympics, and there's even some talk that they're not going to have baseball as one of the Olympic sports. That's under debate right now. But the winner of this series is called the World Series champs, not the world champs.
Well, what's being proposed now, possibly a World Cup of baseball, maybe in the next few seasons. They would pit countries against other countries, and that would be great to see because then you could really have a world champion. But the World Series champion, it's Major League Baseball. It's the highest quality of baseball in the world, and I don't care what you may think if you're from Japan or from other countries that have professional baseball. This is the top place to be. That's why all those players come here to prove themselves. So the champion here is the best team in the world as far as I'm concerned.
Gotcha. Okay, but I think I hear that more often in basketball, where the team that wins the NBA championship. They are the world champion or something.
Yeah, I've heard that quite a bit. You're right.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe the World Series. I didn't hear the word series, so maybe that's why. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right,
you guys do a great job.
Thanks a lot, Steve. We're going to take a quick break now. If you'd like to join us, the telephone number is 1-866-570-5522 on AM 1150 Fox Sports and AM 570 KLAC. We're back in a moment.
And now, Bill Walton's tip of the day.
It's the start of a new season, and everyone's got their eye on the best team in the league, Cerritos Infinity. They're one of the fastest-growing Infinity dealerships on the West Coast with an extensive lineup of Infinities. Hey, Cerritos Infinity is where I got my Infinity, and I absolutely love it. Now, here's an impressive stat. Cerritos Infinity has one of the country's largest selections of G35s and all-new M45s. You'll love the new Infinity M45. With its long list of high-tech amenities, it's being called the muscle car with brains, sort of like my game. You'll also love the meticulous customer service at Cerritos Infinity. That's one of the reasons why they sell so many Infinities. In fact, Cerritos Infinity sells more G35s than almost any other dealer. Look, if you're even thinking about a luxury vehicle, let Cerritos Infinity earn your business. They're in the Cerritos Auto Square just off the 605 freeway at the South Street exit. Or visit CerritosInfinity.com. And remember, tell them Bill Walton sent you.
Hey, Stefan, I'm trying to sleep in here. How long are you going to play that harmonica?
A few more minutes, Trey.
I promise. All right, well, I'm hitting the hay. Good night, Stefan. Good night, Stack. Good night, Bo.
Good night, Trey. Good night, Othello. Good night, J-Kid.
Good night, Bo. Good night, Little Penny. Good night, Little Penny.
He's at the library studying for his MCAT.
Oh, well, good night, Mr. Owlback. Good night, Lucius.
Good night, J-Kid. Good night, Bimbo. Good night, Commissioner Stern.
Good night, Commissioner Stern. Good night, Lucius. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
ESPN, the new home of the NBA. Wednesday and Friday nights, starting October 30th.
MJ. Hey, MJ. What's going? Hi, this is Archer from Disco Saturday night on K-Big 104, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out, nobody on. Schoenweiss delivers, and the pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Scott Schoenweiss has a 1-2-3 ninth inning. The Angels pound the Giants in Game 3. 10-4 the final score. Another 16 hits for the Angels in this ball game, and just another halo victory. They've done it again. The Angels lead the World Series 2-1. Final out from last night. This World Series edition of Down in the Dugout is presented by Sprint, where wireless becomes clear. Rory Marcus, Terry Smith, and A. Martinez, live at Pac-Bell Park in San Francisco. We'll go back to the telephones now and head out to Riverside, where Richard has been standing by for a while. How are you, Richard?
Yeah, I'm great. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
Listen, I wanted to tell you that you guys' patience with all the callers that call in is wonderful. You guys let everybody finish everything you're going to say, and that's really nice. Mainly because it's our first time in the World Series, so we're all excited, and it's just an exciting time, so we're all kind of giddy, kind of childlike, you know what I mean?
We understand.
But what I wanted to ask you on top of that was there's another radio host on another TV station or radio station that had mentioned that the Angels during the regular season would win 90 games, and then they went on to win 99. So that was exciting in itself because I've always kind of been let down by them in the past. But the style of baseball that the Angels play, is that the small ball, is that considered a National League style of baseball?
Yeah, I think so. Mike Socia is a National League guy, and in the National League, you'll try and be aggressive. Teams that have some speed, they'll run a little bit. So there are elements of that certainly. I don't know. Obviously, there are some National League teams that like to go with the long ball as well. The Cubs are one that come to mind. With Sammy Sosa and McGriff and some of the guys in in their lineup. But, yeah, there are elements of the National League and the way that Mike Socia manages, and that's why I think he isn't at any type of disadvantage, managing in the National League ballpark in the World Series, because he's accustomed to this, the double switches and, having to have your pitcher bat and things like that. So it's nothing that's catching him or the rest of the Angels staff off guard. And traditionally the National League has been, because of larger ballparks and more of a fastball league, a league where you hit and run some more, where you steal bases. The American League traditionally has smaller ballparks, and as a result, you throw more curveballs, and the guys go for more power. So that's the traditional way of thinking when you break down both leagues.
The other question I had was, with Darren Erstad being a leader of the ball club, does Tim Salmon still carry that leadership role in the clubhouse since he's kind of been there for all those years?
Oh, I think they both do, Richard. It's just that Erstad's a little bit more intense, a little bit more fiery, I guess you could say, and probably more prone to speak up at times in the clubhouse than Salmon is, but they're both leaders in their own right.
Right. Well, listen, I appreciate you guys taking my call, and it's just been a great season, and I look forward to hearing you guys on the radio tonight.
Thank you so much, Richard. All right, let's move on to Fox Hills. Kalani has been waiting. How are you, Kalani?
Hey, aloha, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Aloha, Kalani.
We're doing great.
Okay, great. Listen, you two are probably the best two Angels announcers that we've had. I like the gentleman named Al Connon, who was doing the 86 playoff run and during that time.
Yes, I know Al very well, and was announcer in the Pacific Coast League of the minor leagues at the same time that Al was.
Yeah. Also, I really loved your call of Salmon's home run and Gloss's home run, the 2-1 victory against Minnesota, and then also the 3 outs that Ochoa made. He caught 2 catches, and then Garrett Anderson sliding catch to end it. Those were great calls by was that Roy or was that by Terry?
Yeah, that was Roy.
That was Roy.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That was, the team has given me a lot of opportunities to have some good calls. There are a lot of highlights in this year, and those are some of them, but thanks for mentioning that. Well, I guess he said aloha.
Can't lose it, boy. I speak 4 languages. I speak Hawaiian, Samoan, Japanese, and American. Okay, aloha, guys. Good luck, Angels.
All right, that's a good one. Aloha, Kalani. All right, we'll move to Jeremy now. The note they gave me on Jeremy is that he's driving from San Francisco to Anaheim. Is that right? That seems reversed, Jeremy.
Yeah, I was there last night.
Oh, okay.
Awesome. I drove up on Monday, and I'm on my way back right now. I wish I could have stayed for tonight's game, too. But it was incredible last night.
That was a great game.
Oh, yeah, the Giants fans just were totally silenced after the 7th inning on. Dead silence. It was great. And it was just amazing to see them. They were, in shock. They couldn't believe what was happening.
No, they didn't get much of a chance to cheer there. They had a 1-0 lead, but that was about it. And the Angels really took the crowd right out of the game.
Oh, yeah, it was great for us. I mean, we heard a lot of stuff, because we were our Angel stuff. But it was totally worth driving up, and it was just incredible to see them play, see World Series.
Now, were the fans kind to you, or were they vicious to you?
We heard a lot of living and stuff, but the final score speaks for itself. So
right.
So it was great. I mean, just $10 beers weren't good, but other than that, we had a great time.
How's the drive today? Where are you?
Right now, I'm passing through Pasadena right now. I live in Riverside, so.
Well, you're almost home then.
Oh, yeah, finally, so I can watch the game.
Oh, that's good.
I went to Dusty Baker's high school, too. Riverside Poly.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, so we got the little Giants connection, but, we're Angel fans, so.
Well, he made it to the World Series. That's good enough, right?
Yeah, you might as well give him 1, lose 1. So, all right, well, we're going to win tonight, win tomorrow, and take it home, so.
All right, Jeremy, thanks for the call, and make it home safely.
Oh, thanks.
All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Our telephone number is 1-866-570-KLAC for this special World Series edition of Down in the Dugout on AM 570 KLAC and Fox Sports 1150.
Yeah, Mitsubishi Motors would like to review the small type on one of our competitors' ads promising 0 payments. Yeah, that little type under their big 0 payments. It says until 2003. Wow. 3 whole months. Big whoop. We give you no payments until 2004. That's right. With Mitsubishi, you get 0 interest plus no payments until 2004. And that's not on just a few models. That's on any new Mitsubishi. Like the award-winning Lancer, the sedan rated the best new car under $16,000 by Kipplinger's Personal Finance magazine. All yours and 0 interest plus no payments until 2004, not 2003. You see, it pays to read the small type. One time I didn't, and it cost me a kidney.
Head to your local Mitsubishi retailer and get on board with 0 interest plus no payments till 2004 on any award-winning Mitsubishi. Hurry, this deal ends soon. Important program and credit restrictions apply. Some customers may not qualify. Excludes Eclipse Spider and Outlander. Visit MitsubishiCars.com or call 1-888-MITSU-2003 for details.
Because today you're in a rush. Because today you're not. Because your kids deserve a treat. Because you should treat yourself. There's billions of reasons that bring people to McDonald's, like our desserts, chocolate-dipped cones, McFlurries, and new hot fudge brownie sundaes. A chocolate brownie topped with soft serve, whipped cream, hot fudge, even a cherry. The new hot fudge brownie sundae. McDonald's. Smile.
At participating McDonald's.
Bases are loaded. There's the hot shot to 11-year-old right fielder Smith. Smith relays the ball to Baker. Baker fires to Ellis. Ellis to Purdy. Purdy to Stern. And Stern can cut off that shot. Now that's teamwork. Just one lesson kids learn through the Baseball Tomorrow Fund. A partnership between Major League Baseball and its players that connects kids with baseball and softball programs worldwide. To learn more, visit BaseballTomorrowFund.com.
It's Jamie from Jamie and Danny, and you are listening to the World Series with the Anaheim Angels on KLAC.
This World Series edition of Down in the Dugout is presented by Sprint, where wireless becomes clear. Rory Marcus, Terry Smith, and A. Martinez. We go now to Simi Valley, where Ron is hanging on. Hey, Ron.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, I'm excited for the Angels myself. I've been a baseball fan all my life, and my favorite team is not the Angels. That's my second favorite team. I'm from back east, but I'm really happy.
So who's your favorite team? The Expos?
No, I'm from Rhode Island. I'm a Boston Red Sox fan, and I always will be. In fact, I was sitting in a game in '86 when the Angels beat my Red Sox in Anaheim, and I went home a little disappointed, but I said not too disappointed because, it was the Angels, so but hey, when my team's not there, I root for the Angels. And, I'm really happy, and I want to see them go all the way. In fact, it would be wonderful to see them win at home, but I want to see them sweep them, the Giants. And the reason, and you guys can comment, this is my biggest point that I want to make is I'd like to see all of the media snub Barry Bonds. Yes, he can hit home runs. But he has got an attitude that is not becoming a professional ball player. The media tries to talk to him, and he's always got some little, blankety-blank comments. And, like last night, obviously you guys didn't see it because you were, doing the radio side. But, when he's doing great, if he happens to do great tonight, ignore him. Go talk to the other players on the Giants because he just has an attitude. And, I see that, and I think, he's an embarrassment to his godfather, Really, I mean that's my opinion. He's a good ball player, but he needs to get an attitude adjustment. And I'd be curious to hear what you guys have to say about that.
Well, he doesn't curse, so I think if you're saying that he has a blankety-blank comment as saying 4-letter words, that much is not true. Yeah, well, he's just not a social kind of guy. He doesn't like dealing with people. It's simply the way it works with Barry Bonds. He likes to stay away from as many people as humanly possible.
Yeah, well, I agree. Yeah, when I say, you're right. He doesn't curse. I'll give him that. But what I was saying is he has a smart blank comment to make.
It's an interesting dynamic in the Giants clubhouse. Have you guys seen the Giants clubhouse and the way it's set up? Barry Bonds' locker. He's basically got a wall to himself and a couple of locker spaces, and he's got the gigantic big screen TV on one side a big couch on the other, so it's like a little apartment that he's got there all by himself, and the rest of the team has the rest of the clubhouse.
Yeah, I remember in spring training him coming in by himself. He doesn't take the bus with the rest of the guys. He'll just kind of wander in with a few of his friends around him. I don't know if you want to call it his posse, but he's definitely off on his own.
Yeah, well, then, and then that's, like I said, I think the media should leave him on his own. There's a lot of other good players on the, on the Giants team, and, as well as of course, the Angels, but players like that, there's been a few through, baseball that, kind of have that thing, and, I'd be curious to just see, like tonight, just have that media, just ignore them. Don't even interview them.
Sometimes what happens, Ron, is after he retires and he's been gone for 2 or 3 years, then guys like that start coming around hoping somebody wants to talk to him. That happens, too.
Yeah, well,
all right, thanks a lot.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks, Ron. We're just going to move along now to Moreno Valley, a lovely Rita. Hey, Rita.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. I'm so happy I got through. I've been listening to your radio show, and I thought, oh, gosh, I have things to say. I just think the Angels are absolutely marvelous. I've always been a Dodger fan, and I watched Mike Scioscia when he was playing with the Dodgers, and he's phenomenal. And what he's done with his team is absolutely brilliant. And I've watched them over the years, and I always root for them if I see them playing, but this is just it's just too much. It's really great. My daughter goes to North High School where Adam Kennedy went, and last Friday the football team wore their red T-shirts in honor of him, in which they won their games. Yeah, it was really cool. It was in the paper. And then this Friday, they play Reno Valley High School where Troy Percival went, and that's going to be kind of exciting. I don't know if Reno Valley High School has anything planned, but I thought, wow, that's pretty neat.
That's interesting.
It's very nice that the local around here, everybody's so excited because they have so many people in pro sports, which is great.
Yeah, so, it is great, yeah.
Yeah, I really believe they're going to win. I'd like to see them win in Anaheim, but if they can take it here, that's great.
The sooner the better.
The sooner the better.
If they can win these next two, they'll be happy.
Yeah, so, there was another thing, too. I remember watching, I think it was when they were playing the Yankees. Just the look on Mike Scioscia's face was so precious. It was like it was so angelic. It's like, oh my gosh, we're going to win. But it was such a cute little look on his face. I thought, wow, how proud he must feel in his career.
One of the reasons why they have so many fans, they really have a bunch of guys that you can really like,
Yeah. And even Dusty Baker, I have to say, I watched him as a teenager when he played on the Dodgers. I thought he was wonderful, and I'm really glad. My kids are starting to get a little more interested in baseball. When I watch in the series, my daughter will go out there because she doesn't really watch baseball that much, but now I'm getting her hooked into it. So hopefully we're going to see more baseball fans around here.
That's great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Rita. All right, we thank Rita for that one. Now let's move to Corona. Kevin has been hanging on. Good afternoon, Kevin.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to get in on this and just a couple of quick words. I wanted to say thanks to the Angels for this year. I get kind of tired of people talking about the fair-weathered Angel fans because I'm one of these guys that go all the way back. I'm 42, and I was in the bleachers with 6,000 other people in the days of Roger Repos and Clyde Wright and Dan Ford, Doug DeSenses, and everybody. And when the Dodgers are in the series and winning everything, I just didn't even watch. I've always been an Angels fan, so this has been a long time coming for me, and I'm just having a ball.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kevin, enjoy every moment of this because this is really something special.
Yeah, it really is, and thanks to you guys, and thanks again to the Angels for a great year.
Thank you, Kevin. I think when the Angels win and when they beat the Minnesota Twins, and a lot of that cheering that was going on and fans wanting to stay in the ballpark, it was for players like Roger Repos and Rick Reichard and Dave Chalk and Rudy Mioli. You can go down the list of players that have played there and that fans have come out to watch over the years and still feel a lot of affection for. I think a lot of that cheering was just for the memory of those guys as well as for the greatness of this particular team. We're going to take a break right now, and you can join us here if you'd like to in this special World Series edition of Down in the Dugout. Our telephone number is 1-866-570-KLAC. You're listening to Down in the Dugout on AM 570 KLAC on Fox Sports 1150.
So you asked for a pot roast.
And he brings a game show host,
He's right, ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on?
It's the static. Here. Sprint built the largest all-PCS-enhanced nationwide network, reaching more than 230 million people. So your calls are clear.
It's a fabulous PCS phone with full-color screen. Tell us more, Johnny.
I'm not Johnny.
Okay.
Ma'am, now for $30 a month, you get 300 anytime minutes and unlimited night and weekend minutes.
This luxurious package can be yours.
Okay. And nationwide long distance is included. Every minute, every day.
That's a good deal.
Yep.
Right again.
Thanks for playing.
PCS and Sprint. Clearly a whole new way to look at wireless.
And now only at Sprint stores, get a $100 instant savings on select PCS phones. Preferred credit and in-store purchase and activation required. Service plan requires a 1-year agreement. Activation and termination fees apply. See stores or SprintPCS.com for details.
There's only one pickup that's got the right rammunition to get the job done. The Dodge Ram 1500 Quad Cab. 4 full-size doors, a full-size bed, biggest brakes, and largest standard wheels and tires in the class. And now Ram comes with a $1,500 cash allowance and is backed by our 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. See dealer for a copy of our limited warranty. A deductible applies. Cash allowance offer excludes 2002 models. Brakes, wheels, and tires based on automotive news. Full-size pickup, taps on light-duty models.
Show off your team spirit at Universal Studios Hollywood and get a major Grand Slam deal. Now till November 15th, show your Anaheim team logo and get 1 free admission to Universal with each regular price admission. Plus, get your picture taken with a live rally monkey. So, get your Anaheim logo gear on and buy one, get one free at Universal Studios Hollywood, the world's largest movie studio and theme park. 1 free admission of each full price single day admission of equal or greater value. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Stefan, I'm trying to sleep in here. How long are you going to play that harmonica?
A few more minutes, Trey.
I promise. All right, well, I'm hitting the hay. Good night, Stefan. Good night, Stack. Good night, Bo. Good night, Trey. Good night, Othello. Good night, J-Kid. Good night, Bo. Good night, Little Penny. Good night, Little Penny.
He's at the library studying for his MCAT.
Oh, well, good night, Mr. Owlback. Good night, Lucius.
Good night, J-Kid. Good night, Bimbo. Good night, Commissioner Stern.
Good night, Commissioner Stern.
Good night, Lucius. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
ESPN, the new home of the NBA. Wednesday and Friday night, starting October 30th.
MJ. Hey, MJ. What's going? I'm Michael Jackson. Weekdays 9 to noon, you're listening to the World Series on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC.
Rory Marcus, Terry Smith, and A. Martinez with you live from Pac-Bell Park. If your television is not big screen TV and you want to watch the game somewhere else, you can go to the pond, Terry. That's right. Tonight you can go out and watch Game 4, and then tomorrow night Game 5 of the World Series, and those games will be on the big scoreboards there at the pond. It's $5 per person, and the admission goes to some of the Angels' various charities, the Angels Care, the Angels After School Program, and the Anaheim Boys and Girls Club. So certainly a very worthwhile endeavor, and you can go out there and be surrounded by Angels fans. I'm sure some of them are even bringing their thunder sticks to the pond and their rally monkeys with them, and hopefully there'll be some good crowds out there for the game tonight and also tomorrow night.
Jeff is on his way there right now from Laverne. Jeff, how are you?
Hey guys, I am just I'm awesome actually. I'm on my way to the pond right now. I'm gonna take in the game with my fellow Angel brethren and my dad and my mom and my friends and all of us just Angel lifers that are just wanting to absorb every minute of this that we can. And it's an amazing time in my life right now. My wife is expecting our first son any day now, so every day when I leave my house for the game, I'm wondering if I'm going to get that page that I got to come back and get to the delivery room. So it's a crazy time, but I'm loving every minute of it.
There's a lot going on, but you're a lucky man.
Indeed. I just want to make a couple points. One point, which is just kind of a bone of contention with me, is just after 620 career home runs, has Barry Bonds gotten tired of standing and admiring them yet? I can't believe how many times, and it's every time. And he's hitting runs that, I mean, I'm not going to call it a meaningless home run because, I mean, anytime you score a run in a game, it's big and you're helping your team. But, you know, when you cut an 8-2 score to 8-4 and you stand and watch and take your 6-step swagger towards first base and then trot around the bases, you know, like you've done something that you haven't done 620 times already in your career, you know, it's just a shame. He's so talented, but that's kind of disrespectful of the game, a game that comes so naturally to him. So that's my bone of contention. But other than that, I can't say enough about the offense and the way they get the hits. To me, it's more demoralizing to the other team to get single after single after single than to hit a 3-run home run. And I think that you can tell, and that's what's been the key to this, and the key to the Angels getting into the bullpens early and knocking around the relievers for these teams that they've been playing. So I'm just impressed with that, and I can't wait to watch tonight's game.
You know, when you're talking about Barry Bonds there, it's gotten to the point where everybody in Major League Baseball, a lot of the pitchers that have been victimized by Barry Bonds just say, hey, that's Barry, that's what he does. It's part of his home run shtick. He does it all the time. He does it to everyone. If it had been someone maybe younger, maybe someone who doesn't do that normally, then you're looking at what's this guy doing? Remember when he did that twirl against the Dodgers?
Oh, of course I do.
Yeah, that was maybe taking a little too far. But with Barry Bonds, yeah, you're right. He's hit 613 of them. You would think that maybe he would just do it like Jerry Rice does it when he catches a touchdown pass, just drop the ball in the referee's hands and walk away. But that's Barry, and that's how he's going to do it until his career ends.
No, Jeff, one thing I'll add to that, talking about Barry Bonds, there's no doubt that Barry Bonds is a great player, but he's not a great team player or a great teammate, and that's why, you know, he's had rifts with teammates, specifically with Jeff Ken, and, he and his manager, Dusty Baker, haven't seen eye to eye. And I got to think there are a lot of pitchers on that Giants club that when they see, they like having Barry hit the home runs for them, but I think sometimes they probably get a little bit tired of it out in their own bullpen, watching him maybe show up the opposing pitcher out there on the mound.
Terry, there was a situation this year with Barry Bonds where he said that his pitchers have to protect him. In other words, meaning that if there was a situation where he got hit or got brushed back, he expected his guys to go out there and do the same to the opposing team, and not many of his pitchers were willing to do that.
That's what I was saying, absolutely, yeah.
I'd be really interested to see if anybody ever did a stat showing how often the Giants score runs in the same inning after a Bonds home run. Because I'm guessing it would be low only because the way he acts like his home run has put the capper on something. And I would feel like maybe that would feed off, his teammates would feed off of that, not even knowing they're feeding off of that. And it's like, okay, well, that inning's over. Barry hit his home run.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt he has an air of arrogance about him. I mean, it's very obvious when you're down on the field, even when he's taking batting practice.
Well, he's a tremendous talent, and, you can't take that away from him. It's so hard to root for the guy. And I'm not rooting for him anyway, because I'm an Angels fan, but...
Jeff, thanks for the call, and good luck on the baby.
Hey, thank you very much, guys.
All right, we have to take a break now. This is the World Series edition of Down in the Dugout. We're back in a moment on Fox Sports 1150 and AM 570 KLAC.
Love you, babe. Let's do lunch next time I'm in D.C. Air kiss. Mwah.
What are you doing?
I'm calling my people across the U.S.
Your people?
The America's Choice plan from Verizon Wireless gives you unlimited nationwide long distance and no roaming charges coast to coast on the America's Choice network. Thanks to Verizon Wireless, I'm in the jet set. I've got places to go, people to see. Plus, you'll have 4,000 night and weekend and 1,000 national mobile-to-mobile minutes starting at only $39.99 monthly access. That's Buffy in the Hamptons.
Give me that. Hello? No, it's his friend. Hey, do you know any place with a stuffed bear named Mr. Woogums? Hello? She hung up.
Get your own phone. Buy a Kyocera 2235 phone for only $49.99. Just visit a Verizon Wireless Communications store or call 1-800 to join in.
Guess Buffy doesn't like bears.
My people are not calling your people.
New activation with 2-year agreement required. Activation fee $175 early termination fee. Other charges and restrictions may apply. Service and promotions not available in all areas. Limited time offer while supplies last.
Cerritos Hummer GMC congratulates the Angels and their fans for all the success this season. Cerritos Hummer GMC invites you down to their showroom to see the all-new H2 model Hummer, starting at only $48,800. Experience 0% APR financing for 60 months on select 2003 GMC, Buick, and Pontiac. $16.67 per month for 1,000 finance. Special finance rate in lieu of rebate. Requires above-average credit. Cerritos Hummer in the Cerritos Auto Square, corner of Studebaker and 183rd, a division of Cerritos Pontiac Buick GMC. Call now. 888-237-1143.
Hi, this is Brad Fulmer of the Anaheim Angels. In just a few minutes, I'll be out on the field. But before I go, I want you to take a minute to think about how much more you'd enjoy this game if you were watching it on an amazing surround sound TV or listening to it on the latest souped-up car stereo system. If you want those things, then go where I go, to the good guys. They know more about electronics than I know about baseball. And don't worry, just because they're good, you won't pay more. They have a 60-day low-price guarantee. Go to goodguys.com for a location near you. Good guys, better stuff.
Hey, this is Ellen Kate from Kiss FM, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
The Giants won Game 1 of the World Series 4-3. The Angels took Game 2 11-10. The Angels won Game 3 10-4. Game 4 tonight. Terry and Abe, what do you guys think?
Well, Rory, I'll tell you what, I think the way the Angels are swinging the bats, as I said earlier in the program, about the only way the Giants are going to be able to beat the Angels now is to outscore them, meaning that there's got to be a lot of runs on the Giants side. And I just think, the Angels' bats are so hot right now that, I'd be surprised if they don't win the next 2 games. I really think they're capable of doing that. I think they planted that seed last night. The Giants have to be wondering how are we going to be able to come back against the Angels the way they're hitting the baseball, and I really like the Angels' chances tonight and again tomorrow.
For Kirk Rueter, he's going to have to try and take advantage of the Angels' aggressiveness. Stay on the outside half on each hitter, the lefties and the righties, to try and get him to roll that ball over to each side of the infield. That's the only chance he's got.
The Angels' offense just overwhelms you and discourages you and gets the other team back on their heels a little bit and makes them think, man, they got 4 runs in the 3rd inning. Okay, it's only 4-1. And they come back with 4 more in the 4th inning last night, and all of a sudden it's 8-1, and it really takes the other team out of their game. So if the Angels continue to hit like that, it's going to be very difficult for the Giants. But, of course, Kirk Rueter could shut them down. It was done in Minnesota in Game 1, so he's that same type of pitcher. We'll see if that works tonight for the San Francisco Giants. That's it for Down in the Dugout. When we come back on Angels warm-up, we'll hear from Mickey Hatcher, and we'll hear from Bud Black. Stay tuned after the game for Angels fan wrap-up with Terry Smith taking your calls at 1-866-570-KLAC. Thanks for listening to Down in the Dugout on AM 570 KLAC.
Hello and welcome to Mercedes-Benz of Southern California. Thank you. Did you expect to be censored like that just for saying thank you? No, we're doing that to show that around here things aren't always what you'd expect. That's good point, thank you. But even that is not as unexpected as the value of a Mercedes-Benz C240 sedan. Curb handling, electronic stability program, dual zone climate control, and 8 airbags, all standard. A 42.6-liter V6 engine, 7-speaker stereo system, and a starting price of only $30,565. Did you expect that? No. Care to take advantage of this opportunity to say something nasty? Yes, but several need. Well done.
Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the Mercedes-Benz C240 sedan, which starts at just $30,565, only at your Southern California Mercedes-Benz dealer. MSRP excludes options, taxes, title registration, and dealer prep. Options, model availability, and price may vary. See dealer for details.
A Mercedes-Benz is more affordable than you think. Test drive one today at your nearby Mercedes-Benz dealer. See them on the World Wide Web at mbsocal.com or call 1-800-4Mercedes.
You know, there's one sport that doesn't get a lot of credit. Ping pong. Yep, this is athletic competition at the highest level. I think if I were to put together a ping pong team, let's start with the folks at Alaska Airlines. After all, they go back and forth between the Pacific Northwest and California more than any other airline. If they can do that with a 75-ton jetliner, that puny little ball shouldn't be a challenge.
Alaska Airlines puts all 6 Mexico destinations on sale. Special fares are valid for travel through February 12th, with purchase by October 31st. Visit AlaskaAir.com for complete vacations packages and full details.
This is whacked into left field. Gavin scores. Just another halo is Angels Warm-Up. Get into the game with the latest news from your Anaheim Angels and Major League Baseball.
There goes Bloss. The pitch is lined into right center field. That's in there for a hit, and it's going to roll all the way to the 421 side.
Now, let's go out to the ballpark and welcome the voices of your Anaheim Angels, Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
We're live at Pac-Bell Park in San Francisco. Happy to have you with us, everybody. It's Game 4 of the World Series tonight, the Anaheim Angels and the San Francisco Giants. I'm Rory Marcus along with Terry Smith. Tonight, the Angels will send a 24-year-old rookie to the mound, John Lackey. He's just 24 today. It's his birthday tonight as he pitches against the Giants. Going for San Francisco will be left-hander Kirk Rueter. The Angels have a 2-1 lead in this World Series. Lackey does not have any decisions, of course, in the series. This is his first start. Same thing with Rueter. The Angels, though, have been packing a wallop lately as they beat the Giants last night 10-4 after beating the Giants in Game 2 11-10. The Giants' one win was a 4-3 victory. That was in Game 1 in Anaheim. If the Angels win this game tonight, you really have to think they're in the driver's seat. If they can get a 3-1 lead, of course, if the Giants win and make it 2-2, then all of a sudden it's a brand new series again, and it's the best 2 out of 3 situation. When we come back, we're going to talk about the Angels' attack with Mickey Hatcher. That's coming up. The Amstel Light pregame show is brought to you by Amstel Light, the beer drinkers' light beer. More coming up in a moment on AM 570 KLAC and the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Talk Radio, AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles, home of the Anaheim Angels.
Wow, it's a perfect weekend, and you're spending the day in the driveway under your car. Well, knowing you, it's been exactly 3,000 miles since you did the last oil change on that baby. Glad to see you care enough to use Chevron Supreme Multi-Grade Motor Oil. Its anti-wear formula reduces the heat and friction that can damage the engine. And it's formulated with Isosyn base oil for extra oxidation protection. What a combination. You, your car, Chevron Supreme Motor Oil, and a ball game on the radio.
Sure, there's a lot of talk out there, but Phil Donahue makes you think. Donahue, weeknights, 8-7 Central on MSNBC. This month, Republican Senator Orrin Hatch on why he thinks we should go to war in Iraq. Plus, controversial filmmaker Michael Moore in a live town hall meeting. Encouraging folks to think for themselves. And actress Gina Davis on her new crusade for women's rights. When you think newsmakers, think Donahue. Weeknights, 8-7 Central on America's News Channel, MSNBC. When it comes to high-volume printing, copying, and scanning, maybe you ought to hightail it over to look at Rico. Not to get high and mighty, but Rico's high-volume Officio 1075 printer copier will take your document management to an all-time high. And with copying, printing, and scanning at 75 pages per minute, Rico's high-volume experts will make you high man on the totem pole. Oh, yeah. Tell them I said, hi. Rico, you're gonna go to the top.
Federal college loan rates are now at a 37-year low, which means if you currently have a college loan, it's time to refinance and lock in these record low rates. Call 1-800-2-COLLEGE. Anytime, 24/7. We'll help you lock in a rate as low as 3.5%. At 1-800-2-COLLEGE, you'll be speaking with a college loan professional within 30 seconds. Lower your payment and lock in a rate as low as 3.5%. 1-800-2-COLLEGE. It's your call.
Hi, this is Mark and Kim from the Coast 103 Morning Show.
And you're listening to the World Series on KLAC Los Angeles.
Welcome back to the special World Series edition of the Angels pregame show. I'm Rory Marcus at Pac-Bell Park. We're with Angels hitting coach Mickey Hatcher. 16 hits last night, Mickey. 16 hits in Game 2. The attack has been relentless. You really had the Giants back on their heels.
Well, I tell you, it gets catchy with this club. Right now, they just really want to win bad. I mean, they're really focused. This means a lot to them. They're doing everything they can, studying films. They're going up there, trying to get approaches, trying to do anything they can to manufacture runs right now, and it's great.
You know, just wanting to win and actually winning are two different things. So how do you turn that corner? I know they want to win, but they're working hard, right?
Oh, they definitely are. They know that they have to leave it on the field. They know that they can't make any mistake. They're going to run the bases as hard as anybody can run the bases, and I think that's what's sparking our offense is the guys going from first to third, guys making it happening on the bases. guys getting into scoring position for guys to get up to bat, and they just feed off of that. And these guys are so excited right now. They're happy to be here, and like I said, they want it bad right now, and that's great to look in their eyes and see that.
You can see it when you go in the clubhouse. The mood is not only are they personable and friendly with each other, but it's the best atmosphere I think I've ever been around in a clubhouse.
Well, yeah, you see during the game too, when a guy makes an out, he'll come back, he'll sit down, he'll start talking to a couple guys about the at bat. They're talking baseball right now. They're really into what they're doing. They're into trying to take advantage of this guy out here. They're trying to get an idea of the kind of movement the pitcher has and what they're doing, but they're having fun. And like I said, we have to leave it on the field. If we win or lose and we knew that we gave everything on the field, that's what's important. Also, the big factor we talked about is we cannot afford to make mistakes. This is the biggest games of our careers. Don't make a stupid mistake to let the other team get in it. We've got to keep putting pressure on them, and, man, these guys have been doing it in all the series.
Mickey, you had a 10-run inning in the playoffs. You had an 8-run inning. You had 2 4-run innings last night. It's a relentless kind of attack. Is it something you coach, or is it just the way this team was put together?
Well, it goes back to spring training and what kind of offense we wanted to have, and the sacrifices that a lot of these guys came up. We produced ourselves into a very unselfish team from everybody on this team, all 25 guys. The guys that nobody even hear about, the Palmeros, the Rueters, the Molinas, the Choas right now. Those guys are the big factors. Benji Gill. Well, those guys never get mentioned into this equation, but they're guys that come in and do the job when we need them to. And I mean, it's just great that everybody's just rooting for each other, sacrificing at bats for the team. I think that's one of our big factors right now. Our guys are willing to sacrifice their at bats for the benefit of the team, and those things that have learned to them that's how you win. It's got them to a championship series, and now I think they really believe in it.
Is that why, Mickey, they don't seem to cool off? Sometimes teams will get hot for a week or two, but the Angels seem to just stay hot.
They do. I mean, they battle pitchers. They put the ball in play. I think the last thing on their mind is guys going up there trying to hit home runs. They are really trying to get base hits. They are really trying to hit balls through the infield. They understand the situations of the game, and it's just been very good to just sit back and watch these guys play.
Is it hard now that the series is 2-1? 2 more wins and you're the champions. Is it hard not to want it too fast and then just kind of grasp for those last 2 games?
I want it as fast as we can get it. You don't want this team to get back in it. You want to keep pushing them behind you and keep playing good ball, keep putting pressure on them because, hey, this team can win 3 games just as easy as anybody else. I mean, you've been in situations where the tide has turned, and we can't let that happen, and we just got to go out there, stay focused, and play our game.
And that's why nobody is saying, hey, we're 2 wins away, because you're also 3 losses away from going home, right?
Our motto is, like in every series, we have to win 4 games. No matter how bad it gets, if we were down 3-0, we got to win 4 games to win this thing. So they know that, and they're focused with that, and they've got to play the hardest games that they can ever play, no matter what we had 2 wins in a row. They got to come out and play even harder today, and I think that's what's made these guys a championship team.
We're talking with Angels hitting coach Mickey Hatcher. Now, the game yesterday, that's a big one because, the Giants coming home thought that we were in our home park, we have the advantage here, but the Angels just jumped on them.
They did. I mean, we didn't do anything different that we've done all year. These guys study the films of what the pitcher's going to do. They have a good game plan when they get up there. They play aggressive on the base passes, try to keep the pitching and defense to keep us close and hope that we can have a breakout inning. And it happened 2 innings in a row, so that even made it more exciting for the guys. And, hopefully we can get something going tonight.
And nothing seems to get the team down. For instance, in the 2nd inning, the Angels were a little unlucky when Adam Kennedy's double bounced into the stands. It cost you a run. And then they walked to Molina and they struck out Ortiz. So they get out of what could have been a run-producing inning for the Angels, but it didn't deter you at all.
No, it doesn't. I mean, they come back and, like I say, leaving guys on base, that's a good sign. That means we're doing something. We're putting ourselves in situations to win games. That's important. Sometimes it's not always going to happen, but the more force you put out there on the base pass, the more pressure it puts on that pitcher, and good things sometimes come out of it. And, you know, that's all these guys do is they keep trying to chip away every inning, getting runners on base, in hopes that, you know, we can get them home.
What about tonight, Mickey? Kirk Rueter's a different kind of a pitcher. Not a hard thrower. He's a left-hander. He'll try to get you out with the breaking balls. How do you approach this game?
Well, he's like Moeller a lot for Seattle, studying the films and stuff like that. So, you know, they made some good adjustments against him our last game against Seattle and stuff. So I think these guys are going to get on the plate. They're going to make them throw strikes. They're going to find out what the umpire's strike zone is and go from there. You know, if the umpire's going to give them a little on the outer half, then I'm sure they're going to make adjustments from there. But, you know, they know what he's going to be like because of watching the films. It's just like Moeller.
What's it like in the dugout, Mickey? This must be more fun than you could probably put into words.
It is. I mean, our staff is a very positive staff, so, you know, we make sure we keep going up and down the bench, keeping these guys going, and, you know, they're really into it right now, and that's what they need to be. There's nothing the coaching staff can do right now. We've given them all the factors and everything. This is their time now, and it's their time to go out there and win it, and that's what they're doing right now.
Is this as enjoyable for you as a coach as it was as a player?
I'll tell you what, I keep saying 1988 was the most exciting year that ever happened, and I was a player in that 88 year, but I've never seen so much excitement, especially with our fans at home and with their bangers and the rally monkey and the enthusiasm that's going around in the game. To sit back and watch this, you know, I feel like I'm in there playing again with these guys, and they see the energy that I've got still going up and down the benches, and you know, and giving them high fives and stuff. I mean, this is a great thrill for me, and I'm just excited as when I was playing in '88.
Well, as a Dodger or a Yankee or a couple of other teams, you're sort of expected to be here in October. The Angels have never been in the World Series, and there's a real excitement attached to this.
I think it is, and like I told these guys, you know, in the past, you weren't part of all the bad luck and all the curses that happened. We're here to set our own destiny. You know, we have a new coaching staff. We have a group of players that want to win. They've wanted to be here. They've played to be here. And I said, this is what we go. We don't think about the past. We turn the page. We're making a future out of ourselves, and that's what these guys are doing.
You know, Mickey, as long as this series goes, it's going to seem like just yesterday now. You're going to be out on that number 2 field, number 3 field out in Tempe. It's going to be here before you know it.
You know, I think for these guys, they're going to be excited about getting out there again and doing it. But, yeah, this is the longest they've ever played in the game of baseball. But if you ask them, would they do this any time in their lives, they said, yeah, this is what it's all about. So they've got a taste of it, and now they know how important the season is every day.
Mick, thanks so much. Good luck again.
All right, thank you very much.
Mickey Hatcher, we'll be back in just one moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
It's dinner time, the family's there, but everyone is snoring. They want something new that's big on taste and isn't downright boring. They get on the phone, call Domino's, it'll do it, it's for sure. New buffalo chicken stickers delivered to your door. Right through your door, man! Tender whitey chicken, they really are the bomb. 2 dipping sauces, in no time they'll be gone. Like the father of our country, I cannot tell a lie. New buffalo chicken kickers, they're begging them a try. Give them a try.
Introducing Domino's Pizza Buffalo Chicken Kickers. 10 tender cuts of all white chicken breast with a kick of spicy buffalo flavor baked in. Now when you buy a large 1-topping pizza for $9.99, get an order of dinner steaks free. Add buffalo chicken kickers for $5.99.
New buffalo chicken kickers, yum, good for me and you. Pick up the phone and give a call. Babies are brand new. Brand spanking new.
At the door, it's Domino's Buffalo Chicken Kickers. Limited time only. Prices and terms may vary.
Honey, I'm thinking about taking up a new hobby.
Okay, what is it?
You're going to love this. Woodworking.
Well, that's my hobby.
I know, you have all the tools, so I wouldn't have to buy any.
Oh! Yeah, you would.
Love power tools? The Home Depot has all the best brands like Delta, Ryobi, DeWalt, Stanley, Milwaukee, and more, all at a guaranteed low price. Whether you share them or not is strictly up to you. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
While you're driving around listening to these great historical Anaheim Angels playoff games, head to Wiener Schnitzel to complete your total baseball experience. There you'll find the official hot dog of the Anaheim Angels, just like the ones you get at the stadium, plus the lower the crowd. crack of the bat. But hey, if you're enjoying a Wiener Schnitzel chili dog, you'll hardly notice. And to celebrate the Angels making the postseason, they're selling the classic bratwurst for just 99 cents. Topped with grilled onions and mustard. Only 99 cents. And only at Wiener Schnitzel, the official hot dog of the Angels. Hi, this is Renee Taylor from Hot 92 Jams, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Welcome back to the special World Series edition of the Angels pregame show. I'm Rory Marcus along with Angel pitching coach Bud Black. The pitching, Bud, this hasn't really been a pitcher series, but the Angel pitching has been good enough, and last night you had a nice contribution from Brendan Donnelly and Scott Schoenweiss.
Well, Rory, you've seen good pitching and mediocre pitching and poor pitching all at once. So it seems as though we've pitched well enough to win 2 out of the 3 games. Hopefully that trend will continue, but you're right. Donnelly pitched well last night, so did Schoenweiss, and they gave us 4 zeros at the end of the game, and obviously zeros at the end of the game are very, very important.
And it's a game that you were able to win without using Rueter, without using Frankie Rodriguez, and without using Percy. So combine that with the off day the previous day, and you're in good shape tonight, right?
Well, the guys really are fresh. The off days have helped, and obviously you can't discount the week off between the ALCS and the World Series where the guys really had time to catch their breath and give their arms a good break.
But tell me about Frankie Rodriguez, because we get asked about him all the time. He's just got tremendous stuff. He's been lights out.
Well, Rory, as much as you're asked about him, I'm probably asked about him more. Obviously, he's came on the scene with high expectations from our minor league department, and they've been fulfilled. I mean, he's been phenomenal. Hopefully, and I don't see any reason why not, it won't continue. He's got obviously great talent. He's got great arm. He's got a great fastball. He's got a great breaking ball. The intangibles are there. He's fearless. For me, he's got a nice arm action, a nice delivery. He pitches with a lot of confidence, and I think we're seeing the results of a very talented pitcher.
Is it tempting for you to just say, boy, I'm not going to say a word to this guy? Let's not change a thing.
Well, I haven't said much to him. Obviously, I just want to let him know if he knows how to get to the ballpark.
You'll pick up and take him.
Yeah, but here's a guy that obviously he's had a great season. From AA to AAA and now the big leagues, he's pitched extremely well. And when a guy's going well, you have a tendency to just leave him alone and let him do his thing. And that's what we're doing. I mean, from talking to Mike Butcher and Mike Brumley, our AAA staff, those guys said he was locked in for them. And when he came to us, he was locked in. So we're letting him pitch his game. And the catchers have done a great job with Frankie as well. Both Molina brothers have done an outstanding job of working him through innings and working him through games and knowing how Frankie pitches. So that's been a big plus, too.
John Lackey pitching tonight on his 24th birthday. He has said a couple of days ago that pitching in Game 2, 32 pitches, wouldn't affect him at all tonight.
It shouldn't, Rory. Here again, he had 8 days off before his last game against Minnesota. He usually throws twice in between starts anyway on a regular 5-day rotation. So he gets plenty of work in between starts on a regular basis. So, throwing 2 innings in a 12-day period should not affect him for tonight's ball game.
And Kirk Rueter tonight for the Giants, is this a guy that you tried to jump on early just because he's sort of a breaking ball, finesse type of guy?
Well, he's a guy that we got to make sure that he's in the strike zone. And, his strength is changing speeds and making hitters fish for that ball just off the plate. Not a hard thrower, but he does a good job of mixing in a fastball with a changeup and throwing a little breaking ball, working both sides of the plate, and he feeds off the hitter's aggressiveness. So we got to make sure he's in there throwing strikes.
Well, just on a personal note, it was obviously well publicized that you took yourself out of the running for the Cleveland Indians managerial job. Is it because of what's happening here in Anaheim this season?
Well, my focus over the last, obviously 3 years and on a short-term period over the last month is, trying to get this team in a position to win a championship and doing my part. So, there's speculation out there of me managing, a couple different spots. But I'm leaving the door open in the future. My focus right now is to, help us win games and be here in Anaheim.
This is probably a lot of fun for you, isn't it?
This is outstanding. It doesn't get any better than this. Obviously the greatest thrill is from a player's perspective, it's playing. You know, I was fortunate to do that one time in 85 with Kansas City, but this is the next best thing to it, you know, to be here and watching our guys respond and perform and, you know, giving tips and advice here and there. It's been great.
Well, thanks for the visit. Continued success.
Thanks, Rory. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, brought to you by Geico Auto Insurance.
I love you, Romeo.
I love you, Juliet.
Too bad our families hate each other.
Yeah.
How is Geico able to guarantee my claim repairs and still save me money?
Don't know.
I love you anyway.
All right, then.
We can guarantee claim repairs for as long as you own your car, and you could save 15% on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO.
In history, a few nations stand out for their contributions to world culture. Rome's Colosseum, Greek philosophy, and who could forget Egypt's pyramids? Well, roll over Tutankhamun and tell Aristotle the news. Here comes Holland. The guys over there who created Amstel Light are responsible for brewing a light beer that tastes like real beer. Now, I'm not claiming Amstel Light is the peak of civilization, but it's pretty high on the list. Always satisfying, never watered down. Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer. Imported by Amstel USA, White Plains, New York.
It's the bottom of the ninth. High fly ball. You take off running. Arms stretched out for a diving catch. And the ball lands just outside your glove. Pretty. Because every last muscle in your back, neck, and shoulder is screaming. The Thermacare Heat Wrap. It'll give you 8 hours of heat for powerful relief that goes deep down, so your tight, aching muscles relax. Find Thermacare in the pain reliever aisle, or get a free offer at thermacare.com. Because the fun's in the diving, not in making the catch.
Hello?
Hi, is this the North Point Oceanographic Institute?
Yes, it is.
Do you have shrimp there?
Yes, the Institute has several species of shrimp.
Okay, well, how much would you say 30 of your shrimp cost?
I'm not really sure.
Because right now, at Red Lobster, you can get 30 delicious shrimp for $9.99. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you can mix and match a whole plate full of savory scampi, shrimp pasta, and golden fried shrimp. Do you have anything like that at the Institute?
No.
30 scrumptious shrimp for $9.99. Now at Red Lobster.
I'm KFI's Dr. Laura, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
And welcome back, everybody, to Pac Bell Park. Terry Smith with you as we continue the pregame festivities. The Angels in action in Game 4 of the World Series here against the San Francisco Giants. Time to get into the pitching matchup for Game 4 of the series. And as far as the starting pitcher for San Francisco tonight, they'll send to the mound 31-year-old left-hander Kirk Rueter. 1-1 in the postseason, and 3 postseason starts with a 7.07 ERA. In the background, you can hear the fans here at Pac Bell Park applauding because the greatest moments, the program that was being sponsored around Major League Baseball this season, presented by MasterCard. They are unveiling the 10 greatest moments in the history of the game, and Hank Aaron just made his way out onto the field. Hank Aaron, when he broke Babe Ruth's all-time home run record, when he hit his record-breaking 715th homer, and of course he retired with 755, but the 715 that broke Babe Ruth's all-time Major League career record, voted the second biggest moment in the history of Major League Baseball, and they will be announcing the greatest moment in Major League Baseball history here in just a moment. But back to our pitching matchup. Kirk Rueter will go for the Giants tonight, and he was 14-8 during the regular season, made 33 starts, no complete games, at a 3.23 ERA, but in the postseason, 1-1 in 3 starts with a very high earned run average of 7.07. As far as the last time that Rueter was on the mound in the postseason, he pitched in the National League Championship clincher, the ball game that saw the Giants knock out the St. Louis Cardinals, and that was Game 5 of that National League Championship Series. Rueter was on the mound, did not figure in the decision, but pitched very well. In fact, he pitched 6 shutout innings,
and he walked just one and struck out two in a game that the Giants beat the Cardinals 2-1 to move on to the World Series. In that game 5 of the NLCS, he outdueled Card starter Matt Morris, and Kenny Lofton delivered the game-winning two-out single in the ninth inning to score David Bell and lead the Giants on to the World Series. And now, the greatest moment in baseball history announced. And again, this was voting by fans all across the country this summer. And it was the consecutive games played mark set by Cal Ripken. And Cal has made his way out onto the field to a standing ovation. 2,131 consecutive games, baseball's all-time Ironman, breaking, of course, the record of the Baseball Hall of Famer Lou Gehrig. Mentioning Kirk Rueter, the starter for the Giants tonight, he has faced the Angels in the past, 2-0 lifetime in 2 regular season starts against the Halos. Good earned run average of 1.46, giving up only 2 earned runs in 12 and a third innings against the Angels in the past. Last time he faced the Halos was back in the 2001 season in a ball game right here at Pac-Bell Park, a ball game, of course, in interleague play when the Angels played the Giants last season. And in that start, Rueter gave up just 1 run in 7 innings in a game the Giants won 3-2. In his big league career, Rueter with 109 victories, only 68 defeats, 260 games in the majors, and his lifetime earned run average is 4.07. He's a pitcher that will feature a fastball. He throws a cut fastball. He'll also use a curve, and he has a good changeup, and he's a pitcher that is going to produce ground outs when he's on. He's also a location pitcher, a finesse pitcher, if you will, not overpowering. The fastball will top out at about 86 miles per hour, but he's a guy that relies on pitching to the corners, likes to keep the batters off balance, keep the batters guessing, and when he's able to locate his pitches, and he is a guy that normally throws strikes, he can be tough. He reminds a lot of the Angels players. You heard batting coach Mickey Hatcher talking just a few minutes ago with Rory. Reminds a lot of the Angels of Jamie Moyer, of course, a pitcher the Angels faced a number of times this season with Seattle. So it'll be Kirk Rueter getting the baseball for the San Francisco Giants in Game 4 of the World Series. Angels bench coach Joe Madden on the Giants starting pitcher.
He's, from the Kenny Rogers mold, maybe the Jamie Moyer mold. In regard to the kind of guys we've seen, similar to Hernandez in the sense that we have to go after the borderline pitch that is a ball and not a strike. He wants the hitter to put the ball into play, not the strike. Again, we have to force him over the plate and not lose our patience with this guy. If you lose your patience with a guy like Rueter, before you know it, it's the 5th inning and you've had like 2 hits and a ton of ground ball outs. He's got a little bit of a breaking ball slow. He normally pitches away from hitters. However, with 2 strikes or right-handed guys really have to be aware of him coming inside. Even though it's like 84, 85, you get into the mental habit of looking away so much, all of a sudden 84, 85 can freeze you inside. To the plate, he's quick. He doesn't have an exceptionally good move, but for a left-hander, he's quick to the plate, and that presents a problem in regard to running. He's more of a hit-and-run kind of a guy as opposed to a steal guy.
So, again, you heard from Joe Madden on that scouting report on the starting pitcher for the Giants, the left-hander Kirk Rueter. As far as some of the Angels that have had some success against Rueter in the past, well, Garrett Anderson, lifetime, is batting .333 against him. David Eckstein, 2 for 2 lifetime against Rueter. Sean Wooten is 2 for 2 lifetime against him with a home run. And Alex Ochoa, who faced him a lot when he was playing in the National League, with 7 hits against Rueter lifetime and 24 times up a .292 batting average. Some of the Halos who have struggled against Rueter in the past, Aaron Erstad, lifetime 1 for 6 with a homer. Tim Salmon, lifetime 1 for 6 against him. Scott Spezio, lifetime 2 for 10 against Kirk Rueter. So there you get the scouting report on Rueter. And again, pitcher that when you look at some of his stats, especially in recent years, he's a guy that has certainly put together a lot of wins. He's been a very reliable pitcher for Dusty Baker. He's kind of a favorite of pitching coach Dave Righetti. He's a very quick worker. He throws a lot of ground balls. He's a guy that will sink that fastball. He's gone 14-8 each of the last 2 seasons and has won 14 games on a fairly regular basis for this club. Overall, as I mentioned, 109 victories, 68 defeats. He's a location pitcher, also a guy that seems to do a pretty good job of keeping base runners close. You heard Joe Madden mention that. He has kind of a slide step delivery, so he's pretty tough to run against, a left-hander as well. And he can field his position. He's a guy that is always open to suggestions and kind of feeds off the guidance that he's gotten from his pitching coach, Dave Righetti. He used to get set on the extreme left side of the pitching rubber, and now he sets up on the middle of the rubber and has been getting some better movement on his pitches that way. We are now getting ready tonight for the singing of our national anthem. It'll be sung this evening by Natalie Cole, as she will be performing tonight. Of course, we have the giant U.S. flag that will be unfurled in the outfield. We'll have a flyover as well here at Pac-Bell Park, and the color guard is also out there. And now let's join Natalie Cole with the singing of tonight's national anthem here at Pac-Bell Park in San Francisco. Singing of the national anthem, Natalie Cole, along with a choir here tonight at Pac-Bell Park. We've been talking about the pitching matchup here this evening. The Angels will be sending to the mound 24-year-old right-hander John Lackey, who is celebrating his 24th birthday today. Ironically, finds himself on the hill for Game 4 of the World Series. John, 6'6", 205 pounds, 9-4 with the Angels when he got called up from Salt Lake City. Just had the flyover here. The Rough Raiders, Flying Eagles, as they just went over Pac-Bell Park. Quite a scene. John Lackey in the postseason, a 1-0 record. He's made the 3 postseason appearances. This will be his second start. He did pitch against the Giants on Sunday, went a couple of innings in relief, and when he left after 2 1/3 innings, he had not given up any runs. He left with some runners on base, and both those runners scored, so those runs were tacked on against him. The Angels starter John Lackey says they'll be ready to go tonight despite facing the Giants in relief on Sunday.
Yeah, I'll be fine. I usually throw 2 times in between starts on the side anyway, so I actually only threw about 30 pitches, and I usually throw 40 to 45 on the side, so I probably threw less, actually.
And what about John Lackey and his thoughts tonight pitching on his 24th birthday?
I didn't know all that was going to get out, but yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I was born during the World Series. It's something that I've been doing on my birthday for a lot of years, watching the World Series. It's pretty cool that I'm actually in it, and I'm going to get an opportunity to be playing on it.
So Big John gets the baseball for the Halos. The 24-year-old right-hander will be opposed by the Giants' 31-year-old left-hander, Kirk Rueter. That's another edition of Angels Warm-Up. As always, we hope you've enjoyed it. We do invite you to stay tuned next. Game 4 of the 2002 World Series follows right here on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This has been Angels Warm-Up. Join us before every game for an in-depth look at the game, interviews, scores, and more. Now, stay tuned for exciting Anaheim Angels baseball coming up next.
Because today you're in a rush. Because today you're not. Because your kids deserve a treat. Because you should treat yourself. There's billions of reasons that bring people to McDonald's, like our desserts, chocolate-dipped cones, McFlurries, and new hot fudge brownie sundaes. A chocolate brownie topped with soft serve, whipped cream, hot fudge, even a cherry. The new hot fudge brownie sundae. McDonald's. Smile.
At participating McDonald's.
Nothing from nothing, leave nothing. Zero, zilch, nada. These are the building blocks of a great offer on every new Chevy. Now get 0% APR, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days for qualified buyers on every new 2002 and 2003 Chevy in stock. Length of GMAC finance contract varies by model. See dealer for details. Take delivery by 10/31/02. Nothing from nothing, nothing. 000. It's nothing you'll want to miss. See your Southern California Chevrolet dealer today.
Miss Girl, JetBlue Pilot, 10 o'clock.
Root beer, please.
Receipts taken, Flyboy?
Hi.
I just love a man in uniform. Especially a JetBlue uniform.
But
Oh, those new planes you fly are so sexy.
Yeah, but...
All leather seats, too. I'm so into leather. Plus DirecTV free at every seat. I'm free.
Look, I don't fly for JetBlue. Okay.
Bye-bye. Where does the time go? Yeah, I have a hair appointment. I need to have my cat spayed.
Only JetBlue delivers up to 24 channels of DirecTV programming free at every big leather seat, new planes, and super low fares. JetBlue. It's not the only way to fly, but it should be.
I guess he was kind of cute. Oh, please.
New from JetBlue. Daily service from Long Beach to Oakland and Las Vegas. Check out our lowest fares at JetBlue.com, where you'll save an additional $5 each way when you book by December 31st.
Here's the pitch to Reggie. Swung on, and there it goes. This is number 500. Ground ball to second. This could do it. Wilfong has it. Goes to first. A no-hitter for Mike Kirk. It's Epstein who's going to catch it. The Angels win it. And the Anaheim Angels are the 2002 American League champions for the first time in the history of the Angels. They're going to the World Series.
This Angels game is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers.
Get the feeling. Toyota.
By Craig and Auto Parts.
You can do it. They're here to help.
By Domino's Pizza.
Get the door. It's Domino's.
By Home Depot.
Proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
By Southern California Edison,
where energy conservation is always in season.
By Jack in the Box,
where they don't make it until you order it.
By United California Bank,
where being good to you is being good to us.
And by Panda Express,
real Chinese, real fast.
By AT&T Wireless.
Get into M-Life from AT&T Wireless.
And by Wiener Schnitzel,
America's most wanted hot dog.
Now, let's go out to the ballpark and join the voices of your Angels, Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
We are live at Packville Park in San Francisco. Happy to have you with us, everybody. I'm Rory Marcus, along with Terry Smith. The Angels and the Giants are ready to go as David Eckstein steps into the box to start the ball game for the Angels. Quickly, their lineup: Eckstein, Erstad, and Salmon, Garrett Anderson, Troy Gloss, and Scott Spezio. Then Benji Gill, Benji Molina, and John Lackey. And we're set to go as Kirk Rueter, the left-hander, goes into his windup. The first pitch to Eckstein is taken for a strike. We are underway at Packville Park. No balls, one strike to Eckstein. Rueter into his windup. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's hit foul.
It is 5:40 p.m., 58 degrees. Brought to you by Hotwire. Looking to get more for your travel dollar? Log on to Hotwire for deep discounts on flights, hotel rooms, and car rentals. Hotwire partners with quality travel companies to bring you amazing deals you can't find anywhere else. Eckstein fouls one off. Log on to Hotwire today to see how much you can save on your next trip. David Eckstein in the World Series is 6 for 15. He has a hit in 11 of the 12 postseason games for the Angels, and he has a hit in 9 straight. Kirk Rueter into his windup. The left-hander's 0-2 pitch. Eckstein fouls another one back. Kirk Rueter in the regular season, 14-8, a 3.23 earned run average. He had 33 starts, no complete games. He did give them 203 and 2/3 innings. And a hit per inning, 204 hits. Eckstein takes one inside. It almost hit him. In fact, he thinks it did hit him. But the home plate umpire, Mike Winters, says no. Eckstein took a couple of steps toward first. He thought it grazed his shirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes to David Eckstein. And it may have grazed his shirt. Watching a slow motion replay. There's a ground ball to shortstop. Irelia throws Eckstein out. And there's 1 out in the first inning. The Angels took the crowd out of the game so effectively yesterday. Tonight they seem louder, but it's just if the game is still early, I'm sure. If the Angels can get the Giants down, they might be able to do it again. So with 1 out in the first inning, here is Darren Erstad. Last night, the Angels went down 1-2-3 in the first inning to Levon Hernandez, but wound up winning it 10-4. Erstad is 6 for 16 in the World Series. That's .375. The Angels have 32 hits in the last 2 games. Erstad takes one a little bit outside for ball 1. Kirk Rueter, 31 years old, born in Centralia, Illinois. He lives in a little town called Nashville, Illinois. Here's a 1-0 pitch. That's a fastball inside. 2 balls and no strikes. They acquired him from the Montreal Expos a few years ago. His best season, a 16-9 campaign with the Giants in 1998. 2 balls, no strikes to Erstad. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Darren is taking, and that's in there for a strike. The Giants defensively, Snow at first, Kent at second, Irelia the shortstop, Bell at third. Outfield left to right, Bonds, Lawson, and Sanders. And Benito Santiago doing the catching. 2 balls and 1 strike to Darren Erstad. The pitch by Rueter, breaking ball, grounded to second. Kent has it on the second hop, and he'll get him. 2 up, 2 down for the Angels in the first. And now Tim Salmon stepping in there, hitting .417 in this World Series with a couple of home runs and 5 runs batted in.
Rueter has gotten a couple of ground outs here to start off this game. That's a good sign for him. He is a ground ball pitcher. When he's effective, he'll get a lot of hitters to bounce that sinking fastball into the ground. Salmon is 5 for 12 in the World Series, and he grounds one toward third, fielded behind the bag by Bell. Long throw, scoop by Snow. He didn't get it. Salmon is safe. We'll see how they score that one. And the play was right behind the bag at third base. Bell's throw was in the dirt, and as Snow tried to scoop it out, it kind of snow-coned out of his glove, and that's going to be an error on the third baseman, David Bell. First base runner of the game, Salmon is aboard. And Garrett Anderson at the plate. The last thing Dusty Baker wants the Giants to do is to give the Angels an extra out, the way they've been hitting. Garrett Anderson, 4 for 15 in this World Series. 3 runs batted in. He takes a curveball outside. Ball 1. Last night's game when the Angels scored 10 runs, Giant pitchers walked 8 batters. The Giants also committed a couple of errors. And they also hit a halo batter, so they put on a lot of Angels batters without getting hits, and they paid dearly for it.
1 ball, no strikes to Garrett Anderson. Salmon at first, 2 outs in the first. Rueter delivers. Garrett takes a fastball just off the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. Mike Winters is the home plate umpire. Mike Riley at first. Tim McClellan at second. Jerry Crawford at third.
Angel Hernandez down the left field line. Tim Cheetah down the right field line. And the count 2-0 to Garrett. The pitch, that's outside, ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes. Troy Gloss waiting on deck for Anaheim. The Angels leading the series 2-1. They've assured themselves of no worse than going home for another game if they don't win the next 2 here. There's a strike into Anderson. And it's 3-1. You might hear thundersticks in the background, which you identify with Anaheim, but Major League Baseball handed them out tonight as part of their Memorable Moments program. 3-1 to Garrett Anderson. The pitch is rounded back up the middle. That's into center field. Salmon coming around second. He'll go on to third base. Lawson gets the ball in. Garrett Anderson has a 2-out single, and the Angels have runners on the corners here in the first inning with 2 outs. The error opening the door, and now we'll see if Troy Gloss can kick it in here in the first inning. Gloss has had a good World Series, an excellent postseason as well here in the World Series. 6 for 13, couple of home runs, 3 runs batted in. Hit means a run here in the first inning. Gloss has been swinging a hot bat. He is 6 for 13. That's .462. 2 on, 2 outs. Snow holding Garrett Anderson on at first base. Gloss doesn't go to the right side much. Rueter, the left-hander, delivers. Gloss fouls it off to the right side, 0-1. The Angels trying to get on the board first here in the first inning. They have runners at first and third, 2 outs, an error and a single here in the inning. And Kirk Rueter staring in at Benito Santiago. Here's the stretch. And the 0-1, ground ball right to Kent. The second baseman flips to Irelia, and they retire the side. The Angels are turned aside in the first. No runs, a hit, 1 error and 2 left. After half an inning, the Angels nothing. The Giants coming up on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Southern California. Hall of Famer Ted Williams.
I gotta say this. How lucky I've been in life. I know how lucky I've been in life. More than anybody will ever know. The 2 things I'm proudest of in my life is that I became a Marine pilot. I think that's as great an accomplishment as I did in my life. The other thing, of course, is that I had a good baseball career. And equally as important, equally as satisfying, equally as proud of that I became a member of Baseball Hall of Fame.
Come to Cooperstown to see the career treasures and Hall of Fame plaques of all your heroes. For information, visit us on the web at baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-Hall of Fame. Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. The Baseball Hall of Fame. Your grandparents came here.
A long drive going, and it's a home run for Joe DiMaggio.
Your parents came here.
Here comes Roger Maris in the score, and Takeda pulling the second to go.
Now it's your turn.
It's gone, and Robin Yab has hit successive home runs off Jim.
Cooperstown, New York. A tradition of excellence for 7 decades. Be a part of it. For information, call 1-888-Hall of Fame.
I signed up accidentally, and now I'm going to sit down.
There it is, pal.
GM Certified Used Vehicles. The right way, the right car. Now is the time to get a GM Certified Used Vehicle from a participating Chevrolet, Pontiac, Buick, Oldsmobile, or GMC dealer. All qualified buyers can get 2.9% GMAC financing for up to 36 months on 1997 to 2002 Sunfires and Cavaliers. See your dealer for details and take delivery by October 31st, 2002.
Hey everybody, it's Danny, as in Jamie and Danny from Star 98.7, and you lucky little devil, are listening to the Anaheim Angels in the World Series on KLAC.
Starting lineups are brought to you by Chevron Techron Concentrate Fuel System Cleaner. Add a bottle of Techron Concentrate to your gas tank every 3,000 miles to restore your car's lost power and performance. The lineup for the Giants: Kenny Lofton will lead it off in center. Rich Irelia bats second at short. Jeff Kent at second base hits third. Barry Bonds at left bats fourth. Benito Santiago, the catcher, hits fifth. J.T. Snow at first base bats sixth. Reggie Sanders in right hits seventh. David Bell at third bats eighth. And the pitcher, Kirk Rueter, that's ninth.
And the first pitch to Lofton is taken down low from John Lackey. 1 ball and no strikes. Lofton is just 1 for 12. The Giants obviously need him to get going. When he's on base, things happen. He walked in the first inning last night and wound up scoring a run. And now he's 2-0 as Lackey misses low once again. 2 balls, no strikes. John Lackey, born October 23rd, 1978. So he's 24 tonight. Right-handed all the way, 205 pounds and 6 feet 6 inches tall. Lackey's 2-0 pitch on the way. That's a strike to Lofton, 2-1. John was 9-4 with the Angels this year. Came up late June. He went 8-2 in Salt Lake City. And the pitch to Lofton is grounded foul, first base side, 2 balls, 2 strikes. So combined, 17-6 for John Lackey this year. Angels pitchers in the World Series have done a good job against the top third of the order, Lofton, Irelia, and Kent. Those 3 batters have a total of 7 hits in the first 3 games. Here's a 2-2 pitch. It's chopped towards second base. Tough play. Benji Gill can't get him. He popped that ball past the mound. Lackey couldn't quite reach it. Gill charging it, but Lofton can fly down that line. Benji tried to glove it and flip it out of his glove to first. He actually threw it past Spezio, but it didn't matter. It's an infield single for Kenny Lofton. Just his second hit of the World Series. That brings up Rich Irelia. Irelia is 3 for 14 with a home run and an RBI.
Wouldn't be surprised to see the Giants have something going here with Lofton on at first base. Lackey takes some time because of his size to deliver to the plate. Those long legs and arms, so it takes him a while to get the whole thing going to home plate. Look for Lofton to be on the move, possibly on one of these pitches.
The Giants would really like to get the first score on the board tonight. Lackey looks in. John goes into his stretch, checks Lofton. The pitch to Irelia is bunted foul. Back up over the screen and into the seats behind home plate. The count 0-1 to Rich Irelia. The Angels tonight defensively. Scott Spezio at first, Benji Gill at second base, David Eckstein at short, Troy Gloss at third. Garrett Anderson in left, Aaron Erstad in center, Tim Salmon in right, and Benji Molina behind the plate. No balls and 1 strike to Rich Irelia. He had 10 sacrifice bunts in the NLCS. That was a record. He's had 3 in the World Series. Now he backs out of the box. No balls and 1 strike to him. Lofton at first base. Spezio holding him on. No score here in the bottom of the first inning. Lackey shakes off Molina. Now he's set and his 0-1 pitch. Curveball swung on and missed. Good pitch by John Lackey. He really had Irelia out in front of it.
Yeah, that was a good slow curveball right there.
Lackey jumps ahead. No balls and 2 strikes. On deck is Kent, and of course Bonds is the cleanup man. 0-2 to Rich Irelia. Big hole on the right side with Spezio holding Lofton on. The 0-2 pitch is fouled away at home plate. Count remains no balls, 2 strikes. The Angels coming in here tonight with a 2-1 lead in this World Series, having won 2 games in a row. They lost the first game to the Yankees and won 3 straight. They lost the first game to the Twins and won 4 straight. They lost the first game to San Francisco, and they've won 2 straight. No balls, 2 strikes to Irelia. Lackey's pitch. Fastball hit in the air in the right field. That's going to drop in for a hit. There goes Lofton to third base. The Salmon gets the ball in, but the Giants are in business.
Good job of 2-strike hitting there by Irelia. He just served that ball the opposite way, dropped it in a shallow right field. And he really had to go after that pitch. That pitch was low and away. Would have been a ball. Oh, by far. Lackey threw him a breaking ball that was way outside, but Irelia poked it into right. And now the Giants have runners on the corners with nobody out, and Kent and Bonds coming up.
Jeff Kent, 3 for 13 in this World Series with 1 home run, but you know he can hit. He's hitting .255 in the postseason. Kent steps in there. The Angels back on the infield. They'd like to get a double play. They'd give up a run to get 2 outs. Kent takes the fastball inside. 1 ball and no strikes to the Giants' second baseman. Lackey in a jam right off the bat here in the bottom of the first. He's into his stretch. The 1-0 pitch is hit in the air down the right field line. Salmon chasing, but it slices foul up into the seats. 1 ball and 1 strike. Irelia returns to first base. He's there on a hit. Lawson had an infield hit, so the first 2 Giants to bat in this inning have singles. Now Jeff Kent trying to keep the momentum going for San Francisco. He hit .313 this year. He had 37 home runs, 108 runs batted in. Driven in 100 runs or more 6 straight seasons, which for a middle infielder, a second baseman, those numbers are hard to beat. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lackey delivers to him, and it's fouled straight back, strike 2. 1-2. Kent has had 3 seasons of 30-plus home runs. That's the most ever by a second baseman, tied with Rogers Hornsby. He did it 3 times also. Jeff Kent, a free agent at the end of the World Series. The Giants have not said whether or not they're going to try to re-sign him. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Kent. Runners on the corners. Nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning. The Giants trying to jump on the Angels early here in the first. Another capacity crowd of somewhere between 42 and 43,000, depending on the number of standing room tickets they sold, and it looks like a lot just looking out over there in right field. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Kent, who is standing out of the box now. He looks like he might have something in his eye. Kind of walking away from the batter's circle at the moment. Lackey just waiting for him. The Angels playing Kent deep and straight away. Lackey is set. He goes into his stretch and the 2-2 pitch. Oh, he just missed. A fastball that looked like it caught the outside corner is called ball 3. Wow, how can you take that pitch with 2 strikes? But he got away with it. It's a full count to Jeff Kent. They might be running Irelia. He does not go, and the pitch is swung on and missed. John Lackey threw him a wicked breaking ball, 3-2. Boy, that's pitching. Sure was. That has Kent going back to his dugout, shaking his head. Another slow curveball there. If he lays off that pitch, the bases are loaded for Bonds. Nice breaking ball by Lackey. So 1 out, runners at first and third, and you hear the boos. They're going to walk very intentionally and load him up. That's not a surprise. The Angels will put another man on base, yes, but that also keeps the double play intact, gives them a force play at any base, and takes the bat out of Bond's hands. They don't need any more convincing as far as what Barry can do. Santiago, who's waiting on a deck, a guy that doesn't run very well. He hit in at 19 double plays this season, so Lackey can get him to hit one on the ground, a pretty good chance to get out of the inning. Bases loaded for the Giants. 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. No score. And Benito Santiago at the plate. Santiago is just 2 for 13 in the World Series. Angels looking for a double play on the infield. Lackey sets the pitch to Santiago. Inside with it, ball 1.
Well, it's the 20th pitch thrown by Lackey here in the first inning. He's retired just one hitter. A 241 postseason average for Santiago, but just 154 in the World Series, 2 for 13. He's driven in 1 run. They have the bases loaded. Only 1 out in the bottom of the first. Lackey delivers. Santiago fouls it back. The Angels left 2 men on in the top half of the inning, stranding runners at first and third. It's overcast and gray, a typical Bay Area late October early evening. Temperature in the upper 50s. Just a threat of some drizzles maybe, nothing any more serious than that. 1 ball and 1 strike to Santiago. As Lackey leans in to read Benji Molina. The rookie right-hander sets. The 1-1 pitch is grounded foul behind the Giants dugout. Third base side, and it's 1-2. 2 hits in the inning for the Giants. Lawson and Irelia with singles. Kent struck out. Bonds was intentionally walked. And now Lackey ahead of the count to Santiago. 1-2. The on-deck man is J.T. Snow. Lackey staring in, nods yes to Molina. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We'll pause here 10 seconds for our station to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to the Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Susie Orman, weekdays from 1 to 3 p.m.
Benji Molina goes out to say something to Lackey. Rory Marcus, along with Terry Smith, Darren Chan, our producer-engineer, Frank Raffarelli back at our flagship station, KLAC. Angels starting pitcher John Lackey facing a first-inning crisis. Bases loaded, 1 out. And a 2-2 count to the veteran catcher, Benito Santiago. Lackey ready. He checks the runners. Here he comes, 2-2. It's grounded over the mound. Eckstein steps on second, throws to first, double play! They're out of the inning. They just got Santiago, but they get out of a bases-loaded jam in the first inning with a 6-3 double play. Boy, what a backbreaker that was for San Francisco. For the Giants in the first, no runs, 2 hits. No errors, they leave 2. At the end of 1 inning, no score on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Every day, millions of people in the United States wake up to billions of allergens. Introducing new Clarinex brand of desloratadine tablets. 1 tiny blue pill. Clarinex provides receptor protection to help block histamine. Get 24-hour, non-drowsy relief from your allergy symptoms all day, all night, all year. Side effects are similar to sugar pill, including sore throat, dry mouth, and fatigue. Clarinex is available by prescription only. Call 1-800-CLARINEX or visit clarinex.com for important information. And look for our ad in Health Magazine. Wherever you are, whatever your allergy, talk to your doctor to learn more about new 24-hour Clarinex.
Hi, this is Ben Platt with MLB Radio.
This is Tommy Lasorda. Ben, I've known you for years. In fact, if I were to really express my feelings for you, I would say you are really a pain in the you-know-where.
Tommy, how can you say that about me?
But you may be the guy that even started that interview with Kingman.
What do you mean, Tommy? I was 12 years old.
Hey, Ben, I'm sick and tired. Don't interview me anymore, okay?
The Benny P. interviews exclusively on MLB Radio.
Not your golden retriever.
Now it's a periwinkle retriever. Get games, get tones, get it now. Get 1,000 anytime mobile to mobile and 4,000 night and weekend minutes starting at only $39.99 monthly access. Visit a Verizon Wireless Communications store or call 1-800 to join in.
I hope your landlord's colorblind.
New activation with 2-year agreement required. Activation fee $175 early termination fee. Other charges and restrictions may apply. Service and promotions not available in all areas. Limited time offer while supplies last.
Hi, it's Gil Gross. Morning right here 5 to 9, and you're listening to the Angels on KLAC. A big bottom of the first inning. The Giants had the bases loaded with one out, and Lackey gets the double play ball off the bat of Santiago, so walking Bonds certainly paid off there. Now top of the second inning, Scott Spezio to lead things off for the Angels. Spezio is having a good World Series. He's 4 for 11. He had a big night last night. He takes Rueter's first pitch outside for a ball. 1 ball and no strike. Spezio will be followed by Benji Gill and Benji Molina. And then the pitcher, John Lackey. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Spezio looks at a strike. 1-1. No score, top of the second. Rueter working fairly quickly, comes back to the plate 1-1, and the breaking ball is fouled away out of play. Hey, Angel fans, visit angelsbaseball.com for the best selection of official World Series merchandise. To support your American League champion Angels and dress in style, go to angelsbaseball.com. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Scott Spezio. Rueter delivers 1-2. Spezio takes high and outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Spezio batting right-handed. He's a switch hitter, batting right-handed against the lefty Kirk Rueter. Now the 2-2 on the way is outside. Ball 3. The count is 4, 3-2. Spezio leading off the Angels half of the second. 3-2 pitch. Fouled off to the right out of play. That's back up into the seats.
Giants players like playing behind Kirk Rueter. He's a very quick worker. He'll get a lot of ground balls, so the fielders kind of have to stay in the game with Rueter out there on the mound.
Spezio in the regular season hit .368 against left-handed pitching. And he hits one back over the mound. It's behind second. Fielded by Irelia. He gets him. Good play by Rich Irelia. Not a hard hit ball, but Irelia had to go behind the bag to glove it and then make a good enough throw to get Spezio. 1 out. That brings up Benji Gill. Gill digging himself in, has 1 at-bat in the World Series and 1 hit. In the postseason, he's 5 for 8, so pretty good offensive playoff series for Benji Gill.
Got that hit last night as a pinch hitter. That's been the only pinch hit the Angels have had the entire postseason.
The pitch by Rueter. Gill takes outside for ball 1. Adam Kennedy sitting down tonight with a left-handed starter on the mound, but of course Kennedy and Fulmer and the rest of the guys are available for pinch hitting duty, but Kennedy and Fulmer are not really accustomed to sitting down here during the playoffs. The 1-0 pitch. Gill lines it into right field. He's 2 for 2 in this World Series now. Benji goes the opposite way with a 1-out single. Rueter averaged giving up a hit per inning in the regular season.
Well, he's always around the plate. He throws strikes. He rarely walks people. He had only 54 walks this year in 203 innings. So you know you're going to see hittable pitches.
Now Benji Molina up there with the pitcher, John Lackey, on deck. Molina got his first 2 hits of this World Series yesterday, and he walked 3 times. That was because Ortiz is sitting behind him. The pitch to Molina, a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Benji, I heard your post-game interview with him. He said, yeah, I walked 3 times. It's unbelievable. But if there were a pitcher hitting behind him every night, he'd get a lot more walks.
He might lead the league in walks.
No balls in the strike to Benji. Rueter delivers. Curveball is laced into center field. That's in for a hit. It 1 hops to Lofton. And the Angels have runners at first and second with 1 out. And their pitcher, John Lackey, coming up.
Well, we'll see how the Angels play it here. If they might have Lackey bunting, even with 1 out, try to move the runners up, or if they'll give him a chance to swing away. John Lackey was
a DH and first baseman in junior college, and a very good hitter. He was actually a good power hitter, but he has not had very many at-bats in his professional career and has not had a single at-bat at the major league level.
So Lackey stepping in there. The Giants expect him to bunt. This is his first major league plate appearance. He's around the bunt and takes it, ball one. Throw to second. Gill just got that. Oh, Benji Gill almost got picked off of second base. Trying to get a little head start on what he thought would be a bunt. But when Lackey didn't bunt it, Benji almost was caught. Runners at first and second, one out. 1 ball and no strikes to John Lackey. He swings the bat as though he means business up there. He's around the bunt and takes a strike. Obviously a pretty good pitch. 1-1. One out, 2 on, no score. With Grayson County College in Texas 3 years ago, Lackey hit .428 with 15 home runs. Of course, this isn't Grayson County College. Here's the pitch. Lackey bunts, foul, strike 2.
Well, the problem now in a bunting situation, now he has 2 strikes, but when he was in junior college, he never bunted there either. He was a power hitter. He was hitting home runs.
Rueter's ahead of McCownson, 1-2. 2 men on, 1 out. Top of the second, no score. John Lackey in his first major league plate appearance. And Kirk Rueter looking in. He checks the runners. Lackey swings and fouls it away. He showed bunt, pulled the bat back, and got a pretty good hack at that one. The ball came back and hit Benito Santiago right on the foot. That wasn't a bad swing by Lackey.
He was really choking up.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. The Angels hoping their pitcher can come through with a hit right here in the second inning. Kirk Rueter into his stretch. Here's the 1-2. Ooh, just missed. Ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lackey takes a look down at Ron Renicky to see if he's still bunting here with a 2-2 count. The Angels have Benji Gill at second, Benji Molina at first. Of course, if Lackey hits a ground ball, then the Giants are out of the inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch. He hits one into right. It's a base hit. They're going to have to stop Gill at third as it one-hops directly out to Reggie Sanders. But John Lackey is 1 for 1 in his major league hitting career as he lines a single into right. That's a big, big hit for the Angels.
Well, it sure is. Angels pitchers during the regular season only had a total of 2 hits in the interleague games. Aaron Seeley had 1 and Jared Washburn had 1. And how about Big John? First time up in the big leagues, first plate appearance, gets a World Series hit. They got to take that baseball out of the game.
The Giants had the bases loaded with 1 out in the first inning and did not score. The Angels have the bases loaded in the second inning with 1 out. We'll see what happens to them. David Eckstein at the plate. Rueter delivers, and it's outside and high, ball 1. Right about now, the Giants have to have it going through their mind. My goodness, even the pitcher's getting a hit. The Angels have 4 hits already. They've had 16 in each of the last 2 games. The 1-0 pitch to Eckstein is popped up. Shallow left field. We'll see if they try to score Gill. Lofton calls off Bonds. Here comes Gill. Here comes Lofton. Throw to the plate. He is safe at home. The Angels get the 1-0 lead. Just barely deep enough. Lofton had a little better angle. He and Bonds are talking about it right now. Kenny made the catch and the throw a little bit to the first base side of home plate. Gill slides in safely. So it's a sacrifice fly and an RBI for David Eckstein. The Angels lead 1-0 in the second inning.
Eckstein was tied for second on the club during the regular season in sac flies. Had 8 of them. Led the club in sacrifice bunts. He always does the little things that help you win games. Runners at first and second now with 2 outs, 1 run in. Darren Erstad at the plate for the Angels. Rueter delivers, curveball outside, ball 1. So it's the Angels who get on the scoreboard first tonight with 1 run here in the second. The Angels are 70-24 this year when they score first. 5-0 in the postseason. The 1-0 pitch, Erstad checked his swing, but it's a strike. The World Series is brought to you by Thermacare. Feel the difference between can't and can. 1 ball and 1 strike to Darren Erstad. 2 men on, 2 men out, 1 run in for the Angels. Erstad 6 for 17 in the World Series. Rueter sets the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball is hit back to the mound. Rueter goes to Snow, and that retires the side. But the Angels get on the board, 1 run on 3 hits, no Giant errors, and 2 left. After an inning and a half, the Angels 1, the Giants nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Hi, I'm Derek Cope, race car driver and TV analyst. You've probably heard me talk about Avacor, the revolutionary hair regrowth system that has been successful for most everyone who's used it. Now, listen to what Avacor users have to say about this remarkable treatment.
I am 39 years old. I've been slowly balding over the last 10 years. Thanks to Avacor, my hair is coming back, and I couldn't be more excited.
The best product that I've tried.
Nothing has worked like this product to restore the hair that I had when I was in my 20s. Avacor is the product of the 21st century.
Avacor is safe and effective. It's worked for tens of thousands of satisfied users, including me. Let Avacor work to regrow your hair naturally.
Join the tens of thousands of satisfied Avacor users who have reversed their hair loss. It's guaranteed. Call 800-366-1574. Now you can use Avacor risk-free for 1 full year. It's guaranteed. Call 800-366-1574. That's 800-366-1574. Bases are loaded. There's a hot shot to 11-year-old right fielder Smith. Smith relays the ball to Baker. Baker fires to Ellis. Ellis to Purdy. Purdy to Sternton. And Sternton cut off mascot. Now that's teamwork. Just one lesson kids learn through the Baseball Tomorrow Fund. A partnership between Major League Baseball and its players that connects kids with baseball and softball programs worldwide. To learn more, visit baseballtomorrowfund.com. Your grandparents came here.
The long drive here, it's a home run for Joe DiMaggio.
Your parents came here.
Here comes Roger Maris in the slow end. Zapata puts the second with a double.
Now it's your turn.
Number 3,000 for one of the great players of all time, George Brett.
Cooperstown, New York. A tradition of excellence for 7 decades. Be a part of it. For information, call 1-888-HALL of Fame.
America is more sensitive, but endeavors like our Crying Is Okay workshop and Camp Cuddle have yet to make a difference. But Penny perseveres. She knows that at least one man can learn how to hug.
Is that the waste of energy? You should see what your home is doing. Get Great Stuff Insulating Foam Sealant. It fills the cracks where heat and cold air escape. Look for Great Stuff in the red and yellow can anywhere home improvement products are sold.
Hi, this is Rick Dees in the morning from 102.7 KISS FM, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Thanks, Rick. We go to the bottom of the second inning. J.T. Snow will lead things off for the Giants. Snow has not really been hitting for a big average the last couple of years. Last year he hit 246. This year he came back and hit 246 again. In the series, he's 4 for 11. Lackey's curveball starts him off with a strike, 0-1. Snow followed by Sanders and Bell. Giants batting here in the bottom of the second inning with the Angels ahead 1-0. 0-1 pitch to Snow is low and away. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. JT this year hit 6 home runs, drove in 53 runs in limited action. Well, not really limited. He was playing almost every day. There's a pitch inside for ball 2. 2-1. He did get 422 at bat. Not quite the 625 that Erstad had, but still a good number. 2 balls and 1 strike to Snow. Lackey into his windup. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Hard hit ground ball. Fielded by Spezio. He leads Lackey to the bag. Out number 1. So 1 up, 1 down, and that'll bring on Reggie Sanders. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Anaheim Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Anaheim Angels. Reggie Sanders, 4 for 11 in the series. Stepping in to face John Lackey with 1 out. Giants had the bases loaded with 1 out last inning and did not score. The pitch by Lackey. Sanders takes it down low for a ball. 1-0. Reggie Sanders, veteran. He was swinging a very hot bat in the first 2 games of the series. The 1-0 pitch to him. Takes just off the plate, ball 2. When San Francisco has scored first in the postseason, and they've done it 9 times, they've won 6 of them. They did not score first tonight. The Angels lead it 1-0. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Sanders. That one's fouled back out of play. 2-1. The Giants are hitting .245 in their first 13 games of the postseason. They're scoring about 5 runs per game. Last night they scored 4, but the Angels put a 10 up. 2-1 the count. Sanders waits. Lackey winds and delivers 2-1, and it's swung on and missed. He threw the fastball by him. 2-2. The Giants won their last 8 to conclude the regular season. And they have 8 victories in the postseason. So overall, they've won 16 of their last 21 games. This is not a team that will go easily. 2-2 pitch to Sanders. Breaking ball hit right back up the middle. Nice job of hitting by Sanders. He turns aggressively but holds on. That's the 3rd hit for the Giants already. 1 out, 1 on. And now David Bell stepping in. David Bell represents just the 2nd time in Major League history that a grandfather-grandson combo has homered in the World Series. David Bell's grandpa, Gus Bell, homered in 1961 with the Reds. And the others are Ray Boone and Brett Boone. So David Bell, Gus Bell's grandson, at the plate. He is 2 for 9 in the series. Lackey delivers to him. Bell takes a strike, 0-1. Boy, John Lackey's already given himself one terrific birthday present. His first major league hit in the top half of this inning. He's 24 years old today.
And the other present he got was courtesy of Santiago, grounded into that inning-ending double play with the bases loaded in the bottom of the first last inning.
No balls, 1 strike to David Bell. They're in Game 4 of the World Series, the 2002 World Series at Pac-Bell Park in San Francisco. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Bell. He checked his swing, but it's a strike. Kirk Rueter, the pitcher, is on deck.
That's why Bell's a big batter here. If you can get him out, then 2 outs, you have the pitcher coming up. You certainly expect to get Rueter, although he's not a bad hitting pitcher. He's a good contact man. Doesn't strike out a whole lot.
No balls, 2 strikes to count to Bell. Lackey delivers, and the breaking ball is fouled back. Count remains 0-2. David Bell trying to dig himself in there in the batter's box. Reggie Sanders at first base with 1 out here in the 2nd, and the Angels ahead 1-0. Lackey at the belt, 0-2 to Bell. A broken bat, ground ball to short. Eckstein has only 1 play to first base for the out. Boy, Eckstein and Gloss were coming together toward that ground ball as the barrel of the bat was flying out right at him. Gloss had to kind of sidestep the bat and let Eckstein take the ball. So they get the out at first base. Sanders moves to second. And with 2 outs, it'll bring up the pitcher, Kirk Rueter. Lackey really sawed him off there. Kirk Rueter batting for the first time in this World Series, of course. He's a left-handed thrower and a left-handed batter. Lackey steps off the mound for a moment, looks Sanders back to second base. Rueter in the postseason 0 for 6. But in the regular season, he hit 177. Lackey delivers to him, and Rueter chops one to second. Benji Gill plays it. He's going to have to hurry it, and he just barely got him. Wow, Benji a little nonchalant on that ground ball, and Kirk Rueter just retired at first. The Giants are out in the second. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. And at the end of 2, it's the Angels 1, the Giants nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Hi, I'm Derek Cope, race car driver and TV analyst. You've probably heard me talk about Avacor, the revolutionary hair regrowth system that has been successful for most everyone who's used it. Now, listen to what Avacor users have to say about this remarkable treatment.
I am 39 years old. I've been slowly balding over the last 10 years. Thanks to Avacor, my hair is coming back, and I couldn't be more excited.
The best product that I've tried.
Nothing has worked like this product to restore the hair that I had when I was in my 20s. Avacor is the product of the 21st century.
Avacor is safe and effective. It's worked for tens of thousands of satisfied users, including me. Let Avacor work to regrow your hair naturally.
Join the tens of thousands of satisfied Avacor users who have reversed their hair loss. It's guaranteed. Call 800-366-1574. Now you can use Avacor risk-free for 1 full year. It's guaranteed. Call 800-366-1574. That's 800-366-1574.
Hi, I'm Derek Jeter, and I'd like you to listen to this anti-drug message.
And the 3-2 pitch. Swung on a drill to right field. Going back Sanders. On the track. At the wall. A home run by Derek Jeter. He pumped his fist in the air as he rounded first. He'll hit on third base. He high-fives Willie Randolph and the entire...
If you don't do drugs, you can do great things. This message brought to you by Partnership for Drug-Free America. Visit us at drugfreeamerica.org.
Clearance deals on all remaining O2 Camry Solaris. Hurry, the O3s are coming in. The O2s are moving out at your Toyota dealer today. Get the feeling, Toyota. Special APRs for qualified Tier 1 and Tier 2 credit customers only. Cashback vehicles must be purchased or leased from dealer stock by midnight 10/31/02. Call 1-888-MY-TOYOTA for details and disclosures.
Hi, this is Karen Sharp on Left Side on the Coast and Coast 103.5, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
And we move to the top of the third inning. Rory Marcus along with Terry Smith, Darren Chan, our producer-engineer. 1-0, the Angels leading the Giants. And for the Angels, Tim Salmon starts the third inning. The Angels have left 2 men on in each of the first 2 innings. The first pitch to Tim Salmon, taken outside, ball 1. Salmon, Garrett Anderson, and Troy Gloss facing Kirk Rueter here in the third. Angels have 4 hits, the Giants have 3. Rueter delivers 1-0. Salmon looks at a changeup outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Salmon is 5 for 12 in the series. 22 regular season home runs. And he looks at ball 3. Salmon reached on an error by Bell his first time up. Now Rueter's behind on him, 3-0. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. He takes and it's a strike. Just looking at the clouds, they seem a little darker than they did earlier in the night. It looks like we could get some rain before the night's over. Last night it was drizzly, but nothing would ever threaten the game. Here's the 3-1 to Salmon. Swing and a line drive, base hit into center field. The Angels continue to get their hits. That's 5 in the game already. As the Angels, for the first time tonight, have the leadoff man aboard. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
The Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Dr. Dean Adele, weekdays from 3 to 4 p.m.
Well, it's great to see the great Willie McCovey here tonight. Wearing a Giants hat, sitting up in one of the suites. What a tremendous player and hitter. There's a ground ball by Garrett Anderson to second. Kent goes to second just for one. It was a slowly hit ball. They get the lead out, Salmon at second base. Anderson arrives safely at first, and with one out, it'll bring up Troy Gloss. You were mentioning the Hall of Famer Willie McCovey here. Willie Mays here tonight. Earlier this evening, we saw Hank Aaron, Pete Rose, Cal Ripken Jr. is here. Boy, did Pete Rose get an ovation. Troy Gloss stepping in now. McCovey was so great, they named part of the San Francisco Bay after him. McCovey Cove out in right field. Troy Gloss at the plate, 1 out, 1 on. The pitch by Rueter, taken outside for a ball, 1-0. Troy Gloss, 6 for 14. In the series, 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded out to Kent at second. Anderson at first, 1 out in the third. Kirk Rueter's nickname is Woody, after the character in Toy Story. And he does look like him. He looks a lot like him. The dead ringer for him. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's outside, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Rueter likes the nickname. In fact, he has a Woody doll that he proudly displays in his locker here at Packdale Park in the Giants clubhouse. The count is 2-0 to Gloss. 1 out, 1 on. Garrett Anderson at first base. Snow holding him on. And the pitch. Troy hits a drive into center field. That ball's well hit. Lofton to the warning track. To the wall! He leaps up and it's gone! Home run, Troy Gloss. A 2-run shot. The Angels lead it 3-0. Troy tagged that to a part of the ballpark where it's not easy to hit a home run. That one about, at least 410, you would think. As Troy Gloss hits it out and the Angels are up by 3. That postseason home run for Gloss is 7th. That ties him now with Barry Bonds for the most ever by a player in a single postseason. And Rueter giving up his 5th home run in postseason play this year. He's been hurt by the long ball. So the Angels have jumped on him again. It's 3-0 in the third inning. 7th home run this postseason for Gloss. Now Spezio at the plate with 1 out. Rueter delivers, and Scott hits a line shot to center right at Lofton. 2 down. Benji Gill will be the batter. Gill lined a single into right his first time up. The Angels 3, the Giants nothing here in the third. Well, the Angels right now doing to the Giants just what the Halos did against the Yankees and the Twins. They just never let up. They just keep putting pressure on the other team. 6 hits already for the Angels in the ball game. Benji Gill, 2 for 2 in the series. The pitch by Rueter. He's 3 for 3. Yes, over the glove of Kent and into center field. Benji Gill, a 2-out single, and hit number 7 already for Anaheim. That brings on Benji Molina. That's a big hit for Benji Gill. It enables the Angels not to have Molina lead the inning off next inning. Not that he's a terrible hitter, but he's not very fleet of foot. Molina gets a chance to hit now, and if he gets a hit, then you also get Lackey out of the way. But Lackey is a pretty good hitter himself. 1 for 1 tonight. But here's Benji Molina. Molina singled, and all of a sudden he's hitting 300 in the series. Molina was 0 for 7, then he went 2 for 2 last night, and he's 1 for 1 tonight. A thunder stick got away from one of the fans out in the center field pavilion. And Kenny Lawson has to go get it, so timeout for a moment. They just don't know how to handle their fender sticks here, do they?
They don't make as much noise with them here as they do at Edison Field.
Benji Molina waiting at the plate. Rueter delivers, and the fastball's up high for ball one. 1 ball, no strikes to Molina. At first base is Benji Gill with 2 outs. Angels lead the Giants 3-0 on the home run by Gloss. There's one outside for ball 2 to Benji. 2-0. Kirk Rueter has thrown 53 pitches already. We're only in the third. 2 balls, no strikes. Molina waiting. Rueter looks over at Gill, and the 2-0 delivery popped up right side. Kent going out, Sanders coming in, and the right fielder makes the catch. But the Angels get 2 more runs, 3 hits. They leave 1 at the end of 2.5. Angels 3, the Giants nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Hall of Famer Ted Williams.
I gotta say this. How lucky I've been in life. I know how lucky I've been in life. More than anybody will ever know. The 2 things I'm proudest of in my life is that I became a Marine pilot. I think that's as great an accomplishment as I did in my life. Guilty, of course, that I had a good baseball career, and equally as important, equally as satisfying, equally as proud of that I became a member of Baseball Hall of Fame.
Come to Cooperstown to see the career treasures and Hall of Fame plaques of all your heroes. For information, visit us on the web at baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-Hall of Fame. Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. The Baseball Hall of Fame.
Just to realize how important baseball is to a lot of people, and to see them come in with their kids, and you look around and you see the enthusiasm they have here, and it makes you say, well, hey, baseball been here for 100 years and it's still going strong.
Relive your fondest memories of Brooks Robinson and see his Hall of Fame plaque at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. For more information, visit us on the web at baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-Hall of Fame.
September 6, 1995, with a disappointing glass, or his dance of joy. Did you discover perfection? Did you fix 61 or 62? Was it his touch? His first game on April 8, 1974. What is the most memorable moment? Watch Game 4 of the World Series to find out.
Bottom of the third, top of the order up for the Giants. Angels lead 3-0. Kenny Lawson, Rich Irelia, and Jeff Kent facing John Lackey here in the third. The Giants had a real opportunity to jump on the Angels in the first inning tonight. They had the bases loaded with 1 out. There's a ball to Lawson, but Santiago hit into a double play, and from then on, the Angels have dominated the ball game. 1 ball, no strikes to Kenny Lawson. Still a long way to go, however. Lawson with an infield hit, his first time up, his second hit of the World Series. He swings and rips 1 foul. He hit it hard down the first baseline. Just foul. 1 ball, 1 strike to Lawson. He got out in front of that one and stroked it well. Kenny Lawson, still in great shape at the age of 35. Here's the 1-1 pitch to him. Ground ball to the right side. That's a base hit. Lawson strokes it through the right side. A leadoff single here in the third. So for the second time, he's aboard as the leadoff man. He was having a slow series, offensively until tonight. Now Rich Irelia, who singled to right his first time up. Lawson hit a pretty good pitch from Lackey.
He did. That pitch was dropping low, and he went down and golfed it. Served it into the outfield for a hit.
Rich Irelia, 4 for 15, 1 for 1 tonight. The crowd comes to life now as the Giants get the leadoff man on here in the third. Angels 3, San Francisco nothing. Lackey checks Lawson, delivers to Irelia, and it's in the dirt, ball 1. Molina jumped up and bluffed Lawson back to first. Irelia takes a look down at Sonny Jackson coaching at third. 1-0 the count to him. Angels looking for a double play on the infield. Lackey delivers, and it's up high for ball 2. And now Molina going out to talk to Lackey, who has missed by Fleming on his first 2 pitches. Game 4 of the World Series brought to you by General Motors, where October is the month to get great deals on GMC and Chevy trucks. Two balls and no strikes for the Giants shortstop. Lawson at first base, nobody out here in the third. Lackey, a young man who just does not rattle, checks the runner, and the 2-0 pitch is hit in the air into left center field. He tagged it pretty well. Erstad, he dropped it. He almost had a diving catch. The ball's in for a double. Jaron Erstad went all out for that one, dove on the warning track, and the ball hit him in the heel of the glove.
Well, if Erstad would have held on to that, they'd be talking about that one for a long time. He nearly made a great diving catch on the warning track. But as Rory mentioned, it bounced off the heel of his glove.
Now the Giants have second and third with nobody out. And Jeff Kent at the plate. A chance for the Giants to get right back into it. They have Kent and Bonds coming up. Kent struck out his first time up. The pitch to him is low and away. Last time up, Kent worked the count to 3-2, and Lackey got him with a great breaking ball. Runners at second and third, nobody out here in the third. Lackey delivers, and Kent hits one back to Lackey. Nice play by John to glove the line drive. Through a low line drive, Lackey just put the glove up and caught it. And now with Bonds coming up, you can almost bet he's going to be walked right here. First base is open. There is one out. Last time he was up, they loaded him up with Bonds, and they're going to do it again. Well, it's the percentage play by Socha, walking Bonds intentionally for the second straight time tonight. This will load the bases with one out for Santiago. Last time the Angels did this, Santiago hit into a double play. Of course, Benito, being a proud veteran of the Major League Wars, would like to make the Angels pay for this strategy. We'll see what happens. Bonds takes his equipment off of his arms, holds his bat out, and the bat boy runs out there. It can't be more than about 2 years old.
Well, that's Dusty Baker's son right there.
I think he's 4, actually. One out, and the base is loaded. Benito Santiago at the plate.
Carbon copy of the first inning. Bases were loaded, one out, and Santiago the batter.
Exactly. Santiago grounded his shortstop into a double play last time in this situation. Lackey sets. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt, blocked by Molina. They're talking about Dusty Baker's son. I think his name is Darren. He was sick for game 2. He missed the game. So he was in bed with the flu. When the Giants fell behind, he jumped up out of bed and said, "Mom, the team needs me. Let's go." And she said, "Get back in bed." And he missed game 3 also, but he's back for game 4. 1 ball and no strike. Santiago in his career has 8 Grand Slam home runs. The 1-0 is grounded foul behind third. Ross fields it in foul territory. 1 ball and 1 strike. Santiago must have cracked his bat as he heads back to the dugout to get another one. We'll go back to the line drive that Kent hit in this inning, the batter before Bonds, who was intentionally walked. Talked about it on our World Series preview show earlier this afternoon. John Lackey is like an extra fielder out there on the mound. He can flat out field, and with that long frame of his, it's 6'6". That was some kind of a catch on that liner that he had to reach up and spear. John Lackey with a great amount of poise for a rookie. He's 1-1 to Santiago. Bases loaded, 1 out. Here's the pitch. A ground ball to short. Eckstein to Gill. Gill to Spezio, and they've done it again. A double play on Santiago makes the strategy of walking Bonds look golden. The Angels get out of the inning. The second time the Giants have had the bases loaded and failed to score. No runs for San Francisco. 2 hits. They had second and third, nobody out. No errors and 2 left. At the end of 3, it's the Angels 3, the Giants nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Every day, millions of people in the United States wake up to billions of allergens. Introducing new Clarinex brand of desloratadine tablets. 1 tiny blue pill. Clarinex provides receptor protection to help block histamine. Get 24-hour, non-drowsy relief from your allergy symptoms all day, all night, all year. Side effects are similar to sugar pill, including sore throat, dry mouth, and fatigue. Clarinex is available by prescription only. Call 1-800-CLARINEX or visit clarinex.com for important information. And look for our ad in Health magazines. Wherever you are, whatever your allergy, talk to your doctor to learn more about new 24-hour Clarinex.
So I think every year we come up here, it's a wonderful experience. It's hard to pick one year better than another. I always enjoy coming to Cooperstown.
Relive your fondest memories of Harmon Killebrew and see his Hall of Fame plaque at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. For information, visit baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-HALL-OF-FAME. Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. The Baseball Hall of Fame.
Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs of America are teaming up to give kids a chance to play. Because baseball teaches kids about teamwork. And a team can transform an individual and a community. Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs of America, teaming up to give kids a better future.
This person thought so too, until he tried Hotwire, the site for a better travel deal.
We used Hotwire to get our hotel in San Francisco, which worked out great. Beautiful hotel for about $95 a night.
How many stars was the hotel?
4-star, definitely. It was a really nice place.
And what do you think you would have paid if you'd booked it elsewhere?
Definitely $250 or more. It was beautiful. I've told a number of my friends to use Hotwire, and deals are great.
Another real Hotwire saving story. Take the Hotwire Travel Challenge and find out how much you can save.
I'm KFI's Bill Handel, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Into the 4th inning, 3-0 Angels. For more play-by-play, here's Terry Smith.
All right, thanks, Roy. And the first batter up is John Lackey. The count on John is no balls and 2 strikes. He'll be fouled by the top of the order, David Eckstein and Darren Erstad. 3-0 Halos. We're in the 4th, the pitch, and Lackey takes outside. Well, John Lackey is doing it with his arm. He's already done it with his bat.
first time up in the big leagues here in the World Series, getting a base hit. The 1-2 pitch. And that off-speed pitch misses low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lackey has pitched out of 2 bases loaded, 1 out jams tonight. 2-2 pitch. He smacks one right back to Rueter. He's a good fielder and has easily thrown out. 1 gone on the comebacker. Top of the order now, David Eckstein.
Santiago has had a frustrating night. The Giant catcher White has grounded out the shortstop with the bases loaded, hitting into a double play, and he really smashed his helmet into the wall after that last inning and got back to the dugout.
Eckstein has grounded out and had a sacrifice fly to the first one with 1 batted in. Coming into this game, David has had hits in 11 innings for the 12 postseason games. The pitch. Inside the ball. Not enough for a player of Santiago's stature to know that they're walking bonds to get to him over and over again, and then to hit him with 2 double plays. Now even it's 1-1. Sergeant Bell throws on the run and gets it there in time. Very nicely done by David Bell. He was ready for that. He charged in, fielded the ball, and quickly through and got Eckstein by a couple steps. Didn't fool Bell at all. Eckstein laid a good bunch down, but Bell was right on top of it. Quick out here. Aaron has grounded out to second. He's also bounced one back to the pitcher, Rueter, 0 for 2. First at with a 12-game hitting streak coming into play tonight. The pitch, and he hits one sharply, but right at second. This will be a very quick inning, and the throw by Kirk. Side retired quickly and in order here in the 4th. No runs or hits, no errors, and nobody left. Lackey, who batted in this inning, doesn't have a whole lot of time to relax. He has to head back out there to the mound. Headed to the bottom of the 4th is 3-0 Halos in Game 4 of the 2002 World Series on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Bases are loaded. There's a hot shot to 11-year-old right fielder Smith. Smith relays the ball to Baker. Baker fires to Ellis. Ellis to Purdy. Purdy to Stearns. And Stearns cut off mascot. Now that's teamwork. Just one lesson kids learn through the Baseball Tomorrow Fund. A partnership between Major League Baseball and its players that connects kids with baseball and softball programs worldwide. To learn more, visit baseballtomorrowfund.com.
He excelled as a player, knows his baseball. Now, Brian McRae tackles hard-nosed journalism.
Rex, when you watch this ball club and you watch it from the booth and you're announcing all the ball games, what do you think stands out the most, why this team is so successful, and what have you seen in this stretch that has impressed you?
Mac, wow, your journalist skills have really picked up, and I'm really proud of you.
MLB Radio, the #1 source for baseball talk online.
Real One Superfast makes being a fan easy with exclusive sports, entertainment, news, and more. Real One Superfast is your ticket to the best of the web. Real One Superfast has all the ABC news on demand. World News Tonight with Peter Jennings, Nightline, exclusive interviews with Diane Sawyer and Margot Walters, special segments of 2020, Downtown, Good Morning America, and Primetime, wherever you choose. Real One Superfast, your ultimate online media source. Visit realone.com today.
Or dream about taking off into the wild brown yonder? That's because color matters, my friends. And that's why Ricoh is one of the fastest growing color laser printer manufacturers with the hottest printers, including the phenomenal AP3800 system. Ricoh dependability delivers faster, higher quality color at a greater value. And the competition? Well, they'll be mobbed with envy. Share your ideas with Ricoh Color. Ricoh, dependable, digital.
Hey, this is Michelle Visage from Hot 92 Jansen. You're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Well, J.T. Snow will lead things off for the Giants here in their half of the 4th inning. Second time he's led off the inning tonight. And that's because both times that Santiago has batted, he's grounded into inning-ending double plays. So Snow, who bounced out, ground ball to the first baseman, Scott, will lead off the San Francisco 4th. JT Snow in the World Series, 4 for 12. One of those hits a homer. He's driven in 4 runs. Big John Lackey is ready. Here's the first pitch. And that's in there for a called strike. 0-1 the count. JT Snow not too happy about that call by Mike Winters, the home plate umpire. Snow walking almost all the way out of the batter's circle there in disbelief. In the postseason, he's hitting right at 300. Here's the pitch. And it's a ground ball right to second. Benji Gill eats it up, throws on to first, and it's in plenty of time. 1-0 the Giants' fourth inning. Reggie Sanders will be the next batter. Fans, the Angels Dream Week Fantasy Camp is your chance to play alongside Angels Great for 5 days as you live out your childhood dream to play for the Halos. You're in the lineup every day in your own new style Angels uniform at the team's training site in Tempe, Arizona. For reservations, call 800-888-4376 or visit dreamweek.com. Right-hander against right-hander. Lackey ready, he delivers to Sanders. 0-1 the count. It was a high fastball that Lackey got Sanders to chase, and the scouting report on Sanders is to give him those high fastballs. He has trouble with that pitch. Next delivery, that one is low. Breaking ball missed. Count even, it's 1-1 strike. Lackey 1-0 in the postseason. Start his 4th postseason appearance. It's a 1-1. And that one is low. Now, 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 the count on Reggie Sanders. Giants have David Bell waiting on deck. Great to have you tuned in to Game 4 of the 2002 World Series. Angels leading 3-0. The pitch cut on and fouled back behind home. So the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sanders, a veteran player like so many of these players in the lineup for the Giants. Every single hitter in their lineup. Rueter. 30 years old or older. 2-2. Moved around in his big league career. Giants are the 5th team that he's played with the world champion Diamondbacks last year, but they elected not to re-sign him at the end of the 2001 season. He was a free agent. Giants signed him during the offseason, and Reggie Sanders gave him some pretty good power numbers. Hit 23 home runs this year, 85 runs batted in. 3-2 pitch, and he pops one in the air in the right field. Tim Salmon is under. He'll make the catch. Routine play on that fly ball, and that will be the second out. 2 are gone. David Bell will be the batter.
Let's pause 10 seconds for our station to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to the Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Michael Jackson, weekdays 9 till noon.
2 out, and Bell the batter, the pitch. He lays off one low and away. It's 1 ball, no strike. Lackey has yet to allow a run. He hasn't put any long stretches together of retired batters, but he's working on one now of 3 set down in a row. He's gotten the big outs though tonight with runners on base. Twice.
1 out, and the base is loaded. He got Benito Santiago to hit the ground ball from the first stop. David Eckstein. And both of them ended up being inning ending 6-3 double play ball.
And that one's blowing away, ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes.
Lackey has walked 2, but both of the walks were intentional. He's recorded 1 strikeout. Behind here, 3-0 on ball. Red pitch. And that's a strike on the outside corner. 3-1 the count. When we move on to inning number 5, the Angels will send up Salmon, Anderson, and Lark against the left-hander Kirk Rueter. The 3-1 hard hit foul over on the third base side. So the count runs full. It's now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Angels in this World Series really swinging the bat. This is game 4 of the World Series, and we're only in the 4th inning, and the Angels have already had 48 hits in the World Series, scoring 27 runs right now altogether. The pitch, that one's hit in the air in the left field, chasing is Garrett Anderson, and he'll run it down out there in left center. That will end the inning. So Lackey has his first 1-2-3 inning, and he did a good job there getting Bell. He had fallen behind 3-0 and gets him on the line out. Here in the bottom of the 4th, no runs or hits, there's nobody left. We're moving to the 5th inning as we go. There are 3-0 Halos in Game 4 of the 2002 World Series on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Your grandparents came here.
The long drive going, and it's a home run for Joe DiMaggio.
Your parents came here.
Here comes Roger Maris, hit the score, and Cepeda pulling the second with a double.
Now it's your turn.
It's gone, and Robin Yard has hit successive home runs off Jim.
Cooperstown, New York, a tradition of excellence for 7 decades. Be a part of it. For information, call 1-888-HALL-OF-FAME.
Being inducted in the Hall of Fame is the ultimate after you have a successful major league career. Of course, I took 4 years out for World War II. I joined the Navy 2 days after Pearl Harbor, and I'm very proud to be an American and hope I've been a good one.
Relive your fondest memories of Bob Feller and see his Hall of Fame plaque at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. For more information, visit us on the web at baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-HALL-OF-FAME.
From the Brooklyn Dodgers to the Los Angeles Dodgers, the Milwaukee Braves to the Atlanta Braves, from old school to new school, MLB.com Auctions has got you covered. Whether you're looking for Billy Williams or Bernie Williams, Sparky Anderson or Garrett Anderson, we've got memorabilia of your favorite players from yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So log on now to MLB.com Auctions and get your bids in on signed balls, hats, jerseys, bases, and much, much more. So bid her up and get your season off on the right foot with MLB.com Auctions now.
Rueter has given up 7 hits in 4 innings, touched for 3 runs. He hasn't walked or struck out anyone. He's allowed a home run. Troy Gloss hitting his 7th postseason home run and his 3rd here in the 2002 World Series. So Salmon will lead it off. Tim is 1 for 2 officially. He's been on base safely both times up. He's reached on an error, and he's also had a single. He's done a good job for the Angels here in the postseason. He's hit safely in 8 of the 13 ball games now the Angels have played. So Salmon getting ready to move into the batter's box. 3 runs, 7 hits for the Halos. No runs, 5 hits for San Francisco. Rueter set the first pitch. And that's a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Well, we've talked throughout the World Series about the hot bats the Angels have had here against the Giants. Dusty Baker, the Giants manager, has certainly been impressed. Salmon swings and fouls that one back behind the plate. The count, no balls and 2 strikes. Baker saying after last night's game that hopefully the Angels will hit themselves out. He was talking about how the Angels put the ball in play. They run the bases well. Next pitch, that's high and away, and this is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Dusty Baker saying that most of the Angels players are contact hitters. They don't strike out very often. And that the Angels have a very good lineup as far as he's concerned. 1-2 delivery, that one's inside. And the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gauging by the way the flags are blowing out in right center field, wind might have shifted out a little bit right now. The pitch, that one's outside. So the count runs full. It's 3-2. Rueter had Salmon in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Now the count full. The Giants lefty is set, and the 3-2 pitch. It's a called third strike. Third ball, got him looking. Salmon knew it. He was upset with himself that he didn't swing at that pitch. That was a good breaking ball there. Nipped the inside corner. So the strikeout is the first one for Rueter. He is not a strikeout pitcher. He doesn't throw that hard. He had only 76 strikeouts and just under 204 innings this year. Here's Garrett at the plate, and he pops the ball in the shallow left field. It'll drop in for a base hit. It was over the head of the third baseman Bell, and Bonds had no prayer out there in left field to come in to make the catch. And Garrett has his second hit of the night. He's been on base safely all 3 times up. Well, Garrett Anderson, left-handers pose him no problems at all. He hits well against lefties. So he's a one-out base runner. Now Troy Gloss, who has certainly been a thorn in the side of the Giants in this World Series, will be the batter. Gloss with 3 home runs here in the World Series. And Troy taking his time before getting set in the batter's box. Gloss hitting .467 here in the World Series. Here's the pitch. And he takes that one for a strike. Troy Gloss, no doubt about it, having an MVP-type World Series for the Halos. He has done his job. Rueter is set. Left-hander looks over at first, delivers. Pitch was inside. Down even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Tomorrow, in Game 5 of this World Series, Jared Washburn will oppose Jason Schmidt. It'll be a repeat of Game 1 when those two faced each other, and the Giants didn't win that game. The toss over to first base, Jared back to the bag safely. We were talking about John Lackey pitching tonight on his 24th birthday. When Washburn goes to the mound tomorrow, he'll be pitching on his 4th wedding anniversary. His wife, Perry, is here with him here at Paxell Park, and they'll celebrate their anniversary tomorrow during the day, and then Jared will head to the mound tomorrow evening in Game 5 of the World Series. Here's the pitch, and that one misses. 2 balls and 1 strike. Troy Gloss, the batter. Angels hitting here in the 5th, and leading 3-0. Runner on at first, 1 out. Infield is that double play depth. The outfield playing Gloss straight away. They play him deep. Here's the next pitch, and he chopped the ball to short. Could be 2. Second base for 1. Relay it is. A double play, and that'll end the inning. So the Angels get into a double play for the first time tonight. 6-4-3, the scoring on that inning-ending double play. In the inning, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left. Bottom of the 5th is next. Angels lead it 3-0 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Hi, this is Ben Platt with MLB Radio.
This is Tommy Lasorda. Ben, I've known you for years. In fact, if I were to really express my feelings for you, I would say you are really a pain in the you-know-where.
Tommy, how can you say that about me?
But you may be the guy that even started that interview with Kingman.
What do you mean, Tommy? I was 12 years old.
Hey, Ben, I'm sick and tired. Don't interview me anymore, okay?
The Benny P. interviews exclusively on MLB Radio.
I was 0 for 11, and it was the year that we got Johnny Mize. And I would have fixed my bat up for him. So I'm up there the first time using the bat and pitch it through it high and inside. I duck like that. The ball hit the bat, line drive base hit, and I got 199 after that.
Relive your fondest memories of Phil Rizzuto and see his Hall of Fame plaque at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. Visit us on the web at baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-HALL-OF-FAME.
Hi, I'm Derek Cope, race car driver and TV analyst. You've probably heard me talk about Avacor, the revolutionary hair regrowth system that has been successful for most everyone who's used it. Now, listen to what Avacor users have to say about this remarkable treatment.
I am 39 years old. I've been slowly balding over the last 10 years. Thanks to Avacor, my hair is coming back, and I couldn't be more excited.
The best product that I've tried. Nothing has worked like this product to restore the hair that I had when I was in my 20s. Avacor is the product of the 21st century.
Avacor is safe and effective. It's worked for tens of thousands of satisfied users, including me. Let Avacor work to regrow your hair naturally.
Join the tens of thousands of satisfied Avacor users who have reversed their hair loss. It's guaranteed. Call 800-366-1574. Now you can use Avacor risk-free for 1 full year. It's guaranteed. Call 800-366-1574. That's 800-366-1574.
And we're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
John Lackey has just wrapped up his warm-up process as he gets set to face the Giants here in the bottom of the 5th. Their pitcher, Kirk Rueter, will lead it off. Rueter grounded out his first time up. He's a left-handed batter. Lackey has thrown 67 pitches, 37 strikes, and 30 balls. First pitch on Rueter. That's in there for a called strike. 0-1 the count. Rueter batted .177 this year for the Giants, and he dropped a bunt down but fouls it off. So the count moves to no balls and 2 strikes. Kenny Lofton and Rich Irelia, who Lackey has struggled with, the batters who will follow here in the bottom of the 5th. Lackey entering this 5th inning, having retired the last 4 batters in a row. Next pitch, and that one is fouled off the foot of Rueter, the pitcher, so the count is holding at no balls and 2 strikes. John Lackey, one of a number of rookie pitchers who really gave the Angels a shot in the arm this year. The pitch, that one's low and inside. Fans not liking Lackey coming in that close to Rueter, their pitcher. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. John ready, here's the next pitch. Rueter chops the ball out in front of the plate. Lackey has it, throws, not in time. Boy, that was just a soft dribbler just in front of the batter's circle where the infield grass begins out in front of home plate. Both Molina and Lackey were going after that ball, and it was John Lackey who got to it first. He picked it up barehanded and threw late. He really didn't do anything wrong there. The Angels just weren't able to make a play fast enough on it. Ball shot up in the air after it bounced in front of the plate. So Rueter has a World Series hit, the Giants pitcher. And the Giants have hit number 6 overall. And here's Lofton, who's had 2 of those hits. He's 2 for 2, a couple of singles. The Angels want to make sure they're on the same page here defensively, as Spezio was signaling, and time was called as Lackey stepped off the rubber for a moment. Now he's back on there and delivers on Lofton, who drops the bunt down on the third base side. It's hugging the line, still hugging the line, still hugging the line, and it's a fair ball. Ross decided to pick the ball up. I don't know if he thought the ball had rolled across the line foul, but the home plate umpire, Mike Winters, was watching the whole time. He came running up the third base line from behind home plate. It's a bunt single. Well, when Gloss decided to let that ball roll, the wise thing would have been to just see where the ball was going to eventually land, because he picked it up, and boy, watching the replay, it looked like that ball might have rolled across the line into foul territory, but it had a little bit of backspin on it, and it looked like it might have been shifting directions. That was your true
line hugger right there. So 2 are on with nobody out. And Irelia at the plate, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. It looked like when Gloss picked the ball up, it was just barely touching the line. It had rolled across the line, but he didn't pick it up fast enough because the ball kind of snuck back onto the chalk line. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. One thing about Lackey tonight, he is used to working in situations with runners on base. So far, he's been able to dodge every bullet that has come his way. And he's going to have to dodge some more here with 2 on, nobody out. Irelia with the count 1-1, swings, drills 1 foul to the seats down the left field side. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
This is the first time tonight he's really been unlucky. We'll see how he reacts to it. First and second, nobody out with Irelia, Kent, and Bonds. This is a critical point in the game.
There's no action in the Angels bullpen. Lackey has thrown 76 pitches. Keep in mind, he threw 2 1/3 innings of relief on Sunday, and that was against the Giants in Game 2 of the World Series. That was the game that Kevin Apier started. You might recall Kevin was knocked out early, and Angels had to go to their bullpen early, and Lackey was one of a number of relievers who pitched in that game for the Halos. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count on Irelia, and he asked for time, steps out of the batter's box. 7 hits in the inning. The 2 hits here in the bottom of the 5th have both been infield hits. Any luck at all, Lackey might be working with 2 outs and nobody on instead of 2 on and nobody out. He's ready, the 1-2 pitch. That's a fastball up and in. 2-2 the count. With Irelia wearing the extra padding on his left elbow. After Irelia, it'll be Kent. After Kent, it's Bonds, who's been intentionally walked both times up. 2-2 pitch. Irelia with a liner in the right field. It's going to drop in for a base hit. Rueter, the pitcher, will be waved around. The throw goes to second, a run in. Runners at the corners, nobody out. And the Giants trail it 3-1. 3 straight hits. And Jeff Kent, who struck out and lined out, will be the next batter.
Irelia's 3 for 3 now, and he has hit some pretty good pitches. He's done a good job at the plate tonight. He didn't try to pull it. The pitch was away from him. He just took it to the opposite field. Clean single. And Lackey is really in torment right now as Bud Black goes out to talk to him with Kent and Bonds coming up. Still nobody out. And the way Kirk Rueter has settled down, this is a very critical part of the game for the Angels.
Angels bullpen remains quiet down the right side. Bullpens here at Pac-Bell Park are the open-air bullpens that are in foul territory down both lines. So it's not very far from the Angels' first base dugout to where the pitchers warm up down the right field line in foul territory. But no one warming up right now.
You don't see that very often because they don't want their outfielders running into a mound down there, but that's the way it is.
So here is Kent. Runners at the corners, the pitch. He pops one down the right side foul, and it's going to get back to the seats and out of play. No balls and 1 strike. Irelia, who drove in the Giants' first run here in Game 4 of the World Series, has now driven in 14 runs for them. He is tied with Barry Bonds for their club lead in the postseason in RBIs. 0-1 to count, the pitch. It's popped in the air into fairly shallow right field. Let's see what will happen. Salmon will make the catch. Lofton is going to tag. Throw to the plate is way wide, and it got by Molina. And by the time Lackey backs up and gets it, easily moving up the base is Irelia from first to second. So give Kent a sacrifice fly on it to make it a 3-2 ball game. The Angels lead cut to a run And then there will be the error on the throw that was not cut off back to the infield, enabling Irelia to take second.
Boy, the Angels have been priding themselves on not making mistakes. And that was a huge mistake. Not only did Salmon not get any kind of a running start toward home plate, he was backing up when he caught it on a shallow fly ball. But then I don't know why Benji Molina didn't go after the ball. He just kind of watched it roll by him.
So now Bonds will bat, and he's going to be intentionally walked for the third straight time. So even had the Angels played better defense on the sac fly by Kent, the Angels would have likely done this anyway. Had first base been occupied, they would have likely walked Bonds anyway, and so they're going to get the same situation out of it. And the batter will be the catcher Santiago, who's been up 3 times now with people on base. He's grounded into 2 inning-ending double plays, and he'll bat with 1 out here and runners at first and second. Can Lackey get him to do it again? We'll see.
Boy, you know that Benito is just salivating at getting a third chance here.
Irelia is the tying runner. He's at second. Bonds is on at first. Intentionally walked all 3 times tonight. Here's the pitch on Santiago, and he takes it low for ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Benito Santiago is your classic bad ball hitter. He will swing at anything that's anywhere near the plate. Rarely walks. 1-0 pitch. And he lines one into center field. It's a base hit. Irelia is going to be way home. Erstad's throw to the plate is late. He'll score. We're tied at 3. That time there, Lackey couldn't get Santiago. And he ties up the game with that single to straightaway center.
He's a good veteran ball player. There's only so many times I think you can keep tempting fate. Santiago hit into double plays twice, but the third time was a charm for him.
So the Giants have tied this game up.
And they've exposed one little weakness the Angels have, the arms in the outfield. Neither Salmon nor Erstad made a particularly good throw to home.
Giants have Bonds at second. Santiago on at first. Bonds represents the go-ahead run. Ben Weber is up in the Angels bullpen, and the first pitch misses for a ball on J.T. Snow. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Angels led this game 3-0 going to this 5th inning. We're tied. The pitch. And that one is hit in the air in the right field. Salmon will make the catch, and the runners will hold as Bonds was off the bag at second. He had no chance to tag on that one. Had he been closer to second, he might have been able to advance, but he was about midway to third base when the ball was caught by Tim Salmon. So that'll be the second out. Salmon with a couple of putouts in this inning, and now Reggie Sanders will be the next batter. Sanders is 1 for 2. And he's had a good World Series against the Angels. Had 4 hits, a couple of them home runs. Go-ahead run is on at second. 2 outs. See if Lackey can prevent any further damage here in this inning. The pitch. And that's a strike on the outside corner. 0-1 the count. 3 runs, 9 hits for San Francisco. All the runs in this inning. 3 runs, 8 hits for the Angels. Angels got a run in the second. And scored 2 in the third on a Troy Gloss homer. Time called. Sanders backs out of the box. Lackey has now thrown 89 pitches. Now at the rate it's going now, Lackey might have one more inning left. Infield is back. Sanders taking a lot of time before getting set in the batter's box. And Lackey is ready to come in. Here's the one-strike pitch. A swing and a miss. Gave him a fastball there, and he went after it, so the count 0-2. Well, the first two batters in this inning, Rueter and Lofton, with infield hits. And you look back at how the inning started. They got those infield hits. Both of those batters came in to score. They haven't exactly crushed the ball against Lackey in this inning, but they've scored 3 runs. 0-2 pitch. That's low. Blocked nicely by Benji Molina. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
In the last 2 games, the Angels have won. They've kept Lofton and Irelia really off the bases. But tonight, those 2 players are 6 for 6. That's a big, big difference right there.
One and 2 the count. Sanders again out of the batter's box. He's moving back in. Lackey is looking in for the sign. About ready to deliver the pitch. It's popped in the air into shallow right field. Salmon has a long way to go. Spezio back. It drops foul. Angels a little lucky there because no one caught up to that ball, but it did land foul out where Ben Weber is warming up down in that open air bullpen. We mentioned the bullpens running right alongside the foul lines down both the left and right side. Foul ball. Down 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mentioned Kenny Lofton and Irelia at the top of the order, and they've been real pests tonight for John Lackey in the first 3 games of the World Series. Lofton, their leadoff man, had scored only 1 run. But he's had another run scored tonight, and the Giants are back in this game, having tied it up. 2 on with 2 outs. Game tied at 3. Saw 1-2 pitch. Sanders chops 1 foul on the third base side. So the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. When the Angels come up in inning number 6, it'll be Spezio, Gill, and Molina. When it's all said and done tonight, the bullpens will likely have a big say in the outcome of this game. Lackey is set, working with the count 1-2. The pitch outside and missed. 2-2.
If that's the case, the Angels are set up well. Weber, Rodriguez, and Percival did not work yesterday, and they had the day off before, so those 3 key members of the bullpen are plenty fresh.
Like Scotia said before the game today, that even Brendan Donnelly and Scott Schoenweiss available as well. He felt his bullpen was in very good shape going into this game for the World Series. 2-2. Did he go after that one? Yes, he did. Struck him out. So Sanders swings and misses on a pitch that he tried to foul off, but couldn't get a piece of it. And the inning will end on Lackey's 2nd strikeout. But in the inning, the Giants come up with 3 to tie it. They got 3 runs, and they did it with 4 hits. 1 error in the inning, a walk, and they will leave 2 on. They've stranded 7 in 5 innings. We're headed to the 6th. It's a new ball game. We're tied at 3 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
From the Brooklyn Dodgers to the Los Angeles Dodgers, the Milwaukee Braves to the Atlanta Braves, from old school to new school, MLB.com Auctions has got you covered. Whether you're looking for Billy Williams or Bernie Williams, Sparky Anderson or Garrett Anderson, we've got memorabilia of your favorite players from yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So log on now to MLB.com Auctions and get your bids in on signed balls, hats, jerseys, bases, and much, much more. So bid her up and get your season off on the right foot with MLB.com Auctions now.
Every day, millions of people in the United United States wake up to billions of allergens. Introducing new Clarinex brand of desloratadine tablets. One tiny blue pill. Clarinex provides receptor protection to help block histamine. Get 24-hour, non-drowsy relief from your allergy symptoms all day, all night, all year. Side effects are similar to Sugarpill, including sore throat, dry mouth, and fatigue. Clarinex is available by prescription only. Call 1-800-CLARINEX or visit clarinex.com for important information. And look for our ad in Health Magazine. Wherever you are, whatever your allergy, talk to your doctor to learn more about new 24-hour Clarinex.
Us together on this big adventure. Thanks to plastic, like in our airbag and seatbelt straps, we're a lot safer on the road. Even our windshield is shadow resistant because of plastic, making a big difference to the ordinary. Because we have many more miles to go and a lot more problems to think. I put a lot of faith in plastics to help bring my family back home safe.
How has plastic touched your life? The American Plastics Council. Plastics make it possible. I'm KFI's Dr. Laura, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
First batter up for the Angels as we go to inning number 6 is Scott Spezio. And the first pitch from Rueter is in there for strike one. Scott is 0 for 2 tonight, a ground out and a line out. 3-3, we're in the 6th, and the pitch. That one is outside. Count even 1-1. Spezio hitting .308 in the World Series. He came into play batting .372 overall in the postseason, and he fouls that one back behind the plate. So the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Spezio, Gill, and Benji Molina, the 3 batters against Rueter here in the Angels' 6th inning. Rueter has retired 6 of the last 7 that he's faced. He's in front of ball and 2 strikes on Spezio. The pitch, that's low and away, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. There was an interesting story about Kirk Rueter in today's USA Today newspaper in the sports section. He is from Illinois, resides in Nashville, Illinois. The pitch, line shot, base hit through into center field. A 2-strike single by Scott Spezio keeps up his hot postseason hitting. So the potential go-ahead runner is on base, nobody out. Benji Gill will be the batter. Kirk Rueter, in that article today in the USA Today, in the back of his home in the backyard, and he lives in somewhat a rural area there in Nashville, Illinois. He built what he calls the shed, and it's kind of a community building that he and a lot of his friends and friends of his late father hang out in. Here's a bunt try by Benji Gill, and he fouls it off on the right side, and the count 0 balls and 1 strike. And Rueter has all his sports memorabilia. He's a big sports collector, and he gets things from not only Giant teammates, but players from around the majors, and never bashful to ask for something from some of the big-name players. And he has sports memorabilia from NBA players and NFL and NHL players as well. And the off-season, they hang out there in what they call the shed. Well, that shed is 4,700 square feet inside. That's not too bad.
It's actually bigger than his home. Here's a pitch out. They were thinking that maybe the runner at first base, Spezio, would be on the move. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Infield is playing at a double play depth. We've seen some twin killings in this game. The Angels have hit into 1. The Giants have hit into 2. Rueter delivers. Gill around the bunt and fouls off that bunt try. So he hasn't been able to get the bunt down. That was a very high pitch that he tried to bunt. Nearly impossible to drop that one down in fair territory. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Benji Gill. Benji in the postseason has had one sacrifice bunt. We'll see if the bunt sign is off now with 2 out, with 2 strikes on it, nobody out. So 2-strike pitch. He takes it way outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mike Socia talking before the ballgame about why he decided on Benji Gill tonight and not Adam Kennedy, and he was saying that with the Angels having the bat their pitcher tonight, playing National League rules, that Mike wanted to make sure he got an additional right-handed hitter in the lineup. With the Angels having a couple lefty swingers, Erstad and Anderson, in the lineup against Rueter, he wanted to make sure he had one more right-handed batter in the lineup. And for the most part this season, we've seen the Angels manager go this way, with Adam Kennedy, the fine second baseman for the Angels, sitting against most left-handed starters. 2-2, and Benji Gill fouls that one off, so the count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to the Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570, KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Clark Howard, weekdays from 4 to 7 p.m.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Bezio on at first. We're in the 6th inning in a 3-3 game. The Giants have come back to tie it. Getting 3 on the board in the bottom of the 5th. The pitch. And again, Benji fighting through another pitch, fouling it off. Gill doing what so many of the Angels hitters will do. So difficult to strike out. And they will really wear out pitchers by not only fouling balls off, but putting balls in play. And that's certainly a big part of the battle. If you can put it in play, good things figure to happen. That time he couldn't. He swings and misses, struck him out. So just the second strikeout for Rueter. That one there he really had to work hard for. And with 1 out and 1 on, here's Benji Molina, who's 1 for 2 with a single. There is action for the Giants in their bullpen. And they have a left-hander loosening up. Benji Molina digging in. Chad Zerbe is the lefty that they have working now. Rueter is set, delivers. And that one is high and away. It missed. 87 pitches thrown by Rueter tonight. He's had very good control. He has not walked the batter. Certainly a chance to pull a double play here if Molina hits it on the ground. Here's the pitch. And there is one grounded to the first baseman, Snow. He goes to second, a relay to first in time. And that will end the inning. The pitcher, Rueter, was covering on what ends up as a 3-6-1 double play. So here in the inning, no runs to lead off hit, no errors, and nobody left. We're going to the bottom of the 6th inning. We're tied at 3 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Your grandparents came here.
The long drive, and it's a home run for Joe DiMaggio.
Your parents came here.
Here comes Roger Maris in the slow end. Zapata pulls the second to the double.
Now it's your turn.
Number 3,000 for one of the great players of all time, George Brooks.
Cooperstown, New York. A tradition of excellence for 7 decades. Be a part of it. For information, call 1-888-Hall of Fame.
Hall of Famer Ted Williams.
I gotta say this. How lucky I've been in life. I know how lucky I've been in life. More than anybody will ever know. The 2 things I'm proudest of in my life is that I became a Marine pilot. I think that's as great an accomplishment as I did in my life. The other thing, of course, is that I had a good baseball career, and equally as important, equally as satisfying, equally as proud of, was that I became a member of Baseball Hall of Fame.
Come to Cooperstown to see the career treasures and Hall of Fame plaques of all your heroes. For information, visit us on the web at baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-HALL-OF-FAME. Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. The Baseball Hall of Fame.
Class hotel and all the savings, too. In fact, you can save up to 50% or more. Want to stay at Disney World in Orlando? One customer used Priceline recently and paid only $50 a night for a 3-star hotel right near the park. Another got a 4-star hotel on Michigan Avenue in Chicago for only $100 a night. So next time you want to save money without sacrificing comfort or style, go to Priceline.com.
Hi, this is Karen Sharp from Los Angeles on the Coast and Coast 103.5, and you're listening to The Angels on KLAC.
As we get set to move to the Giants' 6th inning, the bottom of the 6th, we are going to have a pitching change. So Ben Weber will take over for John Lackey. Lackey gave the Angels 5 innings tonight. And in those 5 innings, Lackey ended up surrendering 9 hits and 3 runs. They were all earned. He walked 3. All the walks were intentional walks to Bonds. And he recorded 2 strikeouts. So it's in the hands of the Angels bullpen right now as Ben Weber will take over. At the plate is David Bell, the pitch. And that's in there for a called strike. Weber in the postseason has struggled. This is his 8th game, and the Angels are playing their 13th postseason game. Ben is 0-1 with no saves. All the appearances in relief, 7.50 ERA. Pitcher's chopped foul over by the pitcher Rueter, who's waiting on deck. Now they're hoping that Bell can lead off the inning, getting on base. And if Rueter does that, he would be looking to sacrifice the runner-up. Felix Rodriguez is warming up for them in their bullpen. Here's the 2-strike pitch. That one's low, and the count 1 ball, 2 strikes. So the Angels have placed this game in the hands of the bullpen in a 3-3 ball game. Weber is set. The count 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. And it's fouled off right by the plate. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ben Weber for a brief time was a San Francisco Giant. He was in their system for a couple of years. Played for the AAA club in Fresno for parts of a couple of seasons. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Next pitch, grounded foul over on the left side. So the count stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. After Weber pitched a couple of years in Taipei, he came back to the States, was signed by the Giants. Pitched for the Giants Fresno Farm Club in '99 and part of 2000, and with the Giants for 9 games in that 2000 season, eventually being released. 1-2 pitch. Ball smacked foul on the third base side, so the count is holding at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Don't forget, after Game 4 of the World Series, we will have Angels report, recap of the scoring, some of the play-by-play highlights of this World Series game. We'll also have an interview with one of the stars of the game. We'll hear from Mike Sochi after the game, his post-game news conference. The pitch. That one's whacked in the left field. It is a fair ball. Garrett Anderson cuts it off. Still going for second, though, is Bell. The throw, waiting with the tag, and tagging him out is Gill, and he's out trying to stretch it into 2. Garrett Anderson throws a strike to the second baseman, Benji Gill, who is waiting for Bell to come to him at second, and he was a dead duck. Big break right there. And that's going to change Dusty Baker's thinking now, as Rueter, who is waiting on deck, will be lifted for a pinch hitter. And it'll be Tom Goodwin who will be coming in to pinch hit. So give Bell a single, but then he is gunned down by Garrett Anderson. At second base, the play went 7-4. So they have a hit in the inning, but no base runners, and now an out. And Goodwin will be the batter. In the postseason, Goodwin has had 6 at-bats with no hits, 4 strikeouts. Swings from the left side, the pitch. And that one on Goodwin is low. It's 1 ball and no strikes. 3-3 the score. 10 hits for the Giants. The Angels have had 9. Angels at one time had a 3-0 lead. The pitch is inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Well, Garrett Anderson out there in left field, so steady, so reliable. The 2-0 pitch. That's low again. It's now 3-0. And not a good sign here as Weber has fallen behind Goodwin, who is 0 for 6 in the postseason with 4 strikeouts. The double pump and the 3-0 pitch right down the heart of the plate. That's a called strike. 3-1 the count. Weber working quickly. He delivers the 3-1 pitch, and he walks him. Inside, ball 4. So the pinch hitter Goodwin is on, and now Kenny Lofton will be the batter. He's working on a 3-for-3 night. Lofton, a guy that will take his time. He kind of reminds you a little bit of a Garrett Anderson in that he just slowly walks to the batter's box. No big hurry, and then takes a little extra time before he gets set in the box. Kind of likes to set the pace. Everyone ready now. Weber bluffing the base runner Goodwin over there at first base. So Weber has faced 2 batters since coming in. He's given up a hit and now a walk. But he's also working with 1 out thanks to the fine defensive play by Garrett. And showing signs of bunting, taking that pitch for a strike, is Lofton. It's 0-1. Goodwin, the base runner over there at first base. He has speed. He had 16 stolen bases this year. He was caught only twice. Weber ready. Delivers, and the Angels had a pitch out there thinking something was up. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ross has been playing up a bit at third base, striding against the speed of the batter Lofton, who will drop down a bunt from time to time on that third base side. 3-3 to score. Giants batting here in the 6th inning. 1 out, a runner on at first. Weber again bluffing the runner Goodwin over there at first. Angels took a 1-0 lead in the 2nd inning on a sac fly by David Eckstein. Made it 3-0 in the 3rd on a 2-run homer by Troy Gloss. There goes the runner. The pitch is a strike. The throw to second. It's late. Stolen base. The 1-hop throw to Eckstein, who had to wait for it to get out there. And Goodwin now at second. So now the walk to Goodwin is really starting to look costly as he gets to second base with 1 out by stealing the base. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Lofton. Dusty Baker taking a page out of Mike Socha's book here in this inning with the little ball, the walk, and now the steal of second. The 2-strike delivery outside, 2-2. There have been some times in this postseason where the Angels have felt that Ben Weber has just pitched too cautiously out there on the mound. Instead of challenging hitters, he's been looking to pick at corners. The 2-2 pitch. Lined in the center field. Erstad is breaking back, has a beat. He'll make the catch.
tagging will be a good one, and he will easily move from second to third. So he's there with 2 outs. And now a hot hitter tonight in Irelia will be stepping to the plate. Rich Irelia with 3 for 3 night going, 2 singles, a double. He's also driven in a run and scored a run. Irelia last season had just a fabulous year for the Giants. He had 206 hits last year, but this year he fell off to only 138 hits. This season he had 22 fewer home runs than a year ago. The pitch on him, and he takes a strike, delayed call by the home plate umpire Mike Rueter. One of the reasons for the huge drop-off for Irelia, the fact that he had some elbow problems this season, and he had bone chips removed from his right elbow back in May. Arthroscopic surgery, missed some time, took some time to recover from the surgery. But he's had a pretty good postseason for them. 0-1 pitch, and he lines one. It's caught by the third baseman, Troy Gloss, and that'll end the inning. Gloss jumped up, took it out of midair, and with that big frame, the Angels' big third baseman saved the run right there, and that'll end the inning. So the last 2 batters lined out, but they failed to score a run here in this inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, a runner left at third. 7th inning is coming up. We're tied up at 3 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Bases are loaded. There's a hot shot to 11-year-old right fielder Smith. Smith relays the ball to Baker. Baker fires to Ellis. Ellis to Purdy. Purdy to Sternton. And Sternton cut off Manscott. Now that's teamwork. Just one lesson kids learn through the Baseball Tomorrow Fund. A partnership between Major League Baseball and its players that connects kids with baseball and softball programs worldwide. To learn more, visit baseballtomorrowfund.com.
I was 0 for 11, and it was the year that we got Johnny Mines. And I would have fixed my bat up for him. So I'm up there the first time using the bat, and pitch it through it high and inside. I ducked like that. The ball hit the bat, line drive, base hit, and I got 199 after that.
Relive your fondest memories of Phil Rizzuto and see his Hall of Fame plaque at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. Visit us on the web at baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-HALL-OF-FAME.
Hi, I'm Derek Jeter, and I'd like you to listen to this anti-drug message.
And the 3-2 pitch. Swung on a drill to right field. Going down Stanton. Has a shot at the wall. A home run by Derek Jeter. He pumped his fist in the air as he rounded first. He'll hit on third base. He high-fives Willie Randolph and the entire...
If you don't do drugs, you can do great things. This message brought to you by Partnership for Drug-Free America. Visit us at drugfreeamerica.org.
He excelled as a player, knows his baseball. Now, Brian McRae tackles hard-nosed journalism.
Rex, when you watch this ball club and you watch it from the booth and you're announcing all the ball games, what do you think stands out the most, why this team is so successful, and what have you seen in this stretch that has impressed you?
Mac, wow, your journalist skills have really picked up, and I'm really proud of you.
MLB Radio, the #1 source for baseball talk online.
A picture worth 1,000 words. It's yours for just a few notes. Around $99.
Only Epson prints borderless 4x6, 5x7, and 8x10 ready-to-frame photos. See a demo at your nearest retailer and enter the Epson Image Matters sweepstakes. You could win a Caribbean cruise and more. For a demo schedule and sweepstakes rules, visit Epson.com/win.
Hi, I'm Ellen Kay from Kiss FM. You're listening to the World Series on KLAC. Go Angels!
We get ready to move to the 7th inning. We have a new pitcher on the mound, Felix Rodriguez for the Giants. He gets ready to work in his 4th World Series game. He's appeared in all of them. Pinch hitter at the plate, Orlando Palmeiro. And back with more play-by-play action, here's Rory Marcus.
All right, thanks a lot, Terry. Orlando Palmeiro steps in, a 300 hitter during the regular season. Felix Rodriguez this postseason, 0-1, with a 2.31 earned run average. Salmon beat him with a home run in the 8th in Anaheim. Now we're in the 7th, tied at 3. And the first pitch to Palmeiro is a fastball strike, 0-1. Orlando Palmero, 0 for 3 this postseason.
Frankie Rodriguez warming up for the Angels in the right field bullpen.
Felix Rodriguez leaning in for his side. He'll face Palmero. Then the top of the order. Palmero is batting for Weber. Timeout before Rodriguez delivers as the second base umpire saw something there. He was waving for timeout. I think a baseball might have somehow been behind the backstop, just in front of the backstop. The count, no balls and 1 strike to Orlando Palmero. Palmero had 79 hits this season, 31 runs batted in. Rodriguez works deliberately. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball swung on and missed, strike 2. He throws hard, 95 miles an hour on that one. He threw it by Palmero. The count 0-2 to the Angels pinch hitter.
There wasn't a whole lot of movement on that pitch. It was basically right down the middle, but Orlando a little bit late with the swing.
Eckstein and Erstad to follow. Fulmer available, Kennedy available as pinch hitters. It's 0-2 to Palmero. The pitch by Rodriguez. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He strikes Orlando out on 3 pitches. The Angels' offense has gone a little bit cold. They have not scored since the 3rd inning. We're in a 3-3 tie here in the 7th. 3 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Angels. 3 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error for the Giants. And now David Eckstein stepping in. Eckstein had a sacrifice fly in the 2nd inning. He's 0 for 2. And 6 for 17 in the World Series. Felix Rodriguez in relief of Kirk Rueter. He went 6 innings, gave up 9 hits, 3 runs, all earned. He didn't walk anybody, and he struck out 2. The pitch to Eckstein is in there for a strike. Boy, Rodriguez is throwing strikes. Neither pitcher, neither starter walked anybody intentionally. Lackey walked 3, but they were all intentional walks to Bonds. 0-1 to Eckstein. Rodriguez sets. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Eckstein takes low and outside. The first pitch Rodriguez has missed with. 1-1 the count to him. Erstad on deck, 1 out, nobody on. Top of the 7th inning at chilly Pac Bell Park, but the rain has stayed away. The breeze has picked up, though. It's blowing out toward right field. 1 ball, 1 strike to Eckstein. Rodriguez delivers, and it's in the dirt, bouncing past Santiago. Ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Game 5 of this World Series is tomorrow. Jared Washburn for the Angels, Jason Schmidt for the Giants. A rematch of Game 1, which the Giants won. This is a big game for the Angels. 2 balls and 1 strike to Eckstein. Rodriguez ready. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fastball popped up. Second baseman Jeff Kent waiting for it. He makes the play, and there are 2 down. So with 2 outs, here's Erstad. Erstad has grounded out all 3 times tonight. Hitting .316 now in the series. Guerin batting with 2 outs and nobody on base. Felix Rodriguez has a strikeout on the pop-up in relief here in the 7th inning. Erstad is 6 for 19. Rodriguez looking in. He leans way down when he looks in for the side, then straightens back up to go into a stretch. He delivers inside to Erstad for ball 1. The Angels had a 3-0 lead. They had 1 run in the 2nd and 2 in the 3rd on a 2-run home run by Troy Gloss. But the Giants came back with 3 in the 5th. The starters will not figure in the decision. We're 3-3 here in the 7th. 2 out, nobody on for the Angels in the top half of the 7th. Erstad waits. Rodriguez sets the 1-0 pitch. Ground ball to first base. Snow has it. Snow underhands to Rodriguez covering. And it's a 1-2-3-7. The Angels go down in order. God Bless America about to be performed here in the 7th inning stretch. And I'm looking forward to this one. Dick Bright will play God Bless America solo on the violin. And we'll let you hear it before we go to break.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise and remove your caps. Here now to perform God Bless America, please welcome San Francisco's favorite band leader, Maestro Dick Bright.
We head to the bottom of the 7th on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Hi, I'm Derek Cope, race car driver and TV analyst. You've probably heard me talk about Avacor, the revolutionary hair regrowth system that has been successful for most everyone who's used it. Now, listen to what Avacor users have to say about this remarkable treatment.
I am 39 years old. I've been slowly balding over the last 10 years. Thanks to Avacor, my hair is coming back and I couldn't be more excited.
The best product that I've tried. Nothing has worked like this product to restore the hair that I had when I was in my 20s. Avacor is the product of the 21st century.
Avacor is safe and effective. It's worked for tens of thousands of satisfied users, including me. Let Avacor work to regrow your hair naturally.
Join the tens of thousands of satisfied Avacor users who have reversed their hair loss. It's guaranteed. Call 800-366-1574. Now you can use Avacor risk-free for 1 full year. It's guaranteed. Call 800-366-1574. That's 800-366-1574.
He excelled as a player, knows his baseball. Now, Brian McRae tackles hard-nosed journalism.
Rex, when you watch this ball club and you watch it from the booth and you're announcing all the ball games, what do you think stands out the most, why this team is so successful, and what have you seen in this stretch that has impressed you? Mac, wow, your journalist skills have really picked up, and I'm really proud of you.
MLB Radio, the #1 source for baseball talk online.
Out to 11-year-old right fielder Smith. Smith relays the ball to Baker. Baker fires to Ellis. Ellis to Purdy. Purdy to Stearns. And Stearns cut off mascot. Now that's teamwork. Just one lesson kids learn through the Baseball Tomorrow Fund. A partnership between Major League Baseball and its players that connects kids with baseball and softball programs worldwide. To learn more, visit BaseballTomorrowFund.com. I'm Bill Handel from KFI, and you are listening to the World Series on KLAC. Into the bottom of the 7th inning we go. Rory Marcus along with Terry Smith, Darren Chan, our producer-engineer tonight. The Angels and the Giants tied up at 3. Frankie Rodriguez is in the game for the Angels. He's 5-0 in the postseason. You know his story well, 20 years old, a rookie from Venezuela. The only 5 decisions of his life, all wins and all in the postseason. But here in the bottom of the 7th, it's Kent, then Bonds, then Santiago. Frankie's first pitch. Kent takes a strike on the inside corner. Good fastball from Frankie Rodriguez. No balls, 1 strike. Angels 3, Giants 3, bottom of the 7th. Felix Rodriguez in for the Giants. Frankie Rodriguez in for the Angels. And the 0-1 pitch to Kent. Slider swung on and missed. No balls, 2 strikes. Well, Frankie comes right in, gets a fastball on the black inside corner, and then a wicked slider, which Kent missed as it bounced in the dirt outside of the plate. No balls and 2 strikes. Bonds is on deck. Would they walk Bonds with 1 out and nobody on? Here's the pitch to Kent. Slider outside, ball 1. 1 and 2. Would they walk him with nobody out and 1 man on? They've walked him every time up tonight intentionally. 3 straight. Frankie into his windup. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. A great slider from Rodriguez. Strikes out Kent. 1 out. And let's see what they do with Bonds. They've walked him all 3 times up tonight. It's a 3-3 tie in the 7th inning. They're putting the shift on, so they're going to pitch to him. He has faced Rodriguez once. He scalded a ground ball at Spezio, and they got him out. And the crowd now waiting all night to watch Bonds hit so they get to their feet. And the 20-year-old rookie trying to stare him down delivers a strike with a great slider on the inside corner. And Bonds turns around to Mike Winters and says, that's not a strike. 0-1 the count. Rodriguez comes back to the plate 0-1, and it's low, skipped by Benji Molina. 1 ball and 1 strike. Benji Gill playing very deep out at second base. He's in shallow right field. You don't normally see an infielder playing that deep, but Bonds hits some hard ground balls too. It's not just the ones he hits out of the park. But he's hit 1 out of the park in all 3 games so far. Rodriguez shakes Molina off. Now the 1-1 on the way. Slider just missed, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Have as many flashballs going off after every pitch like you do for the first pitch of the game.
Rodriguez, 2-1 to Bonds. Here comes 2-1. Half swing, strike 2. Frankie has thrown him 4 straight sliders.
Ooh, someone just threw something out onto the field that nearly hit Tim Salmon in right. I don't know what that was.
It's a rubber foam football.
Yep.
Well, at least it wouldn't have hurt him if it hit him. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Barry Bonds. Rodriguez trying to get Bonds here in the bottom of the 7th. Bonds backs out, 1 out, nobody on base. Angels 3, Giants 3. Frankie into his windup. 2-2 pitch is grounded to first. Spezio will take it to the bag himself. So Bonds has faced Frankie Rodriguez twice. Both times he's grounded out to first base. 2 down.
Good job by Frankie. He has to feel good about that.
That brings up Benito Santiago, who, after hitting into 2 double plays tonight, delivered last time up with a line drive single into center field. Boy, quite a game. These 2 teams, very even. The series is 2-1. The game is 3-3. And this one has a lot of tension in it right now. The pitch to Santiago. Slider, outside, ball 1. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Talk Radio, AM 570, KLAC, Los Angeles, home of the Anaheim Angels.
The 1-0 to Santiago in the dirt, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Tim Worrell is getting ready in the bullpen for the Giants. Felix Rodriguez pitched the top of the 7th. Frankie Rodriguez here pitching the bottom of the 7th. And behind on Santiago, 2-0. Santiago is just 3 for 16 in the series. Rodriguez winds. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball, fouled back. 2-1.
Angels have done a lot better job against Santiago than the Cardinals did against him in the NLCS. Santiago was the NLCS MVP batted .300, had a couple of home runs in the National League Championship Series.
2 balls and 1 strike to the Giant catcher with 2 out and nobody on. They pitched to Bonds here in the inning, and he grounded out. The 2-1 pitch, sliders in there, strike 2 called. 2-2. When the Angels hit in the 8th inning, they have Salmon, Anderson, and Gloss due up. And it would be either against Felix Rodriguez or Tim Worrell. Santiago calls time and backs out of there. The count is 2-2. Rodriguez shakes Molina once and delivers 2-2. Sidearm slider fouled back up into the seats. Fans, painting your home has never been easier. You can visit the experts at any of the 50 Southern California Frizzy paint and wall covering locations. They'll help you get the job done right the first time. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 out. Nobody on. The 2-2 pitch hit in the air into left field. It's playable. Garrett Anderson in front of Erskine, and Garrett makes the catch. So Rodriguez has a 1-2-3 inning, getting through Kent, Bonds, and Santiago. And at the end of 7, it's the Angels 3, the Giants 3 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Southern California. Hall of Famer Ted Williams.
I gotta say this. How lucky I've been in life. I know how lucky I've been in life. More than anybody will ever know. The 2 things I'm proudest of in my life is that I became a Marine pilot. I think that's as great an accomplishment as I did in my life. The other thing, of course, is that I had a good baseball career, and equally as important, equally as satisfying, equally as proud of, was that I became a member of Baseball Hall of Fame.
Come to Cooperstown to see the career treasures and Hall of Fame plaques of all your heroes. For information, visit us on the web at baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-HALL of Fame. Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. The Baseball Hall of Fame.
So I think every year we come up here, it's a wonderful experience. It's hard to pick one year better than another. I always enjoy coming to Cooperstown.
Relive your fondest memories of Harmon Killebrew and see his Hall of Fame plaque at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. For information, visit baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-HALL of Fame. Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. The Baseball Hall of Fame.
Beautiful woman who lived in a wonderful house with their 2 children. Then one day it all burned down. The end. Of course, the house is now back just the way it was because the couple had Farmers Insurance.
Farmers, get you back where you belong. If the unexpected ever happens, remember, Farmers Insurance gets you back where you belong.
Hey, it's Valentine from Kiss FM. You're hanging out with the Angels and the World Series on KLAC.
Through 7 innings tonight, 3 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error for the Angels. 3 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error for the Giants. We head to the 8th, and Tim Salmon to lead things off for the Angels against Tim Worrell. Worrell had a good season. He was 8-2 in the regular season, with an earned run average of 2.25. He was in 80 games for the Giants. He's been in 3 of the 4 World Series games. Salmon, Anderson, and Gloss for the Angels in the 8th in a 3-3 tie. Salmon is 6 for 14. The pitch in, fastball outside, ball 1. Worrell, this postseason, is 2-0, but his earned run average is 5.19. He's making his 10th postseason appearance for the Giants. Salmon 1 for 3 tonight with a single. Here's Worrell's 1-0 pitch to him. It's swung on and missed. A high fastball. Salmon went after it. He didn't catch up. Felix Rodriguez went one perfect inning. Frankie Rodriguez has gone one perfect inning. But there's nobody loosening up in the Angel bullpen, so it looks like Frankie will go at least 2. 1-1 to Salmon. Worrell delivers a fastball on the inside corner, strike 2. Salmon this postseason hitting .292. 4 home runs. 12 runs batted in. He is 4 for 8 in his career against Tim Worrell. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Worrell ready, and the 1-2 is low and outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tim Worrell's brother Todd was in the World Series in 1985 with the Cardinals. Here's the 2-2 on the way. That's a drive hit into center field. Back on it goes Lofton. He's still racing back. He runs it down. Kenny Lofton makes a nice play in dead center field to take a hit away from Tim Salmon.
The ball was hit over 400 feet out there to center field. And Lofton, who's been a Gold Glove winner several times in his big league career, made a nice play on that one.
1 out in the Angels' 8th, and Garrett Anderson coming up. Angels 3, Giants 3. We're in the top of the 8th inning. The pitch to Garrett Anderson, up high for a ball, 1-0. Tim and Todd Worrell are the 29th brother combination to each appear in a World Series. Of course, Livon Hernandez, who pitched yesterday, and Orlando Hernandez is another one. Anderson swings through the off-speed pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. Troy Gloss on deck for the Angels, who are in a 3-3 tie in the 8th inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Ground ball to the right side. Snow has it. He'll take it himself, and there are 2 outs. Well, Troy Gloss, who has already hit a 2-run home run, that was back in the 3rd inning, steps in now for the Angels. He hit his home run to dead center field. Last time up, however, he hit into a 6-4-3 double play. He has 7 home runs in the postseason. Boy, would the Angels love to see him make it 8 right here. Top of the 8th inning. The game in a 3-3 tie. Tim Worrell facing Troy Gloss. The first pitch to him. Outside, ball 1. Fans, for the ultimate postseason coverage, go to WorldSeries.com. Get exclusive video, live audio, comprehensive stats, and inside stories. WorldSeries.com for baseball around the clock. The 1-0 to Gloss. Fastball in there. 1 ball and 1 strike. Two out, nobody on. Troy Gloss facing Tim Worrell. The 3rd pitcher for the Giants tonight. There's a hard shot hit foul by Gloss down the 3rd baseline. Strike 2. Game 5 tomorrow. Jared Washburn for the Angels. Jason Smith for the Giants. Right here at Pac-Bell Park. If necessary, Game 6, Saturday in Anaheim. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Troy Gloss. Worrell is ready. Here's the 1-2 offering. Fouled straight back by Troy on a fastball. Count remains 1-2. Gloss staying alive up there. Worrell throwing a lot of fastballs. The Angels seem to be seeing it pretty well. Salmon ripped his to center field, but Lofton ran it down. Anderson hit his fairly hard, but he hit it right at JT. And now it's 1-2 to Troy Gloss. Looking in is Worrell. He is set. The 1-2 pitch is popped in the air into shallow left. Coming in is Barry Bonds. He's there, and he's got it. The Angels, Salmon, Anderson, and Gloss, they go out 1, 2, 3 in the 8th. And we head to the bottom of the 8th. Angels 3, Giants 3 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Hi, this is Ben Platt with MLB Radio.
This is Tommy Lasorda. Ben, I've known you for years. In fact, if I were to really express my feelings for you, I would say you are really a pain in the you-know-where.
Tommy, how can you say that about me?
But you may be the guy that even started that interview with Kingman.
What do you mean, Tommy? I was 12 years old.
Hey, Ben, I'm sick and tired. Don't interview me anymore, okay?
The Benny P. interviews exclusively on MLB Radio.
Real One Superpass makes being a fan easy with exclusive sports, entertainment, news, and more. Real One Superpass is your ticket to the best of the web. Real One Superpass has all the ABC news on demand. World News Tonight with Peter Kenny. Nightline. Exclusive interviews with Diane Sawyer and Margot Walters. Special segments of 2020. Countdown. Good Morning America and Primetime. Wherever you choose. Real One Superpass. Your ultimate online media source. Visit real1.com today.
Well, this Hall of Fame stuff. You know, you tell me all those guys who saw an All-Star game, you wonder what happened to them, and come to the Hall of Fame, there they are. It's a meeting place, a gathering place.
Relive your fondest memories of Lou Brock and see his Hall of Fame flat at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. For information, visit baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-HALL of Fame. Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. The Baseball Hall of Fame.
Your grandparents came here.
The long drive, and it's a home run for Joe DiMaggio.
Your parents came here.
Here comes Roger Maris in the score, and Dakota pulling the second with a double.
Now it's your turn.
Number 3,000 for one of the great players of all time, George Brett.
Cooperstown, New York. A tradition of excellence for 7 decades. Be a part of it. For information, call 1-888-HALL of Fame.
But to that car, lawnmower, or leaf blower you store inside, it's a cold, dark, desperate place. A couple of months in there and even a good engine can go bad. Gas gets stale, gum forms, engine won't start. There's a better way. With Sta-Bil Fuel Stabilizer. Sta-Bil keeps fuel fresh for over a year, so stored engines start quick and easy. Don't let a good engine go bad. When you store, start with Sta-Bil, S-T-A-B-I-L, in the automotive section.
Hi, this is Mike Saccalurides. Just call me Angel of the Midday on Coast 103.5. And you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
And into the bottom of the 8th inning we go. The game tied at 3. J.T. Snow leads off for the Giants and takes a strike, 0-1. J.T. 0 for 3 tonight, flied out in his last at-bat, 4 for 14 in the World Series. Frankie Rodriguez working his second inning in a tie game. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Snow. Changeup missed up high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Snow, then Reggie Sanders and David Bell. Rob Nen, the Giants closer, is up in their bullpen now. Here comes a 1-1 to Snow. Line drive, right field. Salmon plays it on a hop. It's a leadoff single for the Giants in the 8th. Now will they have Reggie Sanders try and bunt him along? Ross comes in to say something to Rodriguez to make sure he knows the play, if it is a bunt play.
Well, Sanders is bunting. It'll be a surprise. He did not have a single sacrifice bunt during the season. He has not had one in the postseason.
He is 7th in the order tonight, but he's also hitting .357 in the series. Snow, the go-ahead run at first. Rodriguez delivers to Sanders. He is bunting, and it gets by Molina. They don't have to sacrifice him. because the ball goes to the backstop. Snow is at second. And oh my goodness, that pitch was right in Benji's glove. He just didn't catch it. It's a pass ball on Benji Molina.
It wasn't too far away from being a strike.
No, it wasn't in the dirt. Benji just had it go off his glove. That's a critical error by the catcher. It doesn't go down as an error, it goes down as a pass ball. One ball and no strikes to Reggie Sanders with the go-ahead run now at second base. And Frankie Rodriguez staring at a very, very difficult situation in Game 4 of the series. If they bunt now, they'll be trying to move Snow to third. Rodriguez into his stretch. Here's the 1-0 to Sanders. He's around the bunt and he fouls it away. Reggie Sanders without a sacrifice bunt this year, trying to get one down in this situation. The count goes to 1 ball and 1 strike. And now Frankie Rodriguez, who has been so good with the strikeout pitch, he could use one right here.
Well, it's amazing how the game changes when you get to the postseason. You'll do things that you don't normally do because it seems like every pitch is so important. Every run is so big. And they've had Sanders trying to bunt on the first 2 here.
1 ball and 1 strike to Reggie Sanders. Rodriguez into his stretch. The 1-1, he's around the bunt and he takes high, ball 2. The Angels have Spezio charging, Gloss laying back at third. Frankie Rodriguez responsible for covering the left side. JT Snow doesn't exactly have lightning speed out there at second. So if Sanders bunts one right back to the mound, they could get Snow at third.
He might even try a swinging bunt for that matter.
It's 2-1. Here's the stretch and the 2-1 pitch. He's around the bunt and he pops it up. Spezio dives and makes a tremendous play. Diving into foul territory, Spezio caught it. So Sanders is unable to get the bunt down. Spezio, who has played brilliantly at first base all year long, really turned it on and dives into foul territory to rob him. Snow has to stay at second, and now there's 1 out.
They can certainly second-guess the strategy by Dusty Baker. But on the flip side, what a play by Spezio, who has a shot to be a Gold Glove winner this year. We've seen him make 1 Gold Glove play after another.
Here is David Bell, 1 for 3 tonight with a single. Rodriguez checks second and delivers, and the slider's inside on Bell, 1-0. Tim Worrell is standing in the on-deck circle, but he won't hit. 1 ball, no strikes to Bell. Snow at second base with 1 out. We'll see if the Angels can survive that pass ball by Benji Molina. Rodriguez steps off the mound, and now they decide, well, why even pretend? Worrell goes back to the dugout, and Ramon Martinez comes out on deck. 1 ball, no strikes to Bell. Rodriguez checks second. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball is ripped into center field. Here comes Snow around third. He is going to be safe. The Giants lead it.
Now that pass ball really comes back to haunt the Angels.
For the first time in his young career, Frankie Rodriguez is looking at a loss. And you're right, the pass ball right now is huge. If not for that, you have first and second with 1 out. Instead, there's a run in. And David Bell at first base with one out. And now Ramon Martinez at the plate. Rodriguez sets, looks over at first base. The pitch to Martinez is outside, ball one. 4-3 Giants in the bottom of the eighth. And now you know Rob Nen's coming in the ninth. The Angels can only hope now that it's only a one-run game.
With Kenny Lofton, a left-handed batter waiting on deck, left-hander Scott Schoenweiss has started to warm up.
1 ball, no strikes to Martinez. David Bell, the number 8 hitter, delivering the big hit for the Giants here in the 8th inning. Martinez looks at a fastball outside, and it's 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Timeout called. Bud Black is going to the mound to talk to Rodriguez. We will pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
The Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Gil Gross mornings 5 till 9 a.m.
Rory Marcus and Terry Smith here at Packbell Park in San Francisco. Darren Chan, our producer-engineer. Frank Lafarelli producing in the studio. The Giants have taken the lead here in the bottom of the eighth. The Angels haven't scored since the 3rd inning. It's 4-3 San Francisco. The Angels had a 3-0 lead in this one, but they've let it get away.
Angels offense has disappeared in this game. Only 2 hits since the 3rd inning. The last 8 halos have been retired in order.
2 balls, no strikes to the pinch hitter, Ramon Martinez. Frankie Rodriguez checks first. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Martinez looks at ball 3. He's a .271 hitter in the regular season. 4 home runs, 25 runs batted in. Rodriguez checks first and the pitch. A strike. Kenny Lofton on deck. Joining Schoenweiss in the bullpen, Doc Shields. He has not appeared in the postseason at all. But he's loosening up right now. 3 balls, 1 strike to Martinez. Frankie Rodriguez looks at Bell over at first base. Here's the 3-1 pitch. A strike on the inside corner. 3-2. The inning started with a J.T. Snow single. He went to second on a pass ball by Benji Molina, and he scored on a single by David Bell. 3-2 to Martinez. Rodriguez delivers. Bell runs. Martinez strikes out, and Bell is out at second base. So it's a double play. However, the Giants have the lead. They get 1 run on 2 hits, nobody left. We go to the 9th. Rob Nen is coming in. Giants 4, Angels 3 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
I was 0 for 11 when it was the year that we got Johnny Mize. And I would fix my bat up for him. So I'm up there the first time using the bat and pitch it through and high and inside. I duck like that. The ball hit the bat. Line drive base hit. And I got 199 after that.
Relive your fondest memories of Phil Rizzuto and see his Hall of Fame plaque at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. Visit us on the web at baseballhalloffame.org or call 888-HALL-OF-FAME.
Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs of America are teaming up to give kids a chance to play. Because baseball teaches kids about teamwork. And a team can transform an individual and a community. Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs of America, teaming up to give kids a better future.
I'm Derek Jeter. When I was growing up, my parents and I would go to the schoolyard every weekend and play ball. They teach me how if I practiced and didn't give up, my swing could get better. But if I got in front of the ball and wasn't afraid, I could stop it. But there weren't any shortcuts to becoming a better player. But if I believed in myself, I could do it. Funny, all that time, I thought they were teaching me how to play baseball.
Helping your kids find a dream can help keep them off drugs. This message brought to you by Partnership for Drug-Free America. Visit us at drugfreeamerica.org.
Because today, you're not. Because your kids deserve a treat. Because you should treat yourself. There's billions of reasons that bring people to McDonald's, like our desserts, chocolate-dipped cones, McFlurries, and new hot fudge brownie sundaes. A chocolate brownie topped with soft serve, whipped cream, hot fudge, even a cherry. The new hot fudge brownie sundae. McDonald's. Smile.
At participating McDonald's.
I'm Fox Sports AM 1150's Rich Morata, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC. The Giants 4, the Angels 3, top of the ninth inning. Rob Mann, the Giants closer in the ballgame. He's had a great year, 43 saves, a 5-2 record. Make it 6-2, and a 2.20 earned run average.
He's already had 6 saves in the postseason, saved 6 games out of the 8 that he's appeared in this postseason.
Scott Spezio leads off the ninth inning for the Angels, 1 for 3 tonight, 4-3 Giants in the ninth. The pitch to Spezio, grounded foul. This was the same score by which the Giants won Game 1. They're trying to even this series up tonight. They've out-hit the Angels tonight, 12-9. The Giants are 86-2 when they lead after 8 this year. Pitch to Spezio on the outside corner. Strike 2. Adam Kennedy has come out on deck to bat for Benji Gill.
Then throws a very hard slider, a 90-plus mile-per-hour slider. They'll also throw a fastball.
0-2 to Spezio. Nen is ready. The 0-2 pitch. Popped up, left side, coming over his bell. In foul ground, he makes the catch. So the Angel offense has gone silent. And now Adam Kennedy up there to try and give him a little lift. Kennedy batting for Gill. And Brad Fulmer is putting a helmet on down in the dugout. He'll be coming up to pinch hit after Kennedy. He'll hit for Benji Molina. Kennedy this postseason hitting .371. 4 for 13 in the series. Men ready, he delivers. Kennedy swings and laces one into right field for a base hit. Kennedy just off the bench swings at the first pitch and singles into right. So the Angels have the tying run aboard in the ninth inning with 1 out. And now Brad Fulmer will hit for Benji Molina.
And then after Fulmer bats, we'll see another pinch hitter because it's the pitcher's slot, the 9-hole.
Kennedy hitting that high fastball into right. Now here's Fulmer, who of course did not play tonight, with a left-hander starting in Kirk Rueter. Giants 4, Angels 3, 1 out in the ninth. Fulmer 3 for 6 in the series. Tough for a left-hander to hit it out of here, but Fulmer did hit 19 home runs in the regular season. Rob Mann checks Kennedy. The pitch to Fulmer. Fastball hit the other way. Bonds over toward the line, but it's a foul ball up into the seats. Fulmer late on the swing.
Sean Wooten has come out of the Angels dugout. He will be the next pinch hitter after Brad Fulmer.
Mike Scioscia gets Brendan Donnelly and Troy Percival up in the bullpen. Donnelly in case the Angels tie it. Percy in case the Angels go ahead. Top of the ninth inning, Giants 4, Angels 3. The Angels trying to rally against one of the best closers in the game here in the ninth. Nen looks at Kennedy at first. Here's the 0-1. Fulmer swings and misses, strike two. No balls, 2 strikes. Good breaking ball by Nen. Had Fulmer swinging over it. And the count 0-2. Fulmer backed out of there for a moment. Now he's ready once again. Nen just calmly waiting for him to get ready. Here's the check of Kennedy. And the 0-2 pitch. A check, swing, roller. It's going to be a double play, 6-3. The Giants win Game 4. Fulmer tried to check his swing, but he hit it right to the shortstop, Irelia, and the Giants have drawn even in the 2002 World Series. For the second time in this series, the Giants win a game 4-3. We'll be right back on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC.
Every year we grow wiser, but sometimes our bodies become less hardy with the passing time. It's good to know that plastics can help. I'm a pacemaker, left in my heart when I hear my granddaughter playing soccer. And my hearing aid to let me listen, laugh over her funny stories. Oh, watching her grow up has been a pure joy. With a little help, I'll be there for her. With many more laughs to come.
What is supposed to touch your life? The American Plastic Center. Plastics make it possible.
If you really care about your car, it's a good thing you can't see what happens to your engine every time you drive it. Because if you could see the wear and tear, the gradual loss of compression, the layers of sludge slowly building up, it would drive you nuts. If you care about your car, spend a little more to protect it. Syntec Motor Oil by Castrol. Its patented technology provides ultimate protection for your car's engine. Syntec by Castrol. It's the most important thing you can do for your car.
Oh, this pitch is giving me heartburn. Call the bullpen.
Sure, Coach. Who do you want?
Our best reliever.
You mean
the one with great taste?
You mean...
I mean extra-strength Rolaids. A recent taste test proves Rolaids has a taste even Tums can't beat. Here, try one.
Oh, they're good.
Yeah, and Rolaids neutralizes 21% more stomach acid than Tums EX. Call 1-800-ROLAIDS for a free sample.
Okay, but who's going to call the bullpen?
You. Use as directed. Lab tests may not correlate with symptom relief.
Now I meet most of my customers online.
I was able to cut my travel budget in half.
I make 5 times as many sales presentations as before, right from my PC.
It's called WebEx.
We use WebEx to train our employees with online seminars.
Our tech support uses WebEx to remotely diagnose customer problems.
Major cost savings.
I love the simplicity.
Save more, make more.
Join thousands of companies already using WebEx meetings to cut travel costs and increase productivity.
Your first meeting will convince you, and that's free. WebEx. We've got to start meeting like this. Hi, this is Carolyn Gracie from the Coast 103 Afternoon Show, and you're listening to The Angels on KLAC.
Tonight, the San Francisco Giants come from behind to defeat the Anaheim Angels by a 4-3 score. They draw even in the series as Frankie Rodriguez loses for the first time as a big leaguer. The totals on the ball game for the Giants: 4 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. They left 8. For the Angels, 3 runs, 10 hits, no errors. They left 5. Winning pitcher Tim Worrell. Rob Nen gets the save, and Frankie Rodriguez takes the loss. 42,703 here tonight. Time of the game, 3 hours and 2 minutes. The Giants 4, the Angels 3. Angels Report coming up next on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Louisa May Alcott's Little Women, brought to you by Geico Auto Insurance.
Look at my Jones. Isn't she the cute? Rebecca's even littler than us. Look at little Maggie. You can almost say she's tiny. How is Geico able to offer 24-hour service and still save us money? Perhaps it's because we are all so small. You are small, aren't we?
Round the clock service 7 days a week, and you could save 15% on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO.
So, it's 11 p.m., and my husband Steve is sneezing, coughing, complaining, but not sleeping. I get him the NyQuil, tell him that it will relieve his cold symptoms and he'll sleep like a baby. I'm thinking, yeah, you can go from acting like a baby to sleeping like one. Anyway, pretty soon he's sleeping just like our baby Jake. Peaceful and quiet, cute and bald.
NyQuil, the nighttime sniffing, sneezing, coughing, aging, stuffy head, be the best sleep you ever got with a cold medicine.
In this over-caffeinated, over-productive, over-the-top business world, maybe it's time to chill and suck down a bucket of jasmine tea. Okay, maybe not. But at least you can calm down overnight shipping costs with Rico's amazing new Global Scan software. With your existing office service, Global Scan lets everyone share information by feeding hard copies into a digital copier and emailing them absolutely anywhere. So the days of excessive overnighting are over.
Rico, okay, I'm at the age where it seems like I hate myself. And Wednesday, you want to know who's going to be there. Wednesday, leave me alone! If I don't just live with you, I'm much more listening to about myself.
We need to know.
Wednesday, none of your business. I'm really hoping my parents don't try to act like my friends. I really need parents.
Talk, no, talk, time, any other drug. For more information, call 1-800-788-2800. Sponsored by the ONDCP and the Partnership for Drugs in America.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fly ball deep right center field. Jones a long way to go. He can't get it over his head off the wall. Here comes Downey. He will score the tying run. Here comes Miller. He scores the winning run. The Angels win it 4-3.
This edition of Anaheim Angels Baseball has been brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealer.
Get the feeling. Toyota.
By Craig Auto Parts.
You can do it. They're here to help.
By Domino's Pizza.
Get the door. It's Domino's.
By Home Depot.
Proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
By Southern California Edison.
Where energy conservation is always in season.
By Jack in the Box.
Where they don't make it until you order it.
By United California Bank.
Where being good to you is being good to us.
And by Panda Express.
Real Chinese, real fast.
By AT&T Wireless.
Get into M-Life from AT&T Wireless.
And by Wiener Schnitzel.
America's most wanted hot dog.
This is Angels Report, a look at tonight's Angels game with highlights, an interview from the field, and a complete rundown of the Major League scoreboard. Now, let's go back out to the ballpark and join Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
Welcome back to Packbell Park. The Giants win the ball game 4-3 over the Angels tonight. A pass ball in the 8th inning, a critical portion of this ball game, as the Giants got the winning run after that pass ball and a base hit by David Bell. But first, we'll go back to the first inning. John Lackey was in trouble in the first inning. He had given up singles to Kenny Lofton and Rich Irelia. Jeff Kent struck out, and then Mike Scioscia intentionally walked Barry Bonds. So the bases were loaded with one out in the first inning for the Giants. Benito Santiago at the plate, but Lackey gets out of it. Lackey ready. He checks the runners. Here he comes, 2-2. It's grounded over the mound. Eckstein steps on second, throws to first, double play! They're out of the inning. Huge double play right there gets the Angels out of trouble in the first. In the second, the Angels scored first. David Eckstein, a sacrifice fly, knocked in Benji Gill to make it 1-0. Then in the third, the Angels got their biggest lead of the ball game. Troy Gloss connects. And the pitch. Troy hits a drive into center field. That ball's well hit. Lofton to the warning track. To the wall. He leaps up and it's gone. Home run, Troy Gloss. A 2-run shot. The Angels lead it 3-0. 7th home run in postseason for Troy Gloss. And the Angels were looking good, leading 3-0. In the third inning, same situation. The Giants had the bases loaded after an intentional walk to Barry Bonds. With one out, they get to Benito Santiago again. Could Lackey get him again? Here's the pitch. A ground ball to short. Eckstein to Gill. Gill to Spezio, and they've done it again. A double play on Santiago makes the strategy of walking Bonds look golden. They had done it again. They turn another double play, and the Angels hang on to the 3-0 lead. It stayed that way until the 5th. That's when the Giants tied the ball game up. They make it 3-1 as Rich Irelia connects. 2-2 pitch. Irelia with a liner in the right field. It's going to drop in for a base hit. Rueter, the pitcher, will be waved around. The throw goes to second, a run in. Runners at the corners, nobody out. And the Giants trail it 3-1. After Aurelia's hit, Jeff Kent delivered a sacrifice fly to make it 3-2. And then the Angels tried it one time too many. They walked Bonds again, but this time Santiago delivers. 1-0 pitch. And he lines one into center field. It's a base hit. Irelia is going to be waved home. Erstad's throw to the plate is late. He'll score. We're tied at 3. In the 8th inning with Frankie Rodriguez pitching, J.T. Snow led the inning off with a single. The next batter up, Reggie Sanders, was trying to sacrifice Snow to second, but it turned out he didn't have to. On a pitch that was almost a strike, trying to bunt, Sanders pulled the bat back, and Benji Molina had the ball go off his glove. It was not in the dirt. It was not caught. It went as a pass ball that moved Snow to second base. And then we get to tonight's play of the game. Brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Get the feeling. Toyota. The batter is David Bell. Rodriguez checks second. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball is ripped into center field. Here comes Snow around third. He is going to be safe. The Giants lead it. Giants grab the lead 4-3, and they turn the Angels aside in the 9th inning. The Giants win the ball game 4-3. We'll be back with more Angels report in a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Hey, what are you doing down here with that soap?
It's Coast Soap, the eye-opener. I'm seeing if I can wake these fools up.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's going to work.
It's Coast. It's got a refreshing, exhilarating fragrance that'll wake anybody up.
It's a morgue.
A thick, rich lather.
It's a morgue.
Yeah, but if you smell this, here, smell it.
Hey, delightful, but it's a morgue.
Coast Soap isn't for everyone, but if you're listening to this and you're alive, then it's perfect. Coast, the eye-opener. And try new Coast Max with aloe. Coast Maximum deodorant protection with skin conditioning aloe.
Oh, this pitch is giving me heartburn. Call the bullpen.
Sure, Coach. Who do you want?
Our best reliever.
You mean
the one with great taste?
You mean?
I mean extra-strength Rolaids. A recent taste test proved Rolaids has a taste even Tums can't beat. Here, try one.
Oh, they're good.
Yeah, and Rolaids neutralizes 21% more stomach acid than Tums EX. Call 1-800-ROLAIDS for a free sample.
Okay, but who's going to call the bullpen?
You.
Use as directed. Lab test may not correlate with symptom relief.
Hello?
Hi, is this the North Point Oceanographic Institute?
Yes, it is.
And do you have shrimp there?
Yes, the Institute has several species of shrimp.
Okay, well, how much would you say 30 of your shrimp cost?
I'm not really sure.
Because right now, at Red Lobster, you can get 30 delicious shrimp for $9.99. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you can mix and match a whole plate full of savory scampi, shrimp pasta, and golden fried shrimp. Do you have anything like that at the Institute?
No.
30 scrumptious shrimp for $9.99. Now at Red Lobster.
You love your car. You park it at the far end of the lot. You've got a little name you call it. And you take it to an independent service center that installs premium AC Delco automotive parts. They're totally committed to quality. No matter what the make or model, your loved one will be taken care of the right way the first time. So go to an independent service center that installs AC Delco parts. After all, it's the least you can do for a car named the Beige Bomber. AC Delco, when the right way is the only way.
This is Sherman Andre from Hot 92 Jam, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
The post-game interview is brought to you by Roger Dunn Golf Shops. Let's go to the interview room. Mike Sosha answering questions.
There's nothing, there's nothing cheap about it. That's the game. They got things going, and they got some key hits with guys in scoring position in that inning, and came back and tied the game up.
As the series has gone on, you've seen Barnes a little bit more. Have you become even more conservative in your approach to him, and even more determined not to let him beat you, and more likely to walk him intentionally?
So, I didn't need to see Barry hitting any more home runs to gain any more respect for his talent. I know he's incredible. I know he's had an incredible year, and right now he's locked in. So if there's going to be an opportunity for us to make Benito or JT or Reggie, who's ever going to hit behind him, beat us, I think we're going to try to take advantage of that. It's not a knock on those other guys. It's just I think where Barry is, he's incredible right now.
Ken?
Mike, in the eighth, did Benji get crossed up on that, or did he just miss it?
No, Benji just missed it. In one situation, sometimes when that bat head is out in front of you as a catcher, you might lose the tracking of the ball for momentarily. You know, Francisco's ball got some late, and I'm sure it had a little cut or hop to it when he picked it back up, and it just tipped off the end of the glove.
Yeah, Mike, Francisco was so sharp in the previous game, just mowing them down, and they had mentioned, well, we know him now. You think that they knew a little more, and getting the 2 hits, and of course Bell getting the winner?
Well, you might be a little spoiled by Francisco because he's just come in and virtually, he's been incredible. He's virtually gotten everybody out. We know that's not the life of a pitcher for the most part. He challenges guys. He's aggressive. These guys are good hitters. They're going to put good swings in the ball, and they're going to get their share of hits. I don't think you can look at tonight and say, what did Francisco do or what he didn't do. JT Snow got to start off with a base hit, went down and dug out a pitch, and, Bell didn't hit too bad a pitch, hit a bullet up the middle, and, I don't think you can look and say what Francisco didn't do here. I think those guys, they're good hitters, and you're going to try to make your pitches, and occasionally, you're going to give up hits, no matter who you are.
Back there on the aisle.
Francisco looked sharp in the seventh. In the eighth, does he feel a little bit more uncomfortable with the stretch as compared to the windup?
No, he's shown he can execute his pitches out of the stretch or the windup. I mean, most pitchers are a little more comfortable out of the windup than the stretch, but it's not an issue with Francisco. He makes some terrific pitches out of the stretch too.
Okay, down front here. 1 minute. Wait, let's wait to the microphone, please. Sorry.
Mike, how surprised would you be to see, if this goes 7 games, Kirk Rueter pitching the 7th game over Hernandez?
Well, I don't want to get inside of Dusty's head. There's going to be decisions we're all going to have to make if it comes to Game 7. I'm sure Dusty's going to look at it and make the best call. I don't think anything's going to surprise us as to how their pitching might line up because, we're going to be looking at some similar things from our side.
Over there, we're just going to take 2 more. Over there.
Mike, Rich Irelia goes 3 for 4 tonight, 2 doubles and a single. How important to their lineup is he, and how good of a shortstop is he?
Well, Rich Irelia is he's a shortstop that if he gets his hands on the ball, you're out. He does a great job there. And on the offensive side, obviously he's a key, as Jeff Kent is, and anyone that's sitting in front of Barry or the guys obviously directly behind Barry. This team isn't about just shutting down Barry and winning. We know that. Aurelia, Kent, the guys are hitting Lofton again, getting on base. Those guys ahead of Barry are guys that are important and important for us to contain and control. And on the other side, it's important for those guys to, get some things going. Rich Aurelia's been swinging the bat very well, and he definitely got a share of key hits tonight for those guys.
Is there one more? No. Okay, thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Guests of the postgame show receive a $50 gift certificate to Roger Dunn Golf Shops. We'll have more Angels report in a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Talk Radio, AM 570, KLAC, Los Angeles, home of the Anaheim Angels. AM 570 KLAC is proud to welcome Nissan and the Southern California Nissan dealers as an official broadcast sponsor of the Anaheim Angels. The 2002 Nissan vehicles are here, including the all-new Pathfinder with up to 230 horsepower, the new Frontier with a cargo-hungry crew cab long bed. Follow the Angels all the way to the championship right here on AM 570 KLAC, presented by Nissan and your Southern California Nissan dealers.
Show off your James Barrett at Universal Studios Hollywood and get a major Grand Slam deal. Now till November 15th, show your Anaheim team logo and get 1 free admission to Universal with each regular price admission. Plus, get your picture taken with a live rally monkey. So, get your Anaheim logo gear on and buy 1, get 1 free at Universal Studios Hollywood, the world's largest movie studio and theme park. 1 free admission with each full price single day admission of equal or greater value. Restrictions apply.
Hello, and welcome to Mercedes-Benz of Southern California.
Thanks. I'd like some information on the C230 Sports Coupe.
Fine, but you'll have to fight me for it. On guard.
What?
You didn't expect to get into a sword fight today, did you?
No, I can't say I did.
Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the unexpected value packed into a C230 Sports Coupe. It's a fun car to drive with a supercharged engine and 6-speed manual transmission.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming.
Also 8 airbags, electronic stability program, and 6-speaker stereo system, all starting at $25,615. Did you expect that?
You got me.
So, could we say I made my point?
I wouldn't. Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the Mercedes-Benz C230 Sports Coupe, which starts at a surprising $25,615, only at your Southern California Mercedes-Benz dealer. MSRP excludes options, taxes, title registration, and dealer prep. Options, model availability, and price may vary. See dealer for details.
A Mercedes-Benz is more affordable than you think. Test drive one today at your nearby Mercedes-Benz dealer. See them on the World Wide Web at MDSocal.com or call 1-800-4Mercedes.
Hi, this is John and Ken from KFI, and you're listening to the Angels on KLAC. Tonight's player of the game is brought to you by Wiener Schnitzel, America's most wanted hot dog. David Bell, the number 8 hitter for the Giants tonight, had 2 base hits, and he had the big one, the one that drove in the winning run off of Frankie Rodriguez, hitting Rodriguez into the losing pitcher for the first time in his major league career. David Bell, tonight's Wiener Schnitzel player of the game. Well, this means there will be another game in Anaheim, at least one more. The Angels and Giants will play Game 6 in Anaheim on Saturday. But, of course, first is Game 5 tomorrow night. The Game 1 pitchers will be back. Jason Schmidt for the Giants, Jared Washburn for the Angels. The Giants won Game 1, 4-3. Same score as tonight, so the Giants have won 2 4-3 games. The Angels have won ball games when they've scored 11 and 10 runs. We'll be right back with more Angels Report in a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is AM 570 KLAC.
Print a picture with any Epson stylus photo printer, and thanks to incredible DPI, you'll get extraordinary detail like this. Thanks to superior 6-color photo inks, you'll also get the widest range of true color, like this. Now, put it all together, and you'll get this. A picture worth 1,000 words. It's yours for just a few notes. Around $99.
Only Epson prints borderless 4x6, 5x7, and 8x10 ready-to-frame photos. See a demo at your nearest retailer and enter the Epson Image Matters sweepstakes. You could win a Caribbean cruise and more. For a demo schedule and sweepstakes rules, visit Epson.com/win.
Meineke believes the most important part of your braking system is you, because the feedback your car gives you may signal it's time for new brakes. So if you feel a vibration in your brake pedal or pulling to one side, do what George Foreman does. Take it to Meineke.
You can always have your brakes checked by the pros at Meineke, and right now you'll get 50% off lifetime pads and shoes.
Meineke, you won't pay a lot, but you'll get a lot. 50% off brake offer ends November 10th. See participating locations for details.
Hi, this is Gary Spears from KISS FM, and you are listening to the World Series on KLAC. And I'm Rory Marcus back at Pac Bell Park. The Angels fall to the Giants tonight, 4-3 the final score this evening. Our coordinator back at our flagship station, KLAC, is Frank Lafarelli. The producer-engineer of Angels Baseball is Darren Chan. Our next broadcast comes your way tomorrow afternoon as the Angels take on the Giants in Game 5 of the 2002 World Series. Angels warm-up gets underway at 4:30 with the first pitch scheduled for 5:22 Pacific time. Be sure to stay tuned now for Angels Fan Wrap-Up with Terry Smith taking your calls at 1-866-570-KLAC. For Terry, I'm Rory Marcus reminding you once again the final score from Pac Bell Park. The Giants 4, the Angels 3. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Ready now for Angels Fan Wrap-Up.
Erstad around third, he will score.
It's your chance to call in and get involved with your Anaheim Angels.
1 run scored. 2-run score, a third coming in, 3-run double.
Angels Fan Wrap-Up is brought to you by Farmers Insurance. If the unexpected happens, remember, Farmers gets you back where you belong. The lines are open now at 1-866-570-KLAC. Call in and talk baseball with your host, Terry Smith.
And welcome to our call-in show tonight. Terry Smith has just stepped out of the booth for a moment, and we'll be back in just a moment or two. The Angels losing tonight's ball game by a 4-3 score to the San Francisco Giants. That evens the series up at 2 games apiece. The Giants coming through in the bottom of the 8th inning. David Bell with the hit to win the ball game for the Giants tonight. But the Angels' attack really went south after the 3rd inning. The Angels had a 3-0 lead. However, from the 4th inning on, they never got a runner past first base. They had a man on at first base in the 5th inning. Troy Gloss hit into a double play. A man on at first in the 6th inning. Benji Molina hit into a double play. And then a runner on at first in the 9th inning. And a double play ball off the bat of Brad Fulmer. So 3 times the Angels had men on after the 3rd inning, and all 3 times there was a double play ball that kind of killed the potential rally for the Angels. Meanwhile, the Giants were able to fight back and win the ball game 4-3. So when we come back, we will be taking your telephone calls. Terry will, to an Angels Fan Wrap-Up. The telephone number, if you'd like to get in, is 1-866-570-KLAC. That's 1-866-570-5522. Terry Smith will take your calls here on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. Coming up right after the break on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is AM 570 KLAC. So you asked for a pot roast.
And he brings a game show host.
She's right, ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on?
It's the static. Here. Sprint built the largest all PCS enhanced nationwide network reaching more than 230 million people. So your calls are clear.
It's a fabulous PCS phone with full-color screen. Tell us more, Johnny.
I'm not Johnny.
Okay.
Ma'am, now for $30 a month, you get 300 anytime minutes and unlimited night and weekend minutes.
This luxurious package can be yours.
Okay. And nationwide long distance is included. Every minute, every day.
That's a good deal.
Yep.
You're right again.
Thanks for playing.
PCS and Sprint. Clearly a whole new way to look at wireless.
And now only at Sprint stores, get a $100 instant savings on select PCS phones. Preferred credit and in-store purchase and activation required. Service plan requires a 1-year agreement. Activation and termination fees apply. See stores or sprintpcs.com for details. And now 60 seconds with Bill Walton. His West Coast team is dominating the competition. Their fan support has reached mythical proportions. You know who I'm talking about. It's Cerritos Infinity. They're the fastest growing Infinity dealership on the West Coast with one of the country's largest selections of G35s and QX4s. Cerritos Infinity is where I got my QX4, and I absolutely love it. Whether I'm loading up the bicycles or the kayaks, its power and luxury are unmatched. And right now, Cerritos Infinity is offering the QX4 with 0.9% APR short-term financing on approved credit. And you should see the all-new G35. Its 260 horsepower V6 outperforms the competition, just like Cerritos Infinity, with one of the largest inventories of G35s in the country. Let Cerritos Infinity earn your business. They're in the Cerritos Auto Square, just off the 605 freeway at the South Street exit, or visit CerritosInfinity.com. Tell them Bill Walton sent you.
It's dinner time, the family's there, but everyone is snoring. They want something new to sleep on. Tasting isn't downright boring. They get on the phone, call Domino's. It'll do the trick for sure. Your buffalo chicken tickers delivered to your door. Right through your door, man. Tender white meat chicken, they really are the bomb. 2 dipping sauces, in no time they'll be gone. Like the father of our country, I cannot tell a lie. New buffalo chicken kickers, they're begging them to try. Give them a try.
Introducing Domino's Pizza Buffalo Chicken Kickers. 10 tender cuts of all white chicken breast with a kick of spicy buffalo flavor baked in. Now when you buy a large one-topping pizza for $9.99, get an order of dinner steaks free. Add Buffalo Chicken Kickers for $5.99.
New buffalo chicken kickers, yum, good for me and you. Pick up the phone and give a call. Babies are brand new. Brand spanking new.
At the door, it's Domino's Buffalo Chicken Kickers. Limited time only. Prices and terms may vary.
this is Leanne and Charlie Tuna from KBIG 104.
And you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
And the pitch. Troy hits a drive into center field. That ball's well hit. Lofton to the warning track. To the wall. He leaps up and it's gone. Home run, Troy Gloss. A 2-run shot. The Angels lead it 3-0. And one of the highlights tonight in a disappointing night, as it turned out for the Angels, who go down to defeat here in Game 4 of the World Series 4-3 to the San Francisco Giants. Troy Gloss clubbing that home run. Gloss now has hit 7 home runs this postseason. He and Barry Bonds each tied for the most postseason home runs in a single postseason, each with 7. And all of a sudden now this becomes a best-of-3 World Series. The first team to win 2 games will be the 2002 World Series champs. Don't forget, Game 5 will be tomorrow night. That's going to be a rematch of the first game of the World Series. You might recall the Giants won that game 4-3, and that was Jared Washburn against Jason Schmidt, and they will square off here tomorrow night at Pac-Bell Park. In that opening game of the World Series, Schmidt gave up 2 home runs to Troy Gloss. Washburn gave up 3 home runs to Bonds, Sanders, and Snow. And both of those starting pitchers figured in the decision. Schmidt got the win. Washburn suffered the loss. Both of those starters went into the 6th inning, 5 2/3 innings for each of them. So they will square off again here tomorrow night in a very important ball game for both of these teams. The team that wins tomorrow night will head back to Anaheim with a 3-2 lead in the 2002 World Series. Couple of notes before we head to the phones. The Angels had only 3 hits in the last 6 innings of tonight's game and did not get a base runner past first base after the 3rd inning. So the bats, although the Angels had 10 hits tonight, the bats were quiet after the 3rd inning this evening. And it was the top of the order that just didn't produce tonight for the Halos. Eckstein, Erstad, and Salmon combined went 1 for 11 in tonight's game. Darren Erstad, for the first time in the playoffs, failed to get a hit in a game. And Eckstein was 0 for 3. Salmon was 1 for 4. The Angels also had what turned out to be a very costly pass ball by Benji Molina in the bottom of the 8th inning, which played into the winning run scoring in the bottom of the 8th. We're going to head to the phones, and the first stop tonight is Encino. Alan, thanks for holding on. Welcome to Angels Fan Wrap Up with Terry Smith.
Hi, Terry. How are you?
Good. How are you, Alan?
Fine. First of all, I just wanted to, since I haven't done this before, I wanted to thank you for taking my calls all year, and let you know that I do appreciate everything you guys have done, especially happy for Rory, who grew up in Northridge, and it must be a real thrill for him.
Yeah, I feel great for Rory. I'll tell you what, because, he's been an Angels fan his entire life, and, he's having a chance now to, describe the action of the team that he grew up watching as a youngster, so I feel really good for him.
Yeah, and perhaps maybe you brought a little bit of that magic from Columbus, too, huh?
Well, I don't want to take any credit for anything, but I sure am enjoying the ride. I'll tell you that much, Alan.
Yeah, well, I appreciate, again, everything you guys have done, and your interviews have been great, and, I've been listening and going for 41 years, and I've heard all of them, and I think you guys are right there at the top.
Well, I really appreciate that.
I do really appreciate that as well. Also, I want to let you know, it's funny when we talk about old fans and we talk about new fans. It's really nice to see the new fans who have really gotten into and acclimated to the Angels. And last week, during one of the Minnesota games, I took a friend to the game. He used to throw peanuts at Wrigley Field when it was the Los Angeles Angels and the PCL. So wow. He was really out of his mind. He had a great time. Really don't have much to talk about today other than to say that it's been a great year, and whatever happens is going to happen. And this is the World Series. All teams who get here deserve to be here, and it's not going to be easy. The Giants just aren't going to lie down. And I guess really the only question, because it's so obvious to me, is I was wondering if you have any impression as to where Scott Fields is going to fit in this whole thing, since I know Mike's probably holding him back to be the long man if he needs him, if a starter falters, but I certainly hope he's going to find a point in time where even if he doesn't need him, he's going to at least get him in there for one batter. If he's the only guy who hasn't even been in the playoffs yet.
Right. Well, you know, and again, he hasn't pitched since, I think I mentioned this last night, September the 27th, so he's gone almost a month. He was warming up a little bit late in tonight's game. I'm not exactly sure, you know, how much Mike was thinking about actually using him in the ballgame, but he did have him up in the bullpen there briefly. You know, I would tend to think if we see Scott Shields, and this is not to take anything away from him, but if we see him in, you know, one of the next 3 games, if we play 3 more here in this World Series, that if we do see Shields, it is something that's not happening good for the Angels, because he would only come in, you know, maybe early in a ball game only because the Angels starter faltered a bit. So we'll have to see how it plays out. Alan, I appreciate the kind words. Thanks for joining us tonight on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. We're going to go next to Gene in Los Angeles. Gene, welcome to Angels Fan Wrap-Up with Terry Smith.
Hi. Terry, I was just wondering if, since that was John Lackey's first major league hit, did they save the ball for him?
I think they did. I'm pretty sure they did pull that one out. Now, you know, as far as, you know, it was his first hit. It wasn't is what I want to say, because, you know, the stats for the World Series, although they count for the World Series, they don't, you know, count for a player's regular season stats. So these are postseason stats only.
Oh,
yeah, they did throw the ball out. Yeah. And I'm sure, you know, John's going to remember that at bat for a long time, because that was something special.
Well, even then, it's even greater because it says World Series on that.
Absolutely. His first hit came in a World Series. It's probably better, to be quite honest.
Yeah. So they did save the ball for him.
Yes.
Okay, I just also wanted to say the one good thing about tonight is now the Angels can win the World Series in front of their own folks.
Well, that's true, and, you know, I know, you know, some fans were hoping that would be the case. I'm sure any real Angels fan, especially after the Angels won last night to go up 2-1, you know, if the Angels would have been able to sweep through San Francisco, I think everybody would have been more than satisfied.
Oh, I would have been.
You're right. If it's going to happen now, it's going to happen in front of the home fans at Edison Field.
Right.
You know, the fans can really come out and show their support like they have all season long, which will be great.
Absolutely. I was just trying to find something positive about tonight. Oh, I understand. I would have much rather they take all 3 of them in San Francisco.
Sure. But now the fans can have a say here. You know, they can be the extra man out there.
Thanks so much, Terry.
Appreciate the telephone call. You have a great evening. We're going to take a break. If you'd like to join us, 1-866-570-KLAC, 1-866-570-5522. This is a ball game tonight, Game 4 of the World Series that the Angels might have let slip away up early in the ball game, 3-0. Unable to really to deliver the knockout blow, and then after that 3rd inning, the bats just went quiet tonight. I mentioned only 3 hits in the last 6 innings for the Angels, and the Angels did not get a base runner beyond first base after the 3rd inning of tonight's game. The Giants have evened up this World Series with a victory tonight 4-3. It's down to a 3-game series, a best of 3. The next team to win 2 games will be declared the 2002 World Series champs. We'll be back with more Angels Fan Wrap-Up in just a moment as we continue from Pac-Bell Park here in San Francisco on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network and AM 570 KLAC.
Yeah, Mitsubishi Motors would like to read you the small type on one of our competitors' ads promising 0 payments. Yeah, that little type under their big 0 payments. It says until 2003. Wow. 3 whole months. Big whoop. We give you no payments until 2004. That's right. With Mitsubishi, you get 0 interest plus no payments until 2004. And that's not on just a few models, that's on any new Mitsubishi. Like the award-winning Lancer, the sedan rated the best new car under $16,000 by Kipplinger's Personal Finance magazine. All yours and 0 interest, plus no payments until 2004, not 2003. You see, it pays to read the small type. One time I didn't, and it cost me a kidney.
Head to your local Mitsubishi retailer and get on board with 0 interest plus no payments till 2004 on any award-winning Mitsubishi. Hurry, this deal ends soon. Important program and credit restrictions apply. Some customers may not qualify. Excludes Eclipse Spider and Outlander. Visit MitsubishiCars.com or call 1-888-MITSU-2003 for details.
Hey, Stefan, I'm trying to sleep in here. How long are you going to play that harmonica?
A few more minutes, Trey. I promise.
All right, well, I'm hitting the hay. Good night, Stefan. Good night, Stack. Good night, Bo.
Good night, Trey. Good night, Othello. Good night, J-Kid.
Good night, Bo. Good night, Little Penny. Good night, Little Penny.
He's at the library studying for his MCAT.
Oh, well, good night, Mr. Albert. Good night, Lucius.
Good night, J-Kid. Good night, Bimbo. Good night, Commissioner Stern. Good night, Commissioner Stern.
Good night, Lucius. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
ESPN, the new home of the NBA. Wednesday and Friday night, starting October 30th.
MJ. Hey, MJ. This is Owen.
I've got this neighbor, and once he found out I worked for Edison, he started asking me for advice. You know, energy tips and stuff. I told him what to look for, which appliances waste more. Saved him a lot of money. The guy thought I was a hero. I kept trying to tell him anyone can get this information from our website.
At Southern California Edison, we want to help you save energy and save money. Visit SCE.com and take a free home energy survey. You get energy-saving tips customized just for you. Another way to save is by buying Energy Star products, like compact fluorescent bulbs. You can even get rebates on some items, like programmable thermostats, pool pumps, and central air conditioners. To get started, just visit SCE.com and click on Rebates and Offers, or call 1-800-736-4777. And look for information on the 2020 rebate program for even bigger savings. Save energy, save money. Let us show you how. A message from your friends and neighbors at Southern California Edison. Rebates are limited. Some restrictions apply. Hey, Trey T-Crest.
And Lisa Fox from Stern 98.7.
And you're listening to the Angels in the World Series on KLAC.
Seventh inning, and then, Timmy Worrell and, Nen shut it down. Those guys, they did a good job tonight for them.
Actor? Talk about the difference between being up 3-1 and now that the series is tied 2-2, the mindset of the team or the club.
Our mindset's the same. We talked about it all week. You need 4 wins to wrap this series up. And we're not looking up 2-1 down or up 3-1, 2-2 or down 3-1, whatever it would be. We're looking at that game tomorrow, and that's it. And we'll let you guys add them up. Our club will bounce back and play a good game no matter if we had won this game or, as it turned out, we had lost it. But it doesn't affect what we'll do tomorrow.
And again, some post-game comments from Angels manager Mike Scioscia. It was the Giants beating the Halos tonight in Game 4 of the World Series 4-3. We're going to head back to the busy phones. If you're trying to get in, the lines are tied up right now. We'll free up a few for you. Also, we want to remind you that during the course of tonight's game, we're going to be giving away some Monkey Junkie T-shirts and New Era Angels Clubhouse Collection caps. The New Era Cap Company is the exclusive manufacturer of the official uniform caps worn by every major and minor league player, and the Monkey Junkie T-shirts are available at AnaheimShirts.com, and all this courtesy of your friends here at AM 570 KLAC. So head back to the phones, go to Santa Monica. Scott, welcome to Angels Fan Wrap-Up with Terry Smith. How are you?
Well, hi, Terry. I'm very well. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine.
Well, I was a little disappointed at the game this evening, and I was just listening to Mike Scioscia, and I love his comments. I think he's such a wonderful manager. I was wondering if he could be a little bit more inclined to perhaps question some calls of the umpires if they're questionable.
What ones did you have in mind, Scott? Let's refresh my memory. Which ones?
Well, in Game 3, I had really thought that Kenny Lofton had been picked off at first base and was called safe, and then he was thrown
out on the snap throw from Benji.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I think he was.
And he was
the
also
replay showed it.
Yeah, and the replay also seemed to show that he was thrown out at second base, and it seemed like he was given two wonderful gifts, and that ended up last evening to be the first run that San Francisco had scored.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in the case of last night's game, it didn't come back to, haunt the Angels because the Angels still came away with the victory. But, I thought the calls you mentioned, certainly the replay to me, indicated that the call was made incorrectly by the umpires. But, again, sometimes those replays are obviously in slow motion, and when they're still a little bit tough to tell in slow motion, I guess maybe you got to give the umpires a little bit of slack sometimes.
Certainly. I do. I'm not trying to be too hard on the umpires. I was just I was thinking that perhaps Mr. Sosha would be a little more...
gone out and argued?
Would be a little more inclined to at least show a little emotion and show them that perhaps they could think about it a little harder, or perhaps have a discussion among the umpires, as in this evening's game when Mr. Lofton's ball seemed to have gone out of bounds.
Well, now on that one, if there was any fault on that one, I got to fault Troy Gloss, and I'll tell you why. But the ball did, for a very brief time, clearly go across the line foul, and it's up to the fielder at that point to, either glove the ball or with his glove hit the ball further away in foul territory. Then it's clearly a foul ball. What Troy ended up doing was he didn't pick up the ball right away when it was in foul territory, and that ball, by the time he did pick it up, was back in fair territory, because when he picked it up, it was on the line.
Yes.
So, I thought the umpire made the right call there. Troy needed to do a quicker job of either deflecting that ball further away in foul territory or scooping it up for the brief time it was in foul territory. He just reacted a little bit too late.
Does the umpire make his call on at the very moment that he sees the ball and where the ball happens to be?
No, the umpire makes the call when the fielder touches the ball. And when Troy touched the ball was on the line. It was just barely on the line, but it was on the line, so that makes it a fair ball.
I might have these rules confused, but I thought that any ball that gets out of bounds in baseball is a foul ball.
No, if before it gets to the bag, that ball could in theory roll foul 3/4 of the way up, or 4/5 of the way up the third baseline. Mm-hmm. And if the player doesn't touch it, and then that ball might hit like a little pebble or something in the dirt, and then ricochet in the fair territory, that's a fair ball.
Okay.
That's a fair ball.
I see.
Yeah.
I might have had that just confused.
No, the umpire clearly made the right call there. Again, I think Troy, if there was an error in judgment, it was on the part of Troy Gloss. But again, that's easy to criticize him when you're all the way up here in the booth like I am. But if he would have just knocked the ball when it was in foul territory, like over to the Giants' dugout, it would have been a foul ball. But by the time he put his glove on the ball had kind of skipped back onto the line, and that made that ball a fair ball.
Yes, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, I have come to understand. And I thought David Eckstein might have gotten hit by a pitch as well this evening. And
I agree with you there, too. It looked like it just kind of, might have just touched his shirt. And if in fact that happened, then that's a hit batsman. But, David argued. He kind of did a double take to the umpire, and maybe from the Angels dugout they weren't really sure, and they were kind of relying on David's reaction, and since he didn't vehemently argue, then that's why maybe you didn't see Mike Sosha come out. But I agree with you. On the replay, it looked like it just might have glanced off his shirt. His shirt wasn't tucked in all the way, and it might have just kind of caught that little ripple on the shirt. But I thought he did. I thought the ball hit his shirt, and if in fact it did, then it should have been a hit batsman.
Well, Terry, I'm certainly going to tell you that I still have every belief in Mike Sosha. I think he is an absolutely wonderful manager, and I admire him greatly. I was just wondering if perhaps you might have a little more inclination to get